been arrested in Nandyala city of Andhra Pradesh. He will be airlifted by the police very soon. He's been arrested on allegations of corruption. This comes after the Andhra Pradesh Crime Investigation Department registered a case following a notice issued by the Enforcement Directorate a few days ago. The arrest warrant on Chandrababu Naidu was served in the early hours of Saturday as the former Chief Minister was resting in his vanity van following a public address in the city of Nandyala in Andhra Pradesh. A case of corruption has led to his arrest following a notice issued by the Enforcement Directorate. The Andhra Pradesh CID, Crime Investigation Department, has swooped down and arrested Chandrababu Naidu. These are images you can see of him undergoing a mandatory medical test before he was taken into custody by the Crime Investigation Department. Remember, Andhra Pradesh is ruled by Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, who is a bitter rival of Chandrababu Naidu. The Telugu Desam Party and the YSRCP are rivals in Andhra Pradesh. It's a state that goes to the elections next year alongside the Lok Sabha elections. Chandrababu Naidu and Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy have been bitter rivals. A lot of politics will be read into this arrest, but on the ground, the facts remain that Chandrababu Naidu, former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, in a dramatic early morning development, has been arrested from Nandyal city in Andhra Pradesh. I'm going to be joined in exactly 10 seconds from now by India Today's Abdul Bashir. Abdul is live with us. Abdul, take us through the details. Corruption case, Chandrababu Naidu arrested. What's going on?
Absolutely. Today morning, in the morning hours, around 3:30, the APCID has approached Nandyala, where Chandrababu Naidu was in the ongoing yatra that is going on. Now the APCID has arrested Chandrababu Naidu in skill development case. Chandrababu Naidu has been named as accused one in the skill development case, is what TDP is claiming, which involves 250 crores of scam, and the police officials have provided the advocates of Chandrababu Naidu with details of the FIR copy and orders issued by the High Court, where an arrest warrant has been issued against Chandrababu Naidu. A case has been registered under sections 120B, 166, 167 and 418, 420, that is cheating, and several other sections including 34 and 37 IPC and section 12, 13, clause 2, read with 13, 1C for Prevention of Corruption Act. So several, sections have been imposed against TDP Chief Nara Chandrababu Naidu in this alleging corruption. And right now, the APCID is making efforts to arrest him. So he has been shifted to Nandyala Hospital, where the medical examination is going on. And after that, he will be taken to Vijayawada, where the further procedure, where the remand will be requested to the Honorable High Court by the APCID police.
And any word from the government about what's going to happen? He's going to be taken, he's been taken. Let's listen in.
ఆధారాలు కూడా చూపించకుండా ఈరోజు నన్ను అరెస్ట్ చేశామని చెప్పే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. నేను అడిగాను ఏం చేశాను చెప్పమన్నాను.
In the local Telugu, we'll get that translated for you in just a moment. But Abdul, what happens next? He's being airlifted now. He's going to be taken into custody. Any word from the government about this?
See, the government, the YSRCP government has not responded on this case, but they had been claiming that Chandrababu Naidu of this scam time and again. There are several leaders who have alleged Chandrababu Naidu in this scam, and also the leader, the Chandrababu Naidu, had been stating in his discussion with the APCID police that there is no evidence. The prima facie does not involve him in this case. But yet there are no documents or apart from the warrant, the arrest warrant, the other documents have not been issued of showed to Nara Chandrababu Naidu, where he is said to be arrested in this case. So the police had not showed any FIR to Chandrababu Naidu, is what he claimed. So no evidences against Chandrababu Naidu. In the discussion that we have seen just now, he was speaking in Telugu, where he's asking the police as to on what context is he being arrested when there are no charges against him in the FIR. But yet the police, the APCID police, have made all the efforts since 3:30 a.m. in the morning to arrest him. Several leaders and Karyakartas had started reaching in huge numbers to Nandyala, where Chandrababu Naidu had halted his camp in his vanity van. And around 6 a.m., he had a discussion with the APCID police, after which the police had shown the warrant, the arrest warrant against Chandrababu Naidu, and stated that he will be arrested soon. So this is the situation that is going on in Nandyala as of now. And right now he is at the government hospital where a medical examination is going on. The government has not responded yet. The police is making, APCID is making all efforts to arrest Chandrababu Naidu. Apart from that, if we see several top leaders of the TDP have been house arrested or detained in several places. And also Nara Lokesh, who is in his yatra, has been stopped at his camp and not allowed to move further. So this is a situation that is going on in the Andhra Pradesh pertaining to Nara Chandrababu Naidu's arrest.
This is a 250 crore rupees skill development scam, Abdul, in which Chandrababu Naidu has been dramatically arrested, and these are live pictures coming in from Nandyal. I beg your pardon, not live, but just before he was taken into custody, there was a medical test that was conducted. He's been taken to a hospital now for the deeper medical check before being taken into custody. So a big political morning, even as G20 kicks off, and I will be continuing our G20 coverage in just a few minutes from now. But this is too big a story to ignore, viewer. A former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh has been arrested. Chandrababu Naidu, one of the most well-known politicians of the new generation, has been arrested, and he has been taken into custody following that medical test in a 250 crore rupee skill development scam. This is after the Enforcement Directorate had issued notice on this early this morning. Let's play out for you what Chandrababu Naidu has said in Telugu. My colleague Abdul Bashir, who's still online with us, will translate what he's saying.
నేను అడిగాను ఏం చేశాను చెప్పమన్నాను ఏమంటే ప్రూఫ్ ఆఫ్ కాన్సెప్ట్ ప్రైమా ఫేస్ ఏమని ఉంటే ఎఫ్ఐఆర్ వేసాం అని ఒక ఎఫ్ఐఆర్ కాపీ కూడా నా రోల్ కానీ చెప్పకుండా ఈరోజు చేసే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. ఇది చాలా బాధాకరం. ఇది చాలా విధానం. నన్ను చెప్పండి సార్
that the police is making efforts to arrest.
Under police custody. See, only he is under custody. Not proper. Not appropriate.
Police is telling that they will provide all the details once he is being examined. All the details have been submitted to the Honorable High Court. And the materials have been submitted there, materials have been produced there.
సమస్యలపైన పోరాడుతున్నాను. ఈ ప్రభుత్వం అణగదొక్కాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో తప్పుడు కేసులు పెట్టి ఈ రోజు నన్ను
Chandrababu Naidu is stating that this government has made efforts to file false cases against me and arrest me in false allegations.
ఇది చాలా బాధాకరం.
This is very disappointing.
బాధపడుతూ చెప్తున్నా. ప్రజలు కూడా సమయాన్ని పాటించండి.
I am very hurt in this matter, and with a lot of distress I am mentioning it.
Protests have broken out in Nandyal city in Andhra Pradesh, where Chandrababu Naidu has just been arrested. These are images from right now in Nandyal, where supporters, members of the Telugu Desam party of Chandrababu Naidu protesting as he's taken away by the police. Let's just try and get some sound in from the ground of those protests. Okay, I want to go across to Professor Jyotsna. She's spokesperson of the Telugu Desam party. Professor Jyotsna, good morning. Your leader Chandrababu Naidu has been arrested by the CID in Nandyal city. What more can you share with us, ma'am?
Yeah, it is very unfortunate that the state government is hell-bent on doing this revenge-based politics, because the point is they have come at almost in the midnight. Hundreds of policemen, almost in the midnight, they come and knock the doors of the place where Sir is residing, and in fact they haven't got any substantiative evidences with them. They haven't The name of our Supremo is not there in the FIR. The name of our Supremo is not even mentioned in the charge sheet. No substantiative evidence is given. No papers given. Just absolutely just coming there and telling that we want to arrest you. On what basis? Who has given you the right to, deviate all the processes? And one more thing. Let me put you across the different attitude of this particular government. And probably a couple of months ago, Mr. Avinash Reddy, the MP who is accused in a murder case, the CBI wasn't able to arrest him because local SP quoted that there could be law and order issue. The police did not support them. And now the police, hundreds of policemen, come to the place and at the middle of the night, is our Supremo running away anywhere? What is this? It's clearly a hell-bent attitude of the state government to just, showcase, what should we say? Jagan Reddy is probably thinking in a way that I have gone to jail, so all the leaders should be going to jail. That's his only motto. There's nothing else. It's clearly a revenge-based politics of Jagan Mohan Reddy that's happening in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and TDP will refute. We will fight back. Because Chandrababu Naidu Garu has been working for the people of Andhra Pradesh. He has got no personal benefits anywhere in any particular case. It's been very clear, even in this particular case. Sometimes they say it's a skill development case and the CID is getting it. On what basis? In the skill development case, Chandrababu Naidu Garu has not been involved. All that has been cleared, and lakhs of kids who are reaping the benefits of skill development today are the example of what a visionary leader can think. And
okay, Professor Jyotsna, Professor Jyotsna, stay with me. I just want to tell our viewers a little bit more. You're saying that this is political vendetta to silence Chandrababu Naidu. Next year, there are elections in Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Naidu has been campaigning quite extensively to try and revive the Telugu Desam party in Andhra Pradesh, which is currently ruled by his rival YS Jagan Mohan Reddy. I just want to give our viewers some context. I also want to pull in my colleague, India Today's Munish Pandey, who covers the Enforcement Directorate and agencies for us. Munish, welcome. I'm coming to you in just a moment. Quickly, just want to summarize for our viewers and give them context of what this alleged scam is. The Andhra government, led by the Telugu Desam party, in 2014 had set up the Andhra Pradesh Skill Development Corporation, or APSDC, to train unemployed youth in various areas and enhance their skills in order to make them employable. But this particular corporation ended up getting mired in a series of different scams. The Enforcement Directorate's investigation into the matter basically said that the Telugu Desam Party government in Andhra Pradesh had violated the AP Civil Works Code and the AP Financial Code by releasing 371 crore rupees even before the project started and without calling for any tenders, and that work orders were drafted worth 371 crores without mentioning the 90% in-kind grant provided to companies. The scam basically came to light after a whistleblower complained to the Anti-Corruption Bureau in 2018. So the scam happened in 2014 allegedly, and it came to light in 2018, a year before YS Jagan Mohan Reddy swept to power in 2019. Munish, Enforcement Directorate notice, and within hours or minutes, I would say, a big swoop down, a big crackdown. Naidu has been arrested, but this is a case that goes back a while. Munish.
Well, Shiv, there are almost 4 agencies involved in this entire investigation. In 2014, when the matter came into the light, in 2015, there was an assessment done by the Income Tax Department, and Income Tax Department gave the report to the state police and also forwarded the report to the Enforcement Directorate. Based on the same report, in 2021, the Andhra Pradesh Criminal Investigation Department, they lodged an FIR against several individuals. Of course, Chandrababu Naidu was not then mentioned as an accused in that FIR, but sources within the Andhra Pradesh police have told India Today that during investigation, they got certain evidence against Chandrababu Naidu, and that is why he has been arrested. As far as Enforcement Directorate is concerned, they are conducting an investigation under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. But here, what is important here is to point out that Chandrababu Naidu, the former Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, the Chief of Telugu Desam Party, he was the one who was heading the state when this entire scam took place. And when we talk about this scam, not only this department which was run by the government, but also there were certain tech companies from Maharashtra and other states of the country. They were also involved in the project. So not only Chandrababu Naidu, but there were several other individuals, several officials of other private companies. They were also investigated by the department. Of course, the timing of this arrest is going to be certainly important. It is going to be questioned politically because the FIR was lodged in December 2021 and we are in 2023. So almost after 18 months, the arrest has taken place, and the arrest has taken place just before the election. And this is also important to point out that yesterday in a public rally, Chandrababu Naidu openly announced that he will be arrested very soon. And this morning, 6 o'clock, the officer of the CID, he reached the door of Chandrababu Naidu. At 6 a.m. this morning, he was served an arrest memo, and according to that arrest memo, Chandrababu Naidu has not been arrested under several sections of Indian Penal Code, which are non-bailable, which means that he can get relief only from the court, but also under Prevention of Corruption Act, which means that the matter becomes very serious. But politically, I have been speaking to people close to Chandrababu Naidu. They are saying that they are going to use it in the political rallies. They will try to...
And the political rallies have actually already erupted. I want to get an angle on that from India Today's Poulomi Saha, who broke the story as well. Poulomi, the politics of it is something that cannot be ignored. Protests have already started. Andhra Pradesh elections next year. The arrest comes 18 months after, after the fact, which will raise questions about timing as well. What are you hearing? This must have already sent out tremors into the political landscape.
Well, absolutely. As Munish was pointing out over there, Shiv, the TDP will be definitely using this in their election campaign. The timing of this is significant. They're pointing out to the fact that Andhra Pradesh elections are around the corner. They happen along with the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. And this is Vice Jagan Reddy basically scared of Chandrababu Naidu and the campaign that he's been leading. He was, in fact, on the campaign trail in Anandpur and Nandapalli when, in fact, this happened. He was in his vanity van at about 3:30 a.m. is when the APCID reached his vanity van with the arrest memo, which categorically stated that they cannot grant him bail. This is the non-bailable arrest warrant, and he will have to seek bail in court only. And then, of course, what happened was a conversation that went on for close to about, till about 6 a.m. this morning, when officially then Chandrababu Naidu agreed to, go with the police and cooperate with the law. Before that, of course, what you saw, what you witnessed on the ground, and I'm sure we're beaming those images, TDP cadres who were there as part of the campaign trail were basically protesting, raising slogans, trying to stop the APCID. But Chandrababu Naidu and his officials asked for, the arrest memo. What they then said is that, the FIR does not name him at all. But what the police said at that point of time is that this is just the first part of the investigation. They will get more details as part of the remand copy within 24 hours. So what we believe now is that Chandrababu Naidu is being taken to a local hospital in the area for medical examination, after which he will be produced in court and possibly after that airlifted to Vijayawada.
Okay. Poulomi, thanks very much for joining us on that. He's going to be airlifted to Vijayawada and he's already been arrested. Medical tests are being conducted. The big political implications of this broken down here on India Today, and we'll get you the fallout as the day progresses. But we're taking a very quick break here. The G20 coverage on India Today, which is India's most watched, continues. On the other side of this short break, my colleagues Rajdeep Sardesai, Rahul Kaval, Gaurav Sawant, Geeta Mohan and Poulomi join us live from the Bharat Mandapam as we take forward the G20 Summit. That's after this break.
You are watching India Today.
how do you really see India playing a role, particularly, as you mentioned, at a time of global conflict? Historically, we've always been for peace. Some of our biggest leaders, some of our most influential faces, historic figures have always propagated peace. India is a land of peace, essentially. So now that we're hosting the G20 Summit at such a crucial juncture, when there's a Russia-Ukraine conflict as well, how do you really see, Sri, India's role in that?
See, India's voice has always been said, and we are very sensible in whatever we are saying, because we are just and sensible. This is something that world has started to notice. Number one, we are sensible, and we cannot be bullied. Number two. Number three, we are very sensitive. We are sensitive to the feelings and to the emotions of people of the entire world, and the mindsets. So we in this country have embraced such diversity. See, we have a communist government in one part of the country, and we have multi-party democracy, which is not present in anywhere else in the world. There are bi-party democracies, but we have so many parties. And then on top of it, we are the largest population in a country that the world is seeing today, and young population. And so we have a lot of things to offer to the world. Of course, I would say spirituality is the need of the world today, when there is so much of distress and aggression and depression that is clogging the youth population.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
साथ अमेरिका के विदेश मंत्री की प्रवक्ता मार्गरेट मैक्लाउड ज्वाइन कर रही है। आज तक के साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मार्गरेट हिंदी बोलती है तो ये बहुत ही बेहतरीन मौका है जब हम आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं, पहली बात तो आप दिल्ली आई हैं, G20 समिट के दौरान आई हैं, दिल्ली कैसा लगा?
बहुत अच्छा लगता है, दिल्ली चमकते हुए हैं और G20 की तैयारी काफ़ी अच्छी है।
G20 की तैयारी अच्छी है, लेकिन G20 समिट से आपकी क्या उम्मीदें हैं? इंडिया की प्रेसिडेंसी में आपने क्या क्या देखा और आपको लगता है कि कोई ऐसा इम्पोर्टेंट बदलाव आएगा इस समिट को लेकर?
देखिए, हम समझते हैं कि G20 एक मंच है जिसमें दुनिया के सबसे बड़ी विकसित और उभरती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था शामिल है, और हम समझते हैं कि इस आधुनिक ज़माने में इतने सारे मसला है जो कोई एक देश अपने आप से हल नहीं कर सकते हैं, और हम इसी मंच पे एक साथ होकर उसकी बातचीत करके सबील ढूंढे। और अमेरिकी लक्ष्य के बारे में बात करूं तो हम ज़रूर जलवायु परिवर्तन के बारे में एम्बिशन और बढ़ना चाहते हैं, हम वैश्विक गुर्बत से निपटना चाहते हैं, और उस करने के लिए हम अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मालियाती संस्थाओं को और वसाइल देना चाहते हैं। और अगर हम गुर्बत के बारे में बात करें तो ये भी जाहिर है कि रूस का यूक्रेन पर कब्ज़ा करने की कोशिश है, ख़ास करके अनाज के गोदामों पर हमले, और वो ब्लैक सी ग्रेन इनिशिएटिव का निकला, वो सब वैश्विक मंदी पर काफ़ी असरात पड़ती हैं, वो महंगाई का एक वजह है, और ये गरीब तरीन आबादी पर काफ़ी नुकसान पहुंचा रहे हैं।
ये कंसेंसस डॉक्यूमेंट की अगर बात करें तो जॉइंट कम्युनिके में अभी भी काफ़ी सारे इम्पेडिमेंट्स हैं, मुश्किलें हैं जो भारत अकेले अपने प्रेसिडेंसी में पूरा नहीं कर पा रहा। ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है क्योंकि हर कोई बोलता है कि अगर जो प्रेसिडेंसी है या जो होस्ट नेशन है वो अगर जॉइंट कम्युनिके नहीं ला पाए तो वो उसका सक्सेस या फेलियर का पैमाना है। आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं, क्योंकि चैलेंजेस चीन और रूस की तरफ से है?
हम देखते हैं कि जहाँ तक रुकावट थे, इंडिया बहुत अच्छी किरदार अदा किया उनके चेयरमैन स्टेटमेंट्स में। उनके चेयरमैन स्टेटमेंट्स में बहुत बहुमत कैप्चर किया, वो इंटरनेशनली अग्रीड लैंग्वेज इस्तेमाल किया और बहुत प्रोडक्टिवली उसकी बातचीत और डिबेट्स कैप्चर किया।
आखिर में जाने से पहले आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी कि दिल्ली में है, समिट के लिए आई हैं, कहीं और घूमेंगी, कुछ और देखेंगी? क्योंकि अभी 2 दिन तो बिल्कुल दिल्ली बंद है, एटलीस्ट एनडीएमसी एरिया, तो आपके कुछ प्लान्स हैं?
नई दिल्ली मेरे लिए एक दूसरा होम है और अपनी सहेली दोस्तों को मिलने के लिए बहुत इंतज़ार कर रही हूँ।
चलिए ठीक है, मार्गरेट अपने सहेली दोस्तों से ज़रूर मिलेगी। समिट के बाद कल आज तक के स्टूडियो में होंगी, आपसे फिर से चर्चा करेंगी और बताएंगी G20 समिट न केवल भारत के लिए लेकिन ग्लोबल कम्युनिटी के लिए क्यों इतना महत्वपूर्ण है।
Watching India Today.
स्वैग से करेंगे सबका स्वागत। स्वैग से करेंगे सबका स्वागत।
Good morning, Suprabhatam, Namaskar. The G20 Summit, arguably India's biggest ever diplomatic gathering in the history of independent India, has come together. 20 of the world's top leaders and many more have joined in with Prime Minister Modi as India, as per the rotational presidency, has the leadership of G20. So, Rahul Kanwal, Shiv Arur here with lots of news and updates on all that's going to be happening on day one of the G20 Summit. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome. Vasudev Kutumbakam. One Earth, one family, one future. That's India's theme, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi told India Today Group that he hopes that this G20 will be the catalyst of a new world order. Shiv, massive excitement in the air as we count down to the end to see whether or not there will be a joint communique. Initially, it seemed for the longest time that there was too many differences and that there will be no consensus. Now we are being told by sources at the highest levels that they think that they may be able to get the Delhi Declaration over the line.
They're saying the Delhi Declaration is ready. They just need to get a few last-minute alignments before they're able to actually release it. So it's looking good right now. These are also very sensitive times as far as the small little tweaks are concerned. The Ukraine war, other issues still need to be fine-tuned before it can be put out. But Rahul, may I just say as we begin our broadcast, what an incredible eve the G20 has had. Those fabulous pictures last night of Modi and Biden, that bilateral, hugely successful. We've been breaking that story overnight. Those lovely pictures of Rishi Sunak and his wife who took a tour of central Delhi as well. Their big bilateral today. That's going to be the big one to look out for.
Oh, absolutely. And look out very carefully for the body language. It's each of 29 heads of government and state, 14 international institutions. They're here in Delhi. Prime Minister Modi will have the geopolitical red carpet this morning. It starts 9:20. That's what Rajdeep, Shiv and I will track. One by one they'll come and we will dissect not just the substance but also the form of what is at play. Will there be some frostiness, Rajdeep, when Li Xiang, the Chinese premier, comes in? Who gets the warmest jappi? Who gets the shoulder thump? All of that and more live right here on India Today.
Let's give you the headlines this morning. Exclusive details of the big Modi-Biden bilateral. The US president congratulates India on the Chandrayaan success, discusses major defense partnership and India's procurement of drones in the development of jet engines.
After meet with Joe Biden, today's big bilateral between Modi and UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak talks on stabilizing the global economy on Sunak's agenda.
China's spoiler jibe at the US amidst the G20 Summit. China calls US and the West the spoilers, criticizes India's hopes to cement great power status.
All voices, news breaks, first and only on India Today as we bring you a day-long decode of the big G20 Summit. Rolling coverage all day long.
The other big story, former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu arrested in a 250 crore skill development scam from 2014. Protest erupts from TDP workers in Nandyal over his arrest.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
But this morning's top focus, months of preparation, excitement and security across the city. After 200 events, more than 200 events, over 60 cities in the last 1 year, it's time for the grand finale. It's been a great Indian extravaganza, and today will be the culmination of that, starting in the morning with the hard diplomacy, ending in the evening with a special dinner at Rashtrapati Bhavan.
We're getting live images of Olaf Scholz, the German Chancellor, arriving at the Palam Airport, welcomed by Dr. Aman Puri, Protocol Officer in the Ministry of External Affairs, officials from the German Embassy, the military attaché, the ambassador, all there as well for the welcome of Olaf Scholz. In fact, the two leaders, Emmanuel Macron also comes in later in the day. They didn't come in last night, and we've just heard that the Saudi Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, will actually have a state visit. So that's happening on the 11th. So he's coming in this morning and he'll have a state visit, Rajdeep, on the 11th.
That's almost as significant when you look at it, because you've started with the US president on Friday, and you're going to almost end with the Saudi Arabian leadership on Monday. So over 96 hours, you've got the West being reached out to, and you've got the Middle East being reached out to. And India hopes, in a way, to become the bridge. I think the aim that India has even if, let's assume in a worst case scenario, you have a watered down Delhi declaration.
Okay.
The fact is that you have the African Union joining today, formalized probably by tomorrow morning, but that in itself will give India a huge leadership.
Olaf Scholz became Chancellor of Germany in December 2021. Served as mayor of Hamburg from 2011 to 2018, was vice chancellor between 18 and 21, was the federal minister of finance, leads the Social Democratic Party in the Bundestag, a big friend of India, Shiv, and very keen in India's plans in Europe. In fact, when we met Prime Minister Modi, one of the things he spoke of was the kind of clarity that leaders like Angela Merkel had is something that he said stood out to him as being, you know, very firm global leadership, which he said he was quite impressed by.
And Olaf Scholz has had really good things to say about India as well. And as we've been talking about, in our build-up to our coverage, Rahul, it isn't just smaller countries that are looking to India in many different ways as far as our digital infrastructure and payment system are concerned. To take a very small example, there are so many other things that are happening between India and Germany. But after those viral videos of the German ambassador here in India, we've seen how even Germany is looking to India for very substantive partnerships in things like digital infrastructure, which is actually surprising to many, because many see Germany as a highly advanced first world industrialized nation which would have a great deal of digital infrastructure. But in a changing world, it seems like there are many disruptive things where India is being seen as a rising power. So it's going to be very interesting to see how all of that aligns with
For a moment, let's introduce our reporters, editors out and about across the national capital. I want to introduce Geeta Mohan, who has been on a big role leading our coverage on the ground, interviewing world leader after world leader. They're doing one bilateral with Prime Minister Modi, and they have one mini television bilateral with Geeta Mohan. So we're hoping she can keep that going through the day today as well. Paulami Saha joins us from the Bharat Mandapam, and we've got Nabila Jamal out and about near Lodi Road. So I want to go across to Geeta Mohan first. Geeta, we're picking up from sources in the government that the Chinese haven't been quite as obstructionist as was feared before Li Xiang got here, and that not just in Nu, but in the negotiations that went on the next day as well, which is yesterday, the Chinese have been reasonably accommodative. They've put forth the Chinese perspective, but they haven't tried to derail the agenda. At this moment, your sources in the Ministry of External Affairs, how confident are they that there will be a joint communique come Sunday?
Well, Rahul, a very good morning. The information that's trickling in is that China has not been as obstructionist. They're putting their national agenda forward. That just means that on many fronts where China is not comfortable with the language of the joint communique, China is not accommodating. Yes, on areas such as climate change, where we will see the developed world give in a little, and the developing nations will also have to give in a little in the language, there could be accommodation there. But on other fronts, particularly to do with Russia-Ukraine war, the geopolitical issues, talking about maritime security and UNCLOS, which is following the international order in the seas, is something that Russia objects to because of their reasons, given that they're at war with Ukraine, and China objects to, saying that G20 is an economic forum and they will not allow geopolitical issues. So while there is information coming in about them being accommodating, will that translate into an absolute only joint communique, a consensus document, or is there going to be chair's summary? That's something that we'll have to wait and see. And again, Rahul, the Sherpa meetings are over. It's all done. Amitabh Kant held that press conference. He said that we will only talk about the joint communique after the summit is over. Now it is for the leaders to intervene and ensure that there is joint communique. The onus lies on the leaders.
You know, the fact is, though, Geeta, that what we've seen over the last year is that there hasn't been a single joint communique on any of the critical issues confronting G20.
But can I say, Rajdeep, that it was the same in Indonesia as well. When Indonesia had the G20 presidency last year, in all the ministerials, it seemed that there was too much divergence among the countries on a joint language. And then just right when the Leaders Summit started, things progressed and they were able to come up with a common formulation.
A common formulation, but a watered down formulation.
Sure.
I mean, the worry is, of course, that when you have a joint communique, is it simply about the optics of having one? Or do you want something substantive? That, Geeta, is the question. Do you get a substantive communique on critical issues?
On Russia, Ukraine, you can't have a substantive communique. But on other issues like climate finance, sustainable development goals, reform of multilateral development banks, several of the key themes that India has been pushing as it seeks to emerge as the voice of the global south, give an India narrative to global affairs. If you're seeing 35 solid points of action, which is what Amitabh Kant and the others have been working on certain issues of divergence, there will be a watered down approach for certain.
But that's the problem that you had in Bali as well. I mean, you're still, even a year after Bali, still struggling on the critical issues of climate finance. You're still struggling on debt restructuring. Are you going to make progress? You see, this meeting, I thought it was good. Kaval Sibal yesterday on my show made an important point. He said G20 has to decide, does it want to retain its relevance in the new world order, or does it want to be taken over by smaller groupings like BRICS? Because if you can't come to agreement substantively, then the G20 will reduce itself to little more than this once in a year talking shop of leaders coming together. So it's a huge challenge for the G20. It's an opportunity. It's a huge opportunity to actually walk the talk on critical issues like climate finance, like debt restructuring. You have your difficulties with Ukraine, set them aside, but at least ensure that there is substantive progress, particularly on debt restructuring and climate finance. So I think it's a huge opportunity in the next 24 hours.
We want to tell our viewers are not just around the issue of Russia, Ukraine, also on the issue of phasing out fossil fuels. There are some differences with countries like Saudi Arabia wanting for longer ropes, more elongated deadlines rather than bringing them in. Geeta Mohan, do you want to talk us through that? So it's not just Russia, Ukraine, it's also about the green energy transition and the speed at which we get there, where there are some differences where India as the host country is having to walk a tightrope walk.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. Just coming back to the Bali declaration, I didn't think it was a watered-down declaration. In fact, if anything, everybody was surprised that Russia allowed those two paragraphs in, and India did play a role in putting in the sentence that it is not an era of war. So it was, in terms of the war, everybody was surprised that at the end of the day, Russia accommodated those two paragraphs. But they did lock themselves down for hours. We had to wait for the Bali declaration for a very, very long time, and it did require leadership intervention. Having said that, this time around we were surprised that Russia has walked back on the Bali declaration and China has put more impediments to the joint communique. So the challenge for India has been way more than for Indonesia. And on the climate front, yes, they did not deliver last time around. The COP28 is around the corner and they still haven't delivered. But on climate finance and on climate change, India, China, Russia, Saudi Arabia stand on one side and you see the developed countries on the other side, but their issues are very different. Like you rightly said, Rahul, Saudi Arabia is talking about fossil fuel dependence and the fact that the timelines do not really help Saudi Arabia's cause. That is also trying to make a transition. Huge strides in renewable energy, but it'll still take a decade. And a decade is a long time. And they do not want to lose out on the not just transformation, but also development. And for developing countries, it's about first movers advantage and climate justice.
Delhi is a fortress this morning. Nabila Jamal is out and about at the Lodi Road area of New Delhi. Nabila, what was it like? You know, we're very happy, Shiv, Rajdeep and I, that we didn't have to go out, came straight from home to office. But when you were traveling, what's it like to be out and about in the streets of the capital this morning?
Gosh, Rahul, I've been trying to negotiate my way through many of the barricaded areas, but it's so hard to even pass a certain area anywhere around the NDMC. So this is one of those roads where there's strict vigilance. In fact, the residents here have been very well informed in advance about not being allowed inside without a proper pass. So they check a pass and only then allow. If I could show this board here, this is a quick look at a board that's already been put up by the Delhi police that says from the days of 8th, 9th and 10th, people without a pass will not be allowed into 16 of these areas, these intersections around the NDMC area. 16 intersections that lead up to the Pragati Maidan, which is categorized into Zone 1. So Zone 1 is high security zone, so there is no way that one can move in. But if I can show a quick look at the kind of vigilance here, CCTV cameras that have been added, at least a good lakh odd CCTV cameras, we believe, across the length and stretch of this NDMC area. There's proper vigilance on high-rise buildings just to ensure that there is no way or no bid of sabotage here. So this is a big, big day where the Delhi police, which have deployed nearly 130,000 security personnel, are ensuring that there is no loophole or no miss in securing the world leaders who are here in Delhi, Rahul. So this is what Delhi looks like.
You're in the
I've never seen
capital.
Delhi like this ever since I moved.
You know, don't go out. It's not worth it. It's just stay at home, watch Rajdeep, Shiv and I as we bring you this coverage. Get your morning cup of coffee, tea, whatever it is that gets you going. Don't bother going out.
No, I think we have to say Central Delhi. If you're in and around Central Delhi, why should an entire city lock down?
No, but there's a lot of
for
restrictions
a G20
all
summit?
over the. Why not? Because what if something goes wrong?
Yeah, but you look at New York.
23 world leaders. 23 world leaders in the city.
New York, UN General Assembly, in and around the UNGA, not a good idea to be moving around.
It's a mess, yeah, of course.
It's a mess. But if you're in any other part outside central Manhattan.
But there's a big difference.
Life continues.
UNGA happens every year. The UN is there. They keep doing these meetings. This is the biggest international extravaganza. No, there's never been an occasion when so many important world leaders have descended in the capital at the same time. You don't want anything to go wrong.
Rahul and I would disagree on that. I believe cities must work out systems by which people, dehadis, day laborers, should be allowed to go about doing their business without the security dragged in. It's in central Delhi. Make sure it's in a focused area in and around.
No, but imagine for a moment if something goes wrong. You know, it could be anything. There's so many mischief mongers who would try and create so much trouble. And if they do something, then all the India can't even keep the city safe. The capital is not even safe. XYZ thing happens. So you have to be a little safe and put precaution first.
I would, in an ideal world, like to believe. A friend of mine from Chennai sent me a message today. I'm glad I don't live in Delhi. And this was because there's a sense that when you have a big VVIP event, it's not just G20. All kinds of VVIP events in the national capital. I think ordinary commuters suffer. But that's another matter. That's my view. That I genuinely believe we've got to work out a better framework.
But that's also probably because your friend lives in Chennai. Anyone who lives in Chennai will be glad they don't live in Delhi anyway. So by default.
No, I'm not sure I would be glad to live in Chennai given the heat and warmth that Chennai has through the year.
Don't say anything which gets us into trouble. Before all of Chennai is up in arms and Rajdeep is hashing for the wrong reason.
My limited point is we have to find ways. It's wonderful to have a large event conducted smoothly, and that's been the way this event has gone on. Not just now, you know, it's quite incredible. I think the impressive part of what Prime Minister Modi and his team have been able to achieve is to do 200 meetings in 60 different parts of the country. I mean, I was in Bihar a few months ago, and there was an event on labor involving unorganized labor as well as organized labor. Interestingly, at that event in Bihar, I met people who are involved with taxi services who had come from different parts of the world. You go to Goa, you had an event on yoga. Across India, G20 has managed to at least create and raise the profile of brand India. My only limited point is now when you've come to the grand finale, could you have done it in a manner that either involve more active citizen participation in some way or ensure that citizens can go about their daily lives while the top leaders of the world are engrossed in high diplomacy? That's the limited point.
Okay, let's go across to Gaurav Sawant. He joins us this morning from the Bharat Mandapam. Gaurav, give our viewers a sense of the bilaterals that will take place today. Rishi Sunak and the Prime Minister will be meeting, a total of 15 plus bilaterals. And while we were walking around the Bharat Mandapam, I noticed how they had these small rooms which had been set up all across the Bharat Mandapam where you could just casually do your pull-asides, your meetings, and all those facilities will come into use today, Gaurav.
They indeed would, Rahul. So 9:30 this morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi starts receiving all the heads of state and government, 9:20 to be precise. And then till 10, this process, continues. Remember, there are 20 heads of state and government, G20 members, United Nations Secretary General, other organizations, other member countries, other special invitees, 9 special invitees. So in all, 41 heads of state, governments and organizations will be here. So that process takes about 40 minutes. Then the first session starts, which continues till about 1:30 in the afternoon. The special rooms that you were talking about for a series of pull-asides, the moment the first session is over, they then either break for lunch or have these one-on-ones. They have their other bilaterals that will take place. Post-lunch, there is the second set of meetings that will take place, which continues till about 5:30 in the evening. Then again, another set of meetings, pull-asides. There's also a chaat, papri, street food, get-together that is organized. And subsequently, this evening would be the President's Gala dinner, once again at the Mandapam, where apart from all the heads of states and governments and invitees, there are also chief ministers and other political leaders who will be here. Rahul, if I may, the point that Rajdeep was making about participation of people, there is, in fact, there is a special aspect to G20 through the year. So when you had these 200 plus meetings in 60 plus cities, you also had Jan Bhagidari, and Jan Bhagidari was people participation in G20. That is where India's entire effort has been to democratize G20 and not just this be a talk shop of the most powerful economies of the world, 20 most powerful economies. It is actually hear the voices of the people, hear the voices of the impacted parties, and then the heads of government and states, they make up their minds on what needs to be done forward. India hopes to be, Rahul, Rajdeep and Shiv, the bridge between the developed world and the developing world. That's India's principal effort here.
Oh, this is one of the big ideas at play. When differences between the West and the East are getting more pronounced, the fractures between China and the United States, India emerging as the bridge between the North and the South, as a voice of the global South. And make no mistake, one of the reasons why China hasn't been quite as obstructionist is because some of India's agenda points, and Paulami Saha can talk us through those, were actually points which very strongly related to the interests of countries in Africa, the interests of countries in Asia, and therefore for China to be seen as obstructionist would have dampened their projection as a player on the global stage, Paulami.
That's right. Speaking of Africa, that has been one of the focal points as far as India's G20 presidency is concerned. Right after taking over the presidency in December 2022, the Prime Minister and India hosted the Voice of the Global South Summit in January. 125 countries participated. And then, of course, the idea to make African Union a permanent member of the G20 was mooted as well. The African Union, of course, comprising of 55 nations, and Comoros is here as well. The Comorian president is here as well. There will be a bilateral with him tomorrow. So clearly, India has placed a lot of focus on the inclusion of the African Union as a permanent member. It has received support from the United States, and China too has said that it supports it. The European Union and European countries have not, said that they don't support it. They've extended their support as well. So in terms of one of the big takeaways that could emerge from, in fact, this Leaders Summit is possibly the joining of the African Union as a permanent member, though, of course, officially that will only be learnt tomorrow.
You know, among the interesting pictures that you were playing were the images a little while ago of Rishi Sunak. A lot of attention around him, and his visit has been well crafted. It's a very short visit, but they're trying to give trying to ensure that Rishi Sunak is seen as someone who identifies with India.
He's winning, he's breaking the internet. He's got the maximum attention. Justin Trudeau and all are usually more flamboyant, but they're not getting a fraction of the kind of coverage he is. And as Ashwini Chaubey said, the Minister of State who welcomed Rishi Sunak yesterday, "Aap to hamare hi hain." He said, "Jai Siya Ram." And so you get this feeling that he's one of us trying to fix the British economy, and it takes a man of Indian origin to run the biggest companies in America and to try and fix Great Britain?
Look, he's struggling at home.
Oh, sure.
He's just, he's struggled with by-election defeats. There is no sign of the Conservatives recovering before elections. But Shiv, the sense, Sudha Murthy, we spoke to her yesterday, saying that, will you be around the couple and will you be speaking to them? And could we sneak in, and also get a chance to see this family gathering? And she said, look, we're staying in Bengaluru because Rishi and Akshata have a very busy schedule and they're going to this is a very swift visit. When they come at a more leisurely visit to India, we'll spend time with them.
I wonder whether Sudha Murthy and Narayan Murthy need to wait for them to visit. They can just jet off and spend time with the British Prime Minister wherever they want. But good question. He may be having trouble in Britain, but it looks like they're really happy to get some time away. Okay, the cameras love them. Young couple, good-looking couple. They apparently snuck out for a tour of central Delhi. We don't know if they've managed to visit a restaurant. And this is just an appetizer, Rahul, because he's going to be visiting Akshardham as well, and Humayun's tomb perhaps, and maybe some other places. He says he's come armed with all the Raksha Bandhans to meet all his sisters. He's talked about his religiosity. So he's a guy I think we're going to see a lot of pictures of.
Very interesting, Gaurav. He wears very proudly on his sleeve his Hindu credentials, despite being a British politician, while he's very, very, very smartly off putting British interests first. For example, on the question of free trade agreement with India, he said, I'm in no hurry. So whenever it comes to any question of substance, he's very careful. But when it comes to form, those are pictures of Akshata Murthy. They're helping Sunak with his tie, walking around central Delhi, going to the British councils. All of that really have the Murthy couple on the go in the capital.
And in a strange way, he symbolizes sort of India's ability to reach out across how much the world has changed with someone who wears his sort of sense of Hinduness and Indianness on his sleeve becoming the Prime Minister of Britain.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think, that reflects, you've got a lot of Indians who've done remarkably in the corporate world, particularly in the United States. But when you have someone who wears his sense of Indianness and Hinduness on his sleeve as the Prime Minister of Britain, 75 years after independence, it shows how much the world has changed. I mean, Alex Ellis, who's the British High Commissioner to India, is another reflection of that. He makes every effort now to show how much he's embracing the idea of India. He will play out Hindi songs and then try and sing them.
Does he sing well?
Well, he tried Paldo, the old Kishore Kumar song. I won't sing it.
Thank God.
But, he tried it through karaoke. He's a great cricket fan of, great supporter of Indian cricket. But it just shows soft power, as well as the fact that because the Indian diaspora has now reached positions of influence and power in different parts of the world, it makes it that much easier for India to play this role that it wants to of a bridge builder.
Let's just listen to Rishi Sunak speak yesterday after arriving in the national capital.
I'm a proud Hindu, and that's how I was raised. That's how I am. Hopefully I can visit a mandir while I'm here for the next couple of days. And yes, we've just had Raksha Bandhan, so from my sister and my cousins, I have all my Rakis. And, I didn't have time to celebrate Janmashtami properly the other day, but hopefully, as I said, I can make up for that if we visit a mandir this time. But it's something that is important to me. I think faith is something that helps everybody who has faith in their lives, particularly when you have these stressful jobs like I do. Having faith to give you resilience, to give you strength is important, and it provides an outlook on life which I find particularly valuable. I have enormous respect for Modi ji, and he's been personally very warm and kind to me, and we're working very hard, as I said, on our shared ambition of concluding an ambitious and comprehensive trade deal between India and the UK, because both of us think that would be a good thing, and both of us need to make sure it works for our two countries. And at forums like this, I'm very keen to support Prime Minister Modi in making sure that this G20 is an enormous success for India, which I know it will be, and this has been a great year for India more generally. Both Modi ji and I are keen to see a comprehensive and ambitious trade deal concluded between our two countries. Both of us think that there is a good deal to be done, but trade deals always take time. They need to work for both countries, and although we've made enormous progress, there is still hard work to go, and that's what we need to keep going through. The G20 is not the forum for those discussions. Of course, I will touch on that with Prime Minister Modi, but the teams are working very hard. But as I said, there's hard work to go, but we will keep working through it. But I think there is an enormous opportunity for both India and the UK to strengthen our economic cooperation, which will bring real benefits to our citizens in both countries. Well, obviously, my wife is from here, from Bangalore. We got married in Bangalore. We used to spend lots of time together before we had children in Delhi, and we're trying to figure out if we can go to one of our old favourite restaurants this evening. But look, it's personally incredibly special for me to be back in India. It's a country I love dearly, a country where my family are from. But to come here in this role, to represent the UK, to find ways to forge closer links with India and play a part in making sure that India has an incredibly successful G20. And I'm very proud to see India doing so well on the world stage. I think there'll be many things that we'll be discussing here at the G20 under India's leadership, and I'm confident that we'll make very good progress on a range of different issues. I think G20 has been a huge success for India. India is the right country at the right time to be hosting this, and I feel we're going to have a very good couple of days of deliberations and decisions made. I think it's a great theme, and actually when you say one family, I'm an example of the incredible living bridge that Prime Minister Modi described between the UK and India. Almost 2 million people like me in the UK of Indian origin. So it's very special for me to be here as British Prime Minister, in the country where my family are from.
It's interesting that he's speaking about the time they spent in Bengaluru feeling very proud about the fact that they're now vicariously inside 10 Downing Street, Gaurav. And he also mentions the fact that he's very proud of his Hindu credentials. It's not something he's playing down or being subtle about, from feeling bad about not getting a chance to celebrate Janmashtami to talking about the Rakhis with his sisters and his cousins. It's something that he's very unabashed about.
Oh, absolutely, Rahul. He's a true Sanatan follower, and he's proud of it. He's proud of the fact that he's also visiting the Akshardham temple. He's talking about Raksha Bandhan. So no pseudo-secularism here, of the yesteryears where the state would only celebrate perhaps the iftar and no other, religious festival openly, and then call it secularism. This truly is his personal faith, he celebrates it. He's very proud of his faith. He talks about going to a temple. He has an idol of Lord Ganesh on his desk at the 10 Downing Street, and he says faith helps him negotiate all the difficulties and the challenges that he faces in the position that he is in. So he understands. He's spoken of the Sanatan, he's spoken of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, he's spoken of Bhagwan Ganesh, he's spoken of Gauraksha, and none of them have prevented him from keeping British interests first, whether it comes to the trade deal with India, or it comes to taking a very strong stand on Ukraine, which many would consider that, if he's of Indian origin, perhaps he'd take a softer line. Not at all. He's a proud Hindu, and he follows British interests first.
For all of that, and I have no doubt with what my friend Mr. Sawant says on these issues, we have our differences, but the fact is the trade deal is going to be critical. And I just wonder at some stage that for all the multilateral negotiations going on, many of these bilateral side negotiations are equally, if not more important. The UK trade deal has been stuck now for the longest time. It's been, more than a year. There was a sense that it would be clinched last year. I recall.
But that was when Bojo was there.
I recall speaking to Mr. Johnson last year, and he was very confident it would be done by Diwali.
He's overconfident about everything.
So I think the nitty-gritty of these deals are going to become more and more important, because these are the real winning deals for both countries. You need a win-win for both sides. So the atmospherics, the optics of Rishi Sunak in India, wowing crowds, all that is all very well. The fact at the end of the day is these leaders need to walk the talk and bridge the differences on these critical issues.
There have been some good achievements also as far as trade is concerned, Rajdeep. Like, for example, last night after the bilateral, there was a statement about how India and the US have ended their last outstanding dispute at the WTO.
India and US have made far more progress actually on many of these issues, on technology transfers. India and the UK have been stuck, unfortunately.
But someone like a Rishi Sunak needs to be doubly careful because of his Indian origins.
Correct.
If in any way he's seen as conceding to India on any matters in the free trade agreement, that's political suicide back home, right? So he has to be that much more careful than somebody else. And also, your friend Bojo, he's way too flamboyant. He's always talking big. There's more bluster than there is substance.
No, he's the past. I mean, that's very clear. But, you've had people within the UK administration, the likes of Braverman, who passed remarks that have made it difficult. You need at this moment leaders across the board to recognize the importance of these trade deals and start working towards getting them fixed. I think, Shiv, you make a great point. I think the United States and India have done far more in the last 4 months in bridging serious divides to the point where, it appears that the two countries, frankly, have an extremely durable relationship now that cuts across all political divides. It won't matter who wins next year's US presidential elections. It doesn't matter who wins India's general election next year. India and the United States have forged a very stable, durable partnership at multiple levels. India and the UK have a huge opportunity on trade, which hopefully Mr. Sunak will see as one of his legacies for the future. By the way, he seems to have had a very, very busy day because he came in, less than 24 hours ago, and you've already got half a dozen pictures of Rishi Sunak.
We have this story. We can recap all of what Rishi Sunak did along with Akshata Murthy, winning hearts, wowing people, and getting rave reviews.
Rishi Sunak, Akshata Murthy sharing a moment together after landing in Delhi for the G20 Summit on Friday. One of the photos shows Akshata Murthy adjusting the UK Prime Minister's tie. The picture was taken in the aircraft in which the duo travelled from UK to India. The UK Prime Minister and his wife then arrived at the British Council during an official visit ahead of the G20 Summit in New Delhi. Met the staff there at the British Council. There was also, I think, a visit that the UK Prime Minister paid to school children in Delhi. Akshata Murthy is spotted playing football barefoot with the children in the courtyard of the British Council. And the Prime Minister and his wife walking to a dinner in central Delhi on Friday night. There was also talk, I think, of some of Rishi Sunak's relatives in Delhi.
We spoke to the uncle.
Throwing a party to his uncle. Did that party take place or not?
Not yet, but
at least not that we know of. I thought Shiv and Rahul were invited to the party.
No such luck.
Not me. And I hope Rahul's going to tell us if he is invited.
No, we're just hearing that the Spanish foreign minister is about to arrive, and remember the
Spanish Prime Minister has COVID.
The foreign minister is about to arrive.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, had COVID, so he's cancelled his G20 visit. But in a moment from now, from the New Delhi airport, we'll get images of the Spanish Foreign Minister Jose Manuel Alvarez arriving, stepping in for his Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, who very unfortunately just picked up COVID right before permanent invitee to the G20. So they're not, invited on a special basis. Spain is a permanent invitee to the G20, and India trying very hard this time round to get the African Union a permanent membership. It'll be interesting to see, Shiv, whether the name changes then to the G21 or does it stay G20, and how it plays out.
Well, the Congress had a rebel group, right? What was it called? G23? They were 23. So you hopefully will. And there are actually 55 members, correct me if I'm wrong, of the African Union. 55 independent nations who form the African Union. So effectively, while you have the African Union on board like the European Union,
G75.
Yeah, you're actually looking at a huge, and I think that's a big step forward. And I think, it needs to be acknowledged.
That would be the biggest takeaway if it happens.
And it's tough for anyone to say no to Africa. Like, how do you say no to Africa? In the enthusiasm that we see around India at this moment, in time to come, it is inevitable that there will be similar enthusiasm about the African continent and about the key countries in Africa that are able to get the economic, political stories right.
And in the context of how the Prime Minister's positioned himself and this summit, that this is India taking leadership of the global south, the African Union getting membership will be seen as a huge plus for the Modi government in their efforts to sort of suggest that you cannot have a body which is so heavily dominated by the Western world.
And look at the role India has played in championing the cause of the African Union. And this goes back to the desire to transform the P5, the 5 permanent states of the United Nations Security Council. India has been asking for an expansion there, while countries like the United States, the UK, several other allies have spoken about it. Nobody's championed the cause of the expansion of the UNSC in the way that India has championed the cause of the African Union, making it a central agenda. A lot of India's soft power has also been at display during this G20. So what we want to do now is take you through how it's not just about sustainable development goals, climate finance, it's not just about reforming multilateral development banks. There's a lot of Indian desi soft power that's coming through strong, and that's a message the world takes back.
From diplomacy to Indian culture and heritage. A world full of experiences reflecting India's rich culture has been set up at Bharat Mandapam for G20 guests.
Here we are inside the exhibition right now at the moment. Rajasthan here, there's Gujarat over here. All of these artisans have come in order to display our rich heritage and culture. All of this, which in fact everyone seems to be actually admiring right now. The delegates and the officials who've already come in are quite admiring at the moment. There's Karnataka over there. That's Kerala over there as well. There's very beautiful looking artifacts, in fact, from the state of Kerala as well. You can see Kuchipudi, which has been depicted on the side over there. All of these artifacts, again, focus northeast as well. A huge counter over there for the northeast as well, and we'll try and showcase some of, again, the sculptures, our paintings, beautiful ones that depict our rich culture, heritage as well, mythology. You can see the artisan over here making bangles over here. हेलो, कहाँ से आए हैं आप?
हम जयपुर से।
जयपुर से। आप यहाँ पर चूड़ियाँ बना रही हैं, लाख की
चूड़ियाँ है। ये हमारा डाइंग क्राफ्ट है। इसको प्रमोट करने के लिए मोदी जी ने हमको यहाँ पे बुलाया है स्पेशली।
The cultural corridor of Bharat Mandapam is a showcase of art in every form. With various exhibitions and cultural events, G20 Summit will take the world leaders on a quick tour around the nation.
It's so heartwarming to see the best of design from India and all showcased for the foreign delegates. It's not as if the foreigners don't find Indian collection abroad, but what we see here is super authentic, Abha.
It is, because we've been, we've really curated this in a way that not only traditional craftsmen, but also Bodice, for example, which is an international award-winning Prez collection that does slow, organic materials, and the silhouettes that the international first ladies would purchase for themselves.
Yeah, that's what I saw. But such a stunning piece there.
So we've done a bit of Western wear that's by Indian designers.
Yeah.
We also have very traditional Kanjivaram saris from the south of India. We have hand-painted Kalamkari saris and gadwals from the southern states, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra and Telangana.
G20 delegates have a wide range of options to explore India's authentic local products.
हम लोग इस क्राफ्ट बाजार में हैं और इस क्राफ्ट बाजार में आप देखेंगे तो कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक की झलक यहाँ पे दिख जाएगी। ये छोटे छोटे आर्टिस्ट हैं, शिल्पकार हैं, क्राफ्ट्समैन हैं जिनको चुना गया है अपने अपने राज्यों से अपना दिल, अपने अरमान और अपने राज्य की जो खास पहचान है उसको लेके आ रहे हैं यहाँ।
बहुत बहुत गर्व है कि क्या उतना नहीं, प्रिय मोदी जी जो है हम लोगों के लिए ये एक गॉड के रूप में भगवान है, भारत के लिए पूरे विश्व के लिए भी तहलका मचा दिए मोदी जी।
Along with top world leaders, journalists from across the world are also attending the grand G20 Summit. Special arrangements have been made for the journalists at International Media Center.
अभी जो भारत मंडपम जहां हम जा रहे हैं, हम न केवल वहां पर पूरे देश की एक झलक को कुछ हॉल्स में देखेंगे, बल्कि यहाँ दो चीजें हैं। जैसा आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा, भारत की संस्कृति, भारत की विरासत, भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों में क्या है, भारत की कला हम देखेंगे, लेकिन उससे जो ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है, टेक्नोलॉजी में भारत ने जो प्रगति की है, वो टेक्नोलॉजी जो विश्व अब अपनाना चाहती है।
The Grand Summit comes with loads of yum too. Western, Indian, fusions, mini bites and star of the plate, millet delicacies are prepared to amuse the taste buds.
What's to eat? I mean, how is it decided what will be served at that gala dinner?
Bring in a little bit of millets. This is the International Year of Millets.
Correct.
So the millets will be presented in the menu in some form. Some introduction to street food.
Oh, how interesting. Street food like?
It could be, it could be chaat, it could be samosa. It depends on the shapes, how they have come up with. Little bit of things which will be kept at different corners. For delegates and for media center, we have dedicated street corner food. I mean, we will certainly be picking up something from the east, something from the west, something from the north and south. So it depends on the chef's imaginative and creativity.
India's G20 presidency is setting new standards for the world. With Nabila Jamal, Paulami Saha, Mausami Singh and Gaurav Sawant, Bureau Report, India Today.
Just an interesting thing on that. Remember next week, or I think on the 17th, we have Vishwakarma Day. And the Prime Minister intends to use that to project Indian artisans, craftsmen. And many of them, and this is politically significant, come from OBC communities, which is, I think, significant because it showcases to the world India's cultural artisans, but over time will be politically also extremely important. The fact that you're reaching out to communities and showcasing them to the world is, I think, an important precursor to what you will see on Vishwakarma Day.
And it brings the G20 home because you see so many arts and artifacts. Yeah. In fact, when I was seeing Shiv Paulami's report, there are a couple of things
from
I
inside
spotted, which I said, okay, I don't mind getting that. There was this thing made of bamboo, which is like a amplifier. You just put your phone inside and it gives you fantastic, amplification of your music. I said, okay, that's interesting. Then I also saw its expenses, and none of this is cheap, but it's definitely worth getting your hands on.
And it's a big place. Paulami has covered a part of it. We're going to be showing you a whole lot more because the full spread's going to happen once the leaders start coming in. May I say, in just about 30 minutes from now is when the leaders will start arriving. And I'm assuming this is going to be, Rahul, at a place, at that front area. That's where they're going to be welcomed, where that huge Nataraja statue is. That's where the leaders will be welcomed. That beautiful vista.
It's like a red carpet welcome. Yeah. They come in one by one. The Prime Minister welcomes them. That's what happened in Bali. That's what happened in previous G20 venues. And then they're taken in for the first plenary session. And then there are three plenaries. The first one has the theme, One Earth, then there's One Family, then there's One Future. And then at the end of it all will be the joint declaration if we're able to agree on the language. We want to play out now a small part of an interview my colleague Abhishek Bhalla did with the President of the African Union, Azali Assoumani, Chairperson of the African Union, talking about India's G20 and about the effort being made by India to try and bring the African Union on board and give them a ticket on the high table.
Prime Minister Modi had written to G20 leaders saying that it's extremely important to have the African Union part of the G20. What do you have to say about this, and what role do you see the African nations playing in the G20 as a major player?
D'abord, effectivement, je suis d'accord avec vous, qu'on remercie beaucoup le Premier ministre Modi.
I agree with you that the Prime Minister has played an important role, and I would like to thank him for accepting our membership to the G22 and also for making the advocacy for Africa as a whole. So if tomorrow Africa becomes a full member within the G22, it will be mainly also because of the role that India has played. It will be an honor for us, and it will especially be an honor because this adhesion would have happened in India. We know the effort that the Prime Minister is making. We heard from the IMF that India has become the fifth most powerful country in the world. This is a good example for us because we know how far India has come to become today one of the powerful countries in the world. So Africa will play a big role within the G20. The themes that we are going to discuss tomorrow, One Planet, One Family, One Earth, are important themes, and Africa can bring its contribution to these main themes that we are going to discuss tomorrow.
Ça nous apprend que nous aussi on peut suivre ce chemin-là. Donc, encore une fois, on remercie le Premier ministre pour les Africains.
Very quickly about that, which was interesting. As a young kid, I was an avid stamp collector. And one of the countries that I wanted to, which was very difficult to get a stamp of, was Comoros Islands. I mean, it is, you know, the world comes in different ways. It is a relatively prosperous, peaceful part of the world, the Comoros, and he's been the head of it since 2023. So it's a big day for him and the African Union, and for my desire to have a stamp, hopefully,
so did you get
from
the
the
stamp
Comoros. No, over the years, I'm trying to recall whether, but I remember it was one of the countries that I wanted it off. It's off Mozambique. So
between Madagascar and Mozambique.
Between Madagascar and Mozambique. These are these exotic parts of the world that you want to visit.
Some of the best beaches in the world as well.
Maybe one day they'll do a G20 there. Shiv, Rajdeep and I can go and cover that G20.
You know, I would rather go there and cover the G20 than possibly in the national capital in a studio. You know, you'd be on the beach.
Next one, perhaps.
Think about it. Next one in the Comoros.
No, the next one is in Brazil. Then the United States
you could do it.
Out much in
By
advance.
then
the whole idea is it will come to Africa because it is Africa's time, and that's the whole effort here. And when that happens, hopefully we will bring you a ringside seat from the beach. Well, dreaming early in the morning, aren't we here? Let's slip into a quick break right now. When we come back, 30 minutes to go, and then one by one, the world's top leaders will come to the new Bharat Mandapam. We'll get you the best reportage, the deepest insights of the G20 Summit as it is about to formally get started.
India aims big with the G20. The India Today group brings together unmissable super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-president of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
On 26 July, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the Bharat Mandapam flying a drone. With that, India got a brand new international convention centre. Spread across an approximate campus area of 123 acres, this majestic convention centre is going to be the nerve centre for the G20 Summit. Adorned with artwork from every state in India, it's a swanky, high-tech, ultra-modern convention centre, millennium-ready, yet steeped in ancient Indian heritage. Each floor, each room has a distinct imprint of Indian art and culture.
This is the area on level 2 where the international dignitaries will come in, but they'll be welcomed by the Indian culture of 5 elements which India holds very dear in all its teachings. And in Devanagari written here, Akash, Vayu, Agni, Jal and Prithvi is the ethos of how India has kept its Indian heritage intact. And with this will begin the G20 pre-area summits where the dignitaries will follow to the main hall.
Building of Bharat Mandapam was started in October 2016. 7 years later, it stands as a pride of modern India.
And now we'll take you to level 3, which has a plenary hall as well as a multi-purpose hall made to equip at least 7,000 people all together for various cluster of events that can be held together at this very platform.
The Prime Minister himself has been supervising the construction, and his suggestions improved the centre further.
See, his focus has been on technology, and we should have a QR code so that people just scan and come to know about that facility. Right. And now we are putting those QR codes at all these.
Quickly. Okay, these are live images. Prime Minister Narendra Modi there at the Bharat Mandapam. First images of the Prime Minister arriving at the Bharat Mandapam. He's flanked by Dr. Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister, the official from the Prime Minister's office who's from the MEA with him there as well. They're getting set for the guests to arrive. So he's chosen a white kurta and a bandi. That's the Nataraj statue where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be welcoming all the guests who will start arriving from 9:20 p.m. onwards. These images playing out first from the Bharat Mandapam here on India Today. First images of the Prime Minister, the first images of the preparations. We've been here a few times in the build-up to the G20. It's a very swanky facility, especially given how rundown Pragati Maidan had become. It really is a very nicely, tastefully, aesthetically designed facility that's been set up for this G20 conference. He's been pushing himself hard, Shiv, when it comes to the schedule he's maintaining. Just imagine going off to Jakarta for that ASEAN summit, coming back the same day, then getting set to host all these leaders. And then he has that special session of Parliament starting the 18th of September. So he's on a constant treadmill.
No weekends for us, definitely no weekends for the Prime Minister. 15 bilaterals over, a day and a half, which is itself a big deal. In addition to all the proceedings at the G20, playing host, nothing of this scale, in India ever before. Rahul, obviously the Prime Minister has an amazing team, executing this on the ground, and you've been there firsthand to have a look at how this is actually unfolding. But the nitty-gritties, the details which really matter, the small things which could easily derail something of this scale, all of that being taken care of in real time is really something to see, Rahul. And like you said, right after the G20, the special session of Parliament looms. So no rest even after G20.
So we saw Ajit Doval there, India's National Security Advisor. We saw Dr. Hiren Joshi, who handles communications for the Prime Minister, Dr. Jaishankar. That is his closest triumvirate. 3 people whose counsel he works with, his eyes and ears, as it were, and really helping shape his agenda. This Nataraj statue looks quite stunning. And what I heard from the designers, Rajdeep, and the architects and those involved with the interiors of the Bharat Mandapam is the level of attention to detailing that came from the Prime Minister himself. In terms of the chairs, the decor, the artifacts that were put. He's very, very hands-on in these things.
The fact is, when you want to stage a grand event, turn to Prime Minister Modi. I know that, for example, the people involved in the lighting, Wizcraft, the Mumbai event management agency, is deeply involved in the lighting, and they also suggest that the Prime Minister takes a lot of interest in the micro detailing, the kind of colors for the lighting. This is one skill he has. It is seen as a positive and a negative. His critics say he spends far too much time on looking at the micro details of event management. On the positive side, they say, look, we are in an age where you need to push.
But that's a bit unfair, Asdi, because he puts in that much energy and effort into everything he does. It's just the kind of person he is, right?
You will see the opposition has consistently targeted him, saying Prime Minister Modi is an event manager and his governance fails and event management takes over. His supporters say, look, it's an intrinsic part of his overall focus on any project that he takes up. I mean, he takes up projects in what is called mission mode. So G20 has been mission mode over the last 1 year.
Is mission mode.
So in the last 11 months, he's made sure that the eye for detail on G20 is taken to another level, scaled up. The other word which is often used with those close to Prime Minister Modi is scale. You do everything on scale. So you've got an Amitabh Khan who was involved with the God's Own Country campaign in Kerala as a bureaucrat from Kerala, Incredible India as tourism secretary. So for him to be the Sherpa, he's also someone who plays a lot of attention to, the packaging. G20 has been wonderfully packaged.
This is much more than just the packaging.
No, but I'm saying that's an important element.
But it needs to be the whole package, right? It can't just be one. You have to ensure that A, you have a narrative, B, you're able to project the narrative, and C, that you're able to get things done. It's all of it together. Just one of those three without the other two don't really serve any purpose.
I think the strength clearly is the packaging. The other elements, whether they fall in place, can be debated. But there is no doubt that if you purely looked at packaging, I don't think any G20 summit over the years has been packaged as effectively as what India has done. And that's huge, because it's not, usually G20 summits are at best, a couple of events that you hold before the big summit. India has done 200, I repeat, 200 events across 60 cities.
It's much more than event
incredible.
management. I don't want to get into a squabble with Rajdeep early in the morning. We're expecting guests to start arriving in just a moment. I'm getting a very strong conclave valley feeling, Shiv, because it's like all our anchors, editors show up early in the morning at the conclave venue. They're checking everything out before the guests start coming in. Prime Minister Modi doing a bit of a conclave tour of the Bharat Mandapam this morning. But we just received word that there will be a Biofuel Alliance, which will be announced at 5 p.m. That's the story we're getting this morning, where several countries are signing up to be a part of the Biofuel Alliance. That's the story that's breaking at this moment. We'll take you through the details. We've got Geeta Mohan with us. Paulami Saha joins us on this as well. That's the story that's breaking at this moment, this Biofuel Alliance, which will have 19 countries, 12 international organizations who are agreeing to join, 6 of them G20 countries: Brazil, US, South Africa, Canada, Argentina and Italy. Geeta Mohan has more details for us. Geeta, explain the significance of this Biofuel Alliance that India is pushing.
Well, it is a very important alliance, so to say, because the push from India, Rahul, is to transition from fossil fuel dependence to biofuel to green energy, and in that, India is indeed taking a lead. There is going to be a major conversation on that front, but also the United States of America, the G20 member states, whether if it is the 19 member states or the European Union, all of them very focused on how to shift and transition from fossil fuel to biofuel. And in that, now a confirmation coming in from none other than the schedule that has been put out by the President of the United States of America's office, that there indeed is going to be a Biofuel Alliance meeting that is to take place today. The timing of it, again, I'll have to check on when that alliance meeting is going to take place.
It will happen at 5 p.m.
This is again to take 5 p.m. right. So this is again to take forward the conversation on climate change. There are 2 parallel conversations, Rahul, that are taking place. One is the first session of the G20 Summit, which is One Earth, where the major conversation will be on climate change and how to bring about a consensus in tackling climate change, also looking at developed and developing nations, and taking into accommodating the concerns of the developing nations. And now we are also looking at another meeting that will be taking place. That's the Biofuel Alliance, and that certainly is going to be a significant one that will take place around 5 p.m. after the conversation is already had on climate change issues in the first session of the G20 Summit.
Biofuel is a liquid fuel produced from renewable sources, so vegetable oils, animal fats, cleaner burning replacement. Shiv, when countries like India and Brazil started pushing biofuels, a lot of people thought this is some loony idea.
Yeah.
Now, with this alliance and the kind of technological developments that we've seen, and we know that Nitin Gadkari, the transport minister, is one of the biggest advocates of biofuel, shows that it's becoming more and more central to what people think can be a clean energy transition.
And what is clear for the world to see also, Rahul, including with the announcement of this global Biofuel Alliance, is that India is sticking to its guns in the face of a huge amount of very powerful opposition from the petro bloc, from other, interest groups, India has basically said this is something we do not want to budge on. You mentioned Minister Gadkari. Recently in the headlines there was an ethanol-fueled car, biofuels. In terms of research, in terms of how India wants to not just be a part of an alliance, but seen to be a leader in sort of setting a standard, setting benchmarks as far as emissions targets are concerned, is something that India has decided not to budge on, especially at a time when countries like China have seemed to be retracting from their own commitments as far as emissions are concerned. And that's the reason why this is more than just a simple announcement. This alliance has a long way to go.
Gaurav Sawant, can you take our viewers through what to expect starting 9:20 when the G20 leaders start arriving one by one? Just give our viewers a sense of what the sequence of events is going to be like.
So 9:20 onwards, all the heads of state, government, organizations that have been invited, the special invitee countries, one by one, they start coming in. We're told it's in alphabetical order. Once they start coming in, there's a picture with Prime Minister Narendra Modi with all the flags in the backdrop. Once that picture is taken, they all then go to the leaders' lounge, and then they assemble for the first plenary, the first meeting that between 10 a.m. to 13:30, 1:30 p.m. When they break off for lunch or when they break off for one-on-ones, bilaterals and pull-asides. Now, there are multiple rooms in this Bharat Mandapam right behind me where now you see the Prime Minister's car and all the other cars already positioned. This is when 9:20 a.m. onwards, all the guests start coming in. Rahul, if I may, a point of whether this is very effective packaging, a very good package with content not being good will not sell, and the fact that the world is buying what India is saying is an indicator that the contents are also good. Whether it's showcasing our civilization or talking about bringing African Union into G20, that's a huge step that's being taken, or talk about meeting all our climate goals. And of course, talking about India's technological might. Again, UPI is one success story that's being looked at by the world. Multiple countries want to look at it. So it's great packaging, but inside the great packaging also comes a great product endorsed not by people within the country, but also overseas, Rahul. They will not put their money if it's not worth it.
I think the Global Biofuel Alliance also needs to be seen in the context of, when we look at achievements of this government, the Prime Minister has been an evangelist when it comes to the Solar Alliance as well. If you've seen Prime Minister Modi, and this stretches back to his days as Gujarat Chief Minister. So he's been a forerunner. I remember a meeting that he held, he released a book of APJ Abdul Kalam, which Mr. Kalam and the then Chief Minister of Gujarat released on climate change, and we are talking about 2009. So one of the issues on which the Prime Minister has been a great champion has been climate change. At a time when very few Indian leaders in the early 2000s were talking about it, the Prime Minister was there talking about climate change and the Solar Alliance in Gujarat, and he's now just scaled it up. And that's interesting because that's not often an issue.
So that's not just packaging.
Look, as I said, the packaging is critical. In my view, on the content you can debate. Look, on the content you can have alternate viewpoints. That's my view. That you can question whether we made enough progress, whether G20 will give us the kind of rewards that we want to put our place on the global high table. We don't know that.
We don't know that yet.
That's my point. On content, I think the jury is out. On packaging, no one can deny that Mr. Modi has taken packaging of an event of this state to another level. As I said, I don't think I've seen any other country put that kind of effort into the packaging.
At the B20, which happened in the capital a couple of weeks ago, I was speaking to a few of the delegates and corporates from Brazil, which will be the next country which will host the G20, and they were saying that India has taken the G20, the B20, all of them, the Startup 20, the Youth 20 to such a high level that it will be very difficult, they felt, for their government to be able to cope and to compete, because at the end of it, there is an element of competition. I mean, what came out of Italy, what came out of Hangzhou, what came out of Osaka, what came out of Delhi, there is an element of international competition there.
Absolutely.
And it's good to win that competition.
No, look, as I said, if you had an event purely for packaging, India would be on the top of the podium. I don't think any other country, I reiterate, I don't think any other country has invested as much into a G20 summit as India has. Once again, 200 events in 60 days.
This is at a very pivotal moment in global affairs where India's stature as a nation is also rising from a middle power that India has been for the last several decades to an emerging economic powerhouse. That's a massive change to go from 10 to 3 in the next few years. This is a once-in-a-lifetime shift in global power equations. So there's something much bigger at play. You need to make the extra effort, which may at some level seem a little over the top, but you need to make that extra effort so that your country can rise and take its place in the world.
I agree with you with one little caveat that I think this will be decided in the next 10 years. This is work in progress. We are at a potential sweet spot where we will be growing as an economy at a time when several other countries have either plateaued or are struggling. China has a huge challenge. I mean, it's a much bigger economy, than what we are, but it is at a sort of critical point in the evolution of China's economy. They're facing huge challenges at home. On the other hand, India possibly, you've had a strong, stable government now for almost 10 years. You've got an economy which potentially can grow at 5, 6, 7% over the next 10 years and thereby becomes the third largest economy in the world.
I had the opportunity.
But you see, in all of this, the caveat is that while we look at the glass as half full, remember we are in a new world order which is multipolar where new challenges will come. No one knew 2020, 21 COVID would happen, then 22 you're suddenly sort of hit by Ukraine. You see, the world is changing faster than we imagine. Will we be able to keep up with the changing world? The hope is we can. But as I said, I think the jury is still out.
Each crisis is also an opportunity. India emerged stronger on the back of the COVID pandemic. China, because of the decisions they took on zero COVID, lockdowns and many other decisions, has emerged more wobbly. They're, of course, a 5 times bigger economy than India is. I had the opportunity to ask the Prime Minister this question when we met him for that G20 interview, and he said that there is nothing inevitable, Rajdeep. The fact that every challenge has to be dealt with and navigated.
Also Ukraine, where India's foreign policy has been completely
people
vindicated.
That India would be isolated because of the position. India stuck to its guns.
Absolutely.
And maneuvered its way through these choppy international waters very sensibly to now have a situation where the world doesn't necessarily readily embrace India's position, but they accept that India has a point of view. So that's a very big achievement, Rajdeep. All of this doesn't happen if there's just packaging. There has to be substance. Okay, we're getting images of Mohammed bin Salman from Saudi Arabia. He's just arrived. The Crown Prince, MBS, born the 31st of August 1985. King Salman in June 2017 appointed his son Mohammed bin Salman as heir. He's a polarizing figure internationally, seen by some as being a villain in the Khashoggi episode, but also seen by people inside his country as a reformer. Amongst the young, I had many batchmates from Saudi Arabia. They see him as a reformer, as an evangelist. He's being able to deal with the clergy and yet introduce a new Saudi Arabia which has space for women, more freedoms, more liberty than in the past. He has been granted the status of a state visit on the 11th of September, the day after the G20 gets over. Mohammed bin Salman will have a state visit. He's had a state visit in 2019. Before this, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been Ashwini Vaishnav there to receive him, the Indian Minister for Telecom. Also interestingly, most of the other dignitaries have been received by a Minister of State, signifying that this is one step higher. Even for Joe Biden, the American president, you had General V.K. Singh, who's Minister of State in the government, receive Joe Biden. Here you've got Ashwini Vaishnav, one of the most important ministers in the Modi government, who've gone to receive Mohammed bin Salman. He was originally slotted to come in yesterday. He's come in a day after that, but he's also staying on for an extra day. That's Mohammed bin Salman now stepping down in India. Shiv.
Absolutely. It's very important. This is a state visit by the leader of Saudi Arabia. There's going to be the separate meetings that happen between the Prime Minister and Mohammed bin Salman. We've seen a lot of camaraderie and bonhomie in the body language between these two leaders as well, quite separately from the G20 transformational relationship under the Modi government between India and Saudi Arabia. It's been taken to the next level as well. Like you said, Rahul, a polarizing figure, so I'm sure we're going to see quite a few things said here in the Indian press, and rightfully so, about the Saudi Arabian leader. But it's going to be interesting to see how this all fits in with India's West Asian policy as well. So many things have happened as far as UAE is concerned, as far as Iran is concerned, Saudi Arabia as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all fits in, with such a busy weekend already with the G20, Rahul.
Saudi Arabia, I think, is again an interesting element of the Modi foreign policy outreach. Because when Mr. Modi came to power, there were questions raised by, again, his critics. How would he deal with the Islamic world? And the truth of the matter, he's dealt with it extremely nimbly and extremely in an effective manner, to the point where your relationships, you mentioned Shiv, UAE, but with Saudi Arabia itself, you've got actually Russia, China, Saudi Arabia and India, ironically as part of one alliance within G20, opposing a proposal by Western countries to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. And you've got India working closely with the Saudis, whether it is on issues that concern defense cooperation and indeed, oil exploration. So you've got
this is
India
one of the biggest foreign policy achievements of the Modi government. Again, to counter your point about this being packaging, this is much more than packaging. Saudi Arabia and countries in the UAE were big supporters of Pakistan in international bodies like the OIC. And Prime Minister Modi has been able to wean Saudi Arabia and the UAE away from Pakistan's embrace. That's a mess. I mean, look at his strong right-wing Hindutva credentials. Look at the kind of politics that Saudi Arabia and some of these Gulf countries have had to be able to take them away from Pakistan's embrace.
We have extradition agreements with them now.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think, in fact,
that's much more than packaging.
No, 1 minute. You see, we look at strengths. For example, the government's policies in the neighborhood can be questioned. How you've dealt with China, I think Mr. Modi's had setbacks despite his attempts to reach out to China.
No, but those setbacks are because of China, not because of Prime Minister Modi is doing.
At the end of the day, that we can debate. Whether he went and met Nawaz Sharif impromptu, didn't work out, reached out
but
to...
Bangladesh has been given a seat at the high table. Sheikh Hasina is here.
Bangladesh and India have had a strong relationship pre-2014. India's foreign policy...
No, there were so many problems with the border which
there was a very effective relationship between the two countries pre-2014 as well. I think the point I'm trying to make, Prime Minister Modi has surprised many people by his effective handling, particularly...
He's 1 minute. Wanting to come in and respond.
His reach out to West Asia. I think one of his achievements, when you will list out a Prime Minister's achievements, one of the big achievements, I think, on the foreign policy front will be how we've effectively reached out to the Islamic world, how we've, in a way, isolated Pakistan, as you rightly said, on Kashmir within the OIC. I think that's a huge achievement. We can also question whether we've got our China policy right or wrong. And I think questioning one while praising another is the way we should be.
Okay, I think if we don't go to Gaurav, he'll just jump out of the screen and come straight into the media plex. So Gaurav, here you go.
Okay, Rahul, Saudi Arabia, one of India's biggest success stories, started 2015, effectively engaged Saudi Arabia. We have civilizational ties with Saudi Arabia. That has been harnessed. It's not just, the fuel that we get from there. It's not just the 175,000 Hajis who go every year. It's also the Indian diaspora that works in Saudi Arabia. That relationship has worked. It's a security alliance. It's a comprehensive security alliance that's worked very effectively. The fact that Ashwini Vaishnav went and received him is because this is a state visit that starts off immediately after this G20 visit, which is a multilateral visit. So all multilateral guests have been received by ministers of state. For a state visit, it's a cabinet minister who's gone and received Saudi Arabia. As far as China is concerned, India's policy is no longer subservient to China and no longer Chinese interests first, no longer permitting Chinese salami slicing. After Doklam and then after Galwan, India effectively said enough is enough, even if it means putting 50 50,000 troops at the line of actual control. No longer will Chinese salami slicing be permitted. And that was the rudest shock for Xi Jinping. Despite India reaching out to him, he tried more salami slicing and it hasn't worked out. That is why China's on the defensive today. That's point 3. Point 4, our relationship with Bangladesh has been good, but not when Khalida Zia was the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. When Khalida Zia was Prime Minister of Bangladesh, you had all the Pakistan ISI bases there effectively countering us. We almost had a two-front war that side when Khalida Zia was there. Therefore, Sheikh Hasina and India's engagement with Sheikh Hasina has worked out to India's advantage. And right now, you have a power plant that is being inaugurated. You have a rail line being inaugurated. India's engagement with Bangladesh is now being taken.
But these building blocks, you see, Gaurav, you've got to recognize India's engagement with Sheikh Hasina has been actually pre-2014. A number of the initiatives that were taken, it's almost as if you're suggesting Prime Minister Manmohan Singh did nothing when he was in power, which I think is a very unfair way to look at India's foreign policy.
That at all.
So therefore, to suggest Khalida Zia was last Prime Minister of Pakistan more than of Bangladesh almost 2 decades ago now. Okay. So we've got to look at changes that have taken place. And similarly on China, Gaurav Sawant must recognize, while you say India's taken a tough stand, the fact is India did reach out to China in the early years, and it didn't work out.
Who comes out of it? The problem is they haven't given us a sequence, so we don't know who's coming first.
Apparently, in alphabetical order, Gaurav said alphabetical order.
Is that how they come?
That's what Gaurav said. Gaurav, alphabetical order, they've just started arriving, it looks like.
So it was... So guests have all started arriving. We can see behind us at that Bharat Mandapam where guests are arriving, but the distance at which we are for this vantage point, we only get to know which are the leaders that have arrived. If Mohammed bin Salman, since it's a state visit, perhaps is that the reason that he has come in first?
No, so Mohammed bin Salman just landed at the airport, Gaurav. He just landed at the airport. So he's not at the Bharat Mandapam yet. He just landed at the airport. And remember, you've got the heads of state and heads of government, and you've got the heads of all the international bodies as well. So now we're going to try and take you through who's coming as they come in, but we can see one by one the guests have started arriving. All these tour car company guys are doing great business. They've got all their Maybachs fully booked out, so it's great business for them.
So how does it work out? Do all the leaders now, over the next 3 hours, are they closeted in one room together? The bilateral start post 1:30?
Oh yes, it's that same room where we were, that oval-shaped massive desk where all of them sit around one by one.
It's called One Family. The first meeting is called One Family.
And that's the one chaired by the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister as the leader of the G20, India as the leader of the G20, the Prime Minister chairs a meeting of these 20 countries, am I correct? That they all are in one room, represented either by their foreign ministers, their prime ministers in some instance?
That's right, and I also want to just tell our viewers, Rajdeep, you're right, it's going to be in one room. That's Masatsugu Asakawa. He's the chief of the Asian Development Bank, you see there, walking in. He's the first to arrive there, past the flags. So I think, Rahul, the first people to arrive are the chiefs of the multilateral organizations. You'll have
Ajay Banga coming
Ajay Banga walking in as well, and then I think the government leaders will be
she now famous across the country for her Sambali steps. I mean, she's obviously a fantastic economist and very renowned macroeconomist, but that apart, she also, when she'd come into India, joined the cultural extravaganza. So we'll see, and we know that the American president, they've just put out a statement saying that Joe Biden will be coming at 10:30. So that happens sometime from now. So that's the first guest being received by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A stunning setting. Usually I saw in Indonesia, they just had flags. Here you got that chakra, so it's a very nice backdrop. So as Rajdeep was saying, the packaging is strong.
Perfect.
The packaging should be strong. Why
Wonderful.
not?
No, it should be. Let me say, I don't say it as a criticism. I say that actually, I keep reiterating, India has done what no other country has done when it comes to the packaging of a G20 event. Just trying to understand, multilateral organizations sit in on the meeting today. All the multilateral organizations that are there will be sitting in as invitees, as...
Correct. I've just got some information from the Prime Minister's office about the Konark wheel from Orissa. This was built in the 13th century during the reign of King Narasimha Dev I. The wheel with 24 spokes, also adapted into India's national flag, embodies India's ancient wisdom, civilization, architectural excellence. The rotating motion of the Konark wheel symbolizes time, the Kal Chakra, as well as progress and continuous change.
Fosum Hongbu, ILO के महानिदेशक.
This is the International Labour Organization
Mr.
Chief.
Gilbert Fosum Hongbu, Director General, ILO.
The Director General of the International Labour Organization just coming in. That's Kristalina Georgieva, the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. She, the one who won the internet with her moves, sprightly, bright economist, and also, someone who's steered the International Monetary Fund at a time when debt relief has become a major issue. Countries like Ethiopia, Zambia, Ghana working towards that.
And the IMF has been full of praise for India. If you look at their recent reports, they've been very upbeat on India, both the IMF and the World Bank, but particularly the IMF has been extremely bullish on the India story.
That's Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations. He did a press conference in the capital yesterday. He's having to steer the United Nations at a time when questions are being asked about the relevance, the role of the UN in being able to bring countries with differing points of view together. He spoke of the need to reform the United Nations Security Council in the press conference yesterday.
Prez, Secretary General of United Nations, माननीय एंटोनियो गुटेरेस, संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ के सेक्रेटरी जनरल.
From Portugal, a country with which India again has had a long history, tumultuous in many ways, but a country with which, as we've known...
The next guest is Ajay Banga, big favorite in India. Both Mr. Banga and his brother, icons of excellence in India. He's coming in, he's just recently taken over. And again, like Dr. Geeta Gopinath or someone like a Rishi Sunak, symbols of what India can do. The Prime Minister really likes Ajay Banga. And there's several occasions where for important international assignments he's used the services of Ajay Banga. And Ajay Banga too, big admirer of the Prime Minister as well.
And Shiv and Ajay Banga have something in common. Both are from Stephens. So he's a Stephanian, he's IM Ahmedabad, he's been someone who's a product of the great Indian success story, CEO of MasterCard before he went to the World Bank, and reflects the rise in a way of the Indian corporate technocrat or corporate leadership that India has across the world.
These are the best values of India: hard work, self-made, super bright at the international level. And he's really a very big Indian success story. To help the World Bank at this time is a massive achievement.
Shiv, it's time that St. Stephen celebrated the Ajay Bangas of the world as well.
He's been on TV the world over for a very long time, chief of the World Health Organization. Also the fact, Shiv, that there were lots of questions about how he was seen as being pro-China initially. But he's had a tough role to play.
He had a pretty thankless job. I think the world was right in criticizing him for his defending China. But we also have to acknowledge, Rahul, that Tedros
Adhanom
Adhanom, the chief of the
Ghebreyesus,
World Health Organization, did have to finally come around to acknowledging India's amazing role, especially in the latter half of the COVID pandemic, the end of 2021-22, where he had many good things to say about India and had to really temper the things he had to say about China. But I agree with you. This was a tough role to be in and at a time of, a historic medical emergency for the world. So here he is, visibly aged and at the G20.
No one's had a more difficult role, really, among multilateral organizations in the last few years than he has. And thereby, I think the WHO really was on test. There's been a lot of criticism of WHO's leadership at times, but the worst seems to be over. And, Dr. Tedros is an Egyptian, representing in a way the fact that the WHO also is less of a sort of West-centric body than ever before. A lot of his deputy director generals are all people from the third world, or what will be seen still as the third world.
This is Matthias Common, Secretary General of the OECD, coming up to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi next. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, led by its Secretary General Matthias Common, one of the international institutions that is a part of the G20. So you have the G20 countries, which is G19 plus the European Union, and then you have 14 international institutions that are also a part of the G20. The weather in Delhi is stunning at this moment. It's raining just a bit. It's not raining too much that there's a traffic. I mean that the city starts crumbling, but just it's just perfect weather at this moment.
Absolutely. And
there's rain forecast for later though, like last night when President Biden landed.
Her Excellency Ms. Nozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization.
And the World Trade Organization is clearly in the spotlight, because there has been a belief that the World Trade Organization is going to face many of the challenges now in the post-COVID world. We've seen an inability to reach agreements on critical issues of trade. China, in particular, under the scanner for its role in this regard. So I think, and the wonderful thing is you've got women in a lot of these leadership positions today, which also represents how the world is changing.
Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization.
Osomani, President of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union.
It's a big moment for Azali Assoumani, because if the African Union does become a permanent member of the G20, it would have happened on his presidency. So that's something that then gets etched in history with him, and you can see the warmth, warmth of the embrace and the warmth of that handshake. Was that shift just the first jappi or mini jappi?
That looked like a half jappi, but that's pretty much all I think can happen. That could very well be a headline picture if things go the way India wants them to go as far as the African Union is concerned, Rahul. The first Kodak moment for today, and the first jappi, as a matter of fact, in front of the Konark wheel. So the dignitaries are continuing to arrive now. This is the leader of Oman who's just walked in to be welcomed by the Prime Minister.
His Highness Syed Asad bin Tariq Al Said, Deputy Prime Minister of Oman.
Oman is one of the invitees from India. Every host country can have some invitees. So the nation of Oman is one of the countries India has chosen to invite. And in fact, the countries you invite say a lot about your priorities internationally. So the fact that the Omnis have been invited is interesting as well. Asad bin Tariq bin Taimur Al Sayed, the Deputy Prime Minister
Sheikh
of
Hasina,
Oman. This is
Honorable
Sheikh Hasina.
Prime Minister.
So now what we're seeing is all the invitees are coming in, one after another. The countries that have been invited by India, big friend of India, Sheikh Hasina. And this G20 is also seeing the rise of Bangladesh. Remember, Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, was in Bangladesh before he came to India. And Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, will be going to Bangladesh after this. Prime Minister Modi helping resolve the Bangladesh border dispute with India with the help of Mamata Banerjee on that occasion. Sheikh Hasina. This is one of the successes India has in the neighborhood. While Pakistan and China, India has had fractured relations with. The fact that India and Bangladesh have made some progress is one of the achievements of the government.
And she is, quite remarkably there now in power for 14 years. So she's, there are critics of her who say she's been extremely authoritarian, but she's presided over the rise of Bangladesh. And therefore, Sheikh Hasina has, in a way, gone well beyond her father's legacy. If you look at Sheikh Mujibur Rahman's legacy, Sheikh Hasina has, in a way, put her imprint, in a way, on Bangladesh's future.
President of Egypt, also someone who shares a very warm, a warm rapport with the Prime Minister. They've met a number of times. This is the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi.
And remember, Prime Minister Modi was in Egypt on his way back from the United States and showing the importance that Egypt is getting with India, and the fact that he's again one of the countries that India has chosen to invite to their G20 during the presidency. The President of Egypt being welcomed by Prime Minister Modi right in front of the stunning Konark wheels.
Mr. Mauritius Prime Minister, who's up next. Yeah, there he is. Pravin Kumar Jugnauth is the Mauritian Prime Minister. India Today scored the first interview with him. He was the first government leader who spoke to the Indian media, and obviously that was on India Today.
He spoke of his love for Hindi films, the cultural ties.
Singham is one of his favorite films, he said.
You've got a country, again, where India has a rich sort of relationship with. I mean,
His Excellency, the Honorable
you've had series of Prime Ministers there, all of Indian origin. And therefore those links are very, very deep. And, you can go back to Shiv Sagar Ram Ghulam, the other Prime Ministers from Mauritius. Each of them have had a very deep relationship with India. And obviously the Mauritius route, as it's called, has led to a lot of controversy when it comes to financial transactions. But when it comes to, just the relationship between the two countries, it's been very strong and built on ties that stretch well over a century.
Again, one of the countries that India chose to invite to the G20. Now, we're seeing the Prime Minister of Netherlands just walk in.
Mark Rutte is the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
His Excellency, Mr. Mark Rutte, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Look at the flamboyance, the flair, just the walk.
Dutch warmth.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And warmth there being exchanged between the Prime Minister
and he's
India.
also been around for a long time.
A big juppie
He gets a nice juppie.
Yeah, was sworn in 2010. So he's been around for more than a decade. Yeah. The last time he won by a majority of 1. That doesn't happen too often, but he's been around for a long time. So there's, this is another country which has seen a lot of stability within the European context. And, Netherlands is, again, a country where whose corporates are all global brands.
Next up is the Nigerian President, Bola Tinubu, who was actually the first to arrive for the G20. He came a couple of days ahead. We understand that he had some medical issues to attend to in India, which has some of the finest hospitals in the world. Medical tourism also a big thing here in India. President of Nigeria, now being welcomed by the Indian Prime Minister.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of Nigeria walking in.
His Excellency
geopolitical red
Mr.
carpet, as
Bola
it were.
Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Nigeria really is one of the countries in Africa which has been on the move, seen as a future powerhouse, an engine of global growth in the years to come. So they're really seen as one of the bright sparks in Africa. Some very interesting developments on the business scene there. A warm namaste to the President of Nigeria. The first guest, he came in on the 5th of September.
It was very interesting. Some Indian newspapers actually had full-page ads of a state within Nigeria which had built relationships with Indian corporates, especially in the infrastructure sector. So you've got a lot of Indian companies actually who are now building large-scale highway projects in Nigeria.
His Excellency Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, Prime Minister of the Republic of Singapore.
This is the outgoing Prime Minister of Singapore, of course. There is an Indian origin Prime Minister, a Tamilian, in fact, who takes over as the new Prime Minister. Tharman Shanmugaratnam, who is the new Prime Minister. This is the outgoing Prime Minister
Lee Hsien Loong coming in, took office on the 12th of August 2004. Again, one of the invitees to the G20, signifying India's choices on the global scene in terms of the...
And Prime Minister Modi has had a very strong, enduring relationship with the leadership of Singapore. Even when he was Gujarat Chief Minister, it was one of the states, one of the countries with whom he had built a rapport and almost saw Lee Kuan Yew as a kind of model to emulate in terms of his commitment to growth of his country.
Her Excellency Mrs. Nadia Calvino, First Vice President of the Government of Spain and the Minister for the Economy.
This is the leader for Spain stepping in for the Prime Minister.
So the Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has COVID, which is the reason why he isn't coming. Am I correct?
That's correct. He contracted COVID, unfortunately, 3 days ago, and that's when it was announced that he wouldn't be able to make it. There was a bit of a scare with Joe Biden as well, as we know, with his wife contracting COVID, but he still managed to make it. He had 2 tests, one in the US and one in Germany, where he made a small stop. And thankfully, he has been able to make it. About 10:15 is when we'll see Biden arrive at the Bharat Mandapam. That was the Spanish Vice Prime Minister
Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates, will be the next guest, another special invitee, invited by Prime Minister Modi for the big Indian G20. He's been president since May 2022.
We often forget, in 2015, Prime Minister Modi became the first Indian Prime Minister to visit the UAE in 34 years. And since then, he's visited there almost half a dozen times. Quite remarkable, the outreach between India and the United Arab Emirates.
There's one MBS and there's MBZ, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the UAE, ruler of Abu Dhabi. Sheikh Mohammed is the third son of Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, was the first president of the UAE and ruler of Abu Dhabi. He's considered the most powerful Arab ruler, one of the most powerful people on the earth. He's been voted by many international magazines.
And you can see the warmth because it's been built over the last several years. I think the Prime Minister, on his return from Paris, was again in UAE on an official visit.
Again, we were discussing Saudi Arabia. This too, one of the big achievements of the Modi government.
That's right, and you've got there,
UAE away from
you've got a trade agreement in place. You've got extradition agreements in place. This is a country with which India has built, and the large Indian diaspora. I mean, you cannot miss India's outreach to the UAE without looking at how UAE has also embraced India and Indian immigrants over the years.
All the 9 invited country heads have arrived. Now, one by one, the G20 country heads will arrive. So first you had the international bodies, then you've got the invited leaders, and now one by one the G20 country heads will start arriving at the Bharat Mandapam. It's going at a fast clip, so they're not being they're not being
So you start with the multilaterals, then you go to the 9 invitee countries, and then you have the 20 countries. I mean, you've had the African Union, you've had countries like Singapore, you've had UAE, and you've had the heads of WTO, World Bank, IMF, ILO, WHO, and now you get the, presumably, one by one, the 20 countries of the G20.
Her Excellency,
this is the
Ms.
Economy Minister of
Sanchez,
Mexico, Raquel
Minister
Sanchez.
of the Economy
Remember,
of
the Mexican
United
president has
Mexican
decided he will
States.
not travel, so 2018 onwards he hasn't traveled internationally. So this is the first G20 member country. Remember, Emmanuel Macron is not here, so it's G19 just at this moment. This is the Mexican Minister of Economy, and the interesting thing is data that just came out this week shows that Mexico is now the largest exporter to the US, showing how fast there is a, not a decoupling, but how dependence on China is coming down. China is now being overtaken by Mexico when it comes to exporting to the United States. That's the Economy Minister of Mexico. On your screen right now, Raquel Sanchez. I like how they have these intercuts with a jib and they've got tracks. Their production is quite high quality.
If you saw yesterday when Prime Minister Modi and US President met, there was a slow-mo camera which sort of had different angles. Presumably, it was a 4 to 6 camera setup because you had different angles. Again, very well packaged, and the images were perfect. As you're seeing these images, I mean, this is purely in terms of the manner in which this is being presented to the world, it's as good as it gets.
And you've got millions of people beyond Delhi. You know, when we're stuck here in Delhi, we tend to be Delhi-centric, and we think that this is happening in our backyard, so we're familiar with it. But we also have to remember that millions of people watching India today across the country right now.
No, and all these intercuts really look nice, you know. Remember, when we saw the first time when Dr. Manmohan Singh had gone the French Bastille Day celebration, you saw how they had cameras on planes, they had jibs, they had tracks. It just makes everything look stunning. Look at that Nataraj statue there, looking so glorious. It's much better to have things moving rather than just having like a blank shot waiting for the car to come in. So this is actually just a much better way of doing it.
It's also immersive, right? Because, you know, people watching from different parts of the world and the country getting to experience it first, and in this way keep it moving. All of these flags on the outside, the building itself. Remember that the Pragati Maidan, which has been upgraded into the Bharat Mandapam, is something we are familiar. People who live in the national capital are familiar with. People on the outside have very little idea about what a big deal this actually is. So every little movement, every little slow-mo camera. The packaging, as Rajdeep put it, is in my view really important because it gives citizens, viewers, stakeholders in India across the world, and I'm sure a lot of diaspora also watching this very carefully, a real immersive sense, first-hand kind of sense.
And in
second
a way,
best to a ringside view.
And Shiv, in a way, if you look at the transition of Pragati Maidan to Bharat Mandapam.
Yeah.
Pragati Maidan, 1972, 25 years of Indian independence. Indira Gandhi, whose political playbook the Prime Minister at times is seen to have borrowed from. It was on the eve of the International Trade Fair, which was called Asia 72. So from 1972, where, it was very much a very... it wasn't it wasn't a monument that you sort of visited to see its sort of architectural splendor. It was very functional. From there you move to Bharat Mandapam, which, is a way of transition from that very basic structure that the Pragati Maidan had in 1972, which we all thought was a big deal at the time, to where we've reached today in 2023, 75 years of independence. So India at 25 versus India at 75. Look at those images and compare them to the images that you had during the Pragati Maidan.
We actually did that a few days ago.
It's a huge transition.
Yeah, and they've got very expensive plans for how the Bharat Mandapam will be used. We tried to make some bookings for some of our events, and it's quite packed out. And in fact, the ITPO is also a profit-making body, so it's not just run as a government organization would be. It's run for profit, and Piyush Goyal was telling me that they intend to take this public, if they can, to the stock markets, and they're contemplating a listing as well.
And that if Piyush Goyal does that, it again will reflect how much we've changed. From this sort of old government
His Excellency
Pragati Maidan organization, if they can open it up to the world.
Of Argentina.
This is the Argentinian President Alberto Fernandez. Had special requests. He ate food at the Imperial, went around to the Lodi Garden for a walk as well. So he and his delegation have been a bit out and about in the national capital. Won the presidential election in 2019 when he defeated the incumbent Mauricio Macri. He's been dealing with different issues in Argentina, one of the most important countries of South America, born in Buenos Aires. Alberto Fernandez has been in politics since the 1980s. Prime Minister Modi seems to be in a bit of hurry to keep it moving, so he's keeping things. Rajiv Dogra is here with us. He's jaldi karo. He doesn't want to pile up there.
It happens in most of the international meetings because the host has to hug so many.
That's Anthony Albanese, Albo, walking down the political red carpet. Big friend of India, member of the Quad. Loves cricket, likes India, close friend of the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
And one of the transformational relationships again is India-Australia.
His Excellency,
if you remember, the Prime Minister,
Mr.
when
Anthony
he went down under, was the first Prime Minister in years to go to Australia.
of Australia.
Australia was seen as a country suffering from what one writer called the tyranny of distance. Geographically far away,
and they've been pushing back on China very hard.
But if you look at it strategically, with Quad, commercially, you've got major Indian companies now with large investments. The Adani Group has a large investment in mining, been controversial, has led to opposition within Australia, but it is still seen as one of the major Indian investments in Australia. And now you've got other investments.
He's stopping to talk a bit to Anthony Albanese.
And they were there, if you recall, even a few months ago or earlier this year when there was an India-Australia test match in Ahmedabad. They went together. They did a sort of round of the stadium in their little buggy, which was quite interesting because one thing that unites India and Australia
is there. We saw how warm the embrace was for Anthony Albanese.
Of Canada.
Let's see if it's the same now that Justin Trudeau is walking in. He came with his elder son Javier, walking down the political red carpet to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So he's got a nice namaste happening. Let's see if there's a jappi as well. I doubt that very much. He's got a handshake, tap on the shoulder.
But possibly this is one of the more contentious relationships that India has in recent times. India has a lot of concerns with the way Canada has seemed to have become a center for Khalistani elements, and therefore there's a concern that has Canada done enough to rein in? I presume there's a bilateral. There was scheduled to be a bilateral on
15
Sunday.
bilaterals. Now Li Xiang is going to come.
There'll be a pull aside.
There will be a pull aside where this is expected to be discussed.
Will be the next guest, and watch very carefully every minute element of the body language at play. The Premier of China stepping in for the President Xi Jinping, who didn't go to Jakarta, hasn't come to Delhi. Okay,
Ursula
before that,
von der Leyen of the EU is here.
We had an interview with the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. She's coming down right now to meet Prime Minister Modi, has been head of the European Union since July 2019, first woman to be serving in this role, responsible for the legislation impacting 450 million Europeans. She was born in Brussels. Former Defense Minister of Germany, long-time ally of Chancellor Angela Merkel,
President
one of the staunchest supporters of Ukraine in this unprovoked war from Russia. India and EU marking 60 years of their bilateral relationship. The EU is one of the members of the G20, so there's 19 countries, and then there is the European Union.
His Excellency Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council.
Charles Michel from the European Council.
Oh, he's the one who said that, is it?
President of the European Council, responsible for defining the political direction and priorities of the European Union. The European Council is a part of the executive of the European Union. This is really the informal forum where EU countries talk amongst themselves. Delhi is just looking very glorious this morning. You know, you've got a nice breeze that's blowing. This is Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of Germany, just coming out. I wonder what happened to the eye. Do you know, Rajiv Dogra?
And surgery. Yeah.
And surgery.
Olaf Scholz.
He reminds me of Moshe Dayan.
He does, but he again, when you look at Germany, you think of Angela Merkel because she was so dominant for such a long time that he is having to come out of her shadows. Not easy. When you succeed someone who's been around for so long, it's not easy to sort of reposition your country or yourself.
He had a jogging accident, and the interesting thing is there have been lots of memes in Germany about his eye patch, and he's been making light of them. So he's been very sporty about them. He posted a picture, he picked this up while he was jogging over the weekend. And that's where he got this pirate style eye patch.
But it's an important country.
I think that's the most natural question to ask. Modi's also asking him, bhai, aam theek hai?
How's your
But it's one of the important countries it's even more important in the context of what happened in Ukraine, given the fact that Germany is expected to play an important role in the new world order post-Ukraine. So, and you expect, as I said, in a post-Merkel world, what role does Mr. Schulz play in terms of building sort of Germany's global reputation?
Merkel was successful. He has not been successful so far.
Yeah, but it's too early. I mean, I think the jury is out. As I said, when you've had a leader who's been there for more than a decade in power, was seen as a very popular, charismatic chancellor, then to succeed her can never come easy. So he's at test at home, as many of these leaders are. Many of these leaders who are here are going to, in the next couple of years, like Rishi Sunak, face huge challenges at home, whether they can take forward their international image and translate it domestically, including Prime Minister Modi. This is a huge occasion today for him and will be a build-up in a way to establish himself next year in 2024 as well. We'll see, between Chandrayaan a couple of weeks ago and now G20, Prime Minister Modi has the occasion to showcase himself to a domestic audience. Let's be honest, many of these images that are playing out are not so much for the world. They're all for an Indian audience. We've seen the Prime Minister's face on all hoardings across the country of G20.
So whose face would you have seen?
No, you could have had, remember one thing, the Prime Minister has, in a way, been identified with G20. You don't talk about G20 without talking about Prime Minister Modi. There isn't a poster, a generic poster of G20. It's Prime Minister Modi equals G20, and the hope thereby is, or the Prime Minister will hope, and the BJP will hope, that that global image only translates into more advantage to him domestically. This is also for a domestic audience to say, you've got a Prime Minister who is taking India to another level on the global stage. I think that's been part of the subtext of G20.
Giorgia Meloni is the Prime Minister of Italy.
Far-right leader. She's spoken very fondly of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Recently, she met with Rishi Sunak, firebrand far-right leader, serving as the Prime Minister of Italy since October 2022.
Her Excellency,
first woman politician
Ms.
to
Giorgia
hold the premiership of
Meloni.
Italy. She replaced
Prime
Mario
Minister
Draghi, the academic
Italy.
economist who was Prime Minister before her. She was in charge of the youth portfolio in the government of Prime Minister Berlusconi. She co-founded the Brothers of Italy party, which she has led since 2014.
And Mr. Modi will have a special affection for her.
Absolutely.
Because if
And
you
vice
remember,
versa.
she said that the Prime Minister is the most loved leader in the world. I mean, you know, that's the kind of compliment, and I'm sure Mr. Modi will remember. So she'll have a particularly warm place in Mr. Modi's heart. Given that that's one of the first public statements that she made, I think it was on the sidelines of a dialogue
in those pictures.
of the Raisina dialogue that she'd come to earlier this year.
She came here on a visit.
She'd come here on a visit, and she said he's the most loved leader in the world. So she's warmed her way into Mr. Modi's heart.
But Prime Minister Modi is an icon for the global right, and in that sense, she's a far-right leader, and therefore looking up to Prime Minister Modi is quite natural.
Absolutely.
And she rose up after a long struggle in her early life.
This is Fumio Kishida, the Prime Minister of Japan, host of the G7 Summit. That's when Prime Minister Modi had gone over there. Has been Prime Minister of Japan since
His
October
Excellency
21.
Mr. Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan.
Was in India in March 2023 for the Japan-India Summit meeting with Prime Minister Modi, one of the biggest backers of India. In fact, the G20 Summit took place in Osaka in 2019, where there was a big discussion around exploitation of the internet for terrorism. Again, the warmth of the relations between India and Japan, you can almost feel it. Prime Minister Modi's body language just conveys how happy he is.
This is a country, this is again one of those countries which goes back to Prime Minister Modi when he was Gujarat Chief Minister. You know, this was a period when the Prime Minister, among the countries that reached out to him actively, was Japan. You know, the Prime Minister made it a point when Mr. Abe passed away to be there.
No, but that's been going on since the time he was Chief Minister.
No, that's what I said. 20 years. Since Mr. Modi as Chief Minister, if there's a country that you would say was among the first, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, when he became Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi in 2014, the two countries he first visited, I think, were Nepal here in the neighborhood and Japan. Japan was the first country outside the neighborhood that the Prime Minister had gone. So with Japan, we've had a very strong relationship, but Prime Minister Modi in particular has had a very strong relationship with the Japanese.
This is the South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol, just coming out at this moment. Another great friend of India, Prime Minister Modi, working very hard on that relationship
His Excellency
with
Mr.
South Korea.
Yoon Suk Yeol, President of the Republic of Korea.
Yoon took office in 2022 as the 8th elected president of Korea since Korea became a full democracy in 1987. In 2020, India, South Korea signed the roadmap for defense industries cooperation. The 5th G20 Summit was held in 2010 in Seoul in South Korea. And at that time, the focus was the development consensus for shared growth. The president of South Korea, again, South Korea, Japan, very important partners along with Indonesia in taking on the rise of China, in combating the rise of China. Very, very critical role. And they were, for a long time, ambivalent or, hoping for China's rise to be beneficial to them as well. Now they see the threats posed by a resurgent China.
And you saw a bit of a reflection of that when the Prime Minister was in Indonesia just a couple of days ago. The kind of statements that emanated from both sides suggest that, India does see a big future in its Look East policy and believes that there will be huge benefits to be had by building in a way these strong relationships with countries like Korea, with countries like Indonesia, with countries like Japan, and using those relationships to try and spread their influence across the world. And I think that is a huge challenge for the Prime Minister to ensure that Look East policy is further intensified in the years ahead.
Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, coming up now, elected president in 2018, re-elected in 2022, used to be a leading trade unionist, became a symbol of black capitalism in South Africa after the ANC came to power in 1994.
President of the Republic of South Africa.
India has about 1 million people of Indian origin, constituting about 3% of South Africa's population. South Africa is the only country at the moment from Africa which is a member of the G20. And remember, South Africa will host the G20 in 2025.
I met him in the early 90s. He's quite a remarkable figure because these were the people, a constellation of leaders who emerged in and around Nelson Mandela in the 90s. Now, while Mr. Mandela was, the father figure, it was the likes of Cyril Ramaphosa, who was the chief negotiator during the negotiations that ended apartheid. He got his due much later. Many believe he could have well succeeded Nelson Mandela right away. But look, South Africa, again, a country much like Mauritius, with a large Indian, with that substantial section of an Indian origin population, which is which means that your relationships are built on decades of trade, of being part of, let's say, India's sphere of influence. I mean, from Mahatma Gandhi's time down to where we are today, India is one of the countries where, which will always have a special place in South African hearts, and South Africa will always have a special place in Indian hearts. I mean, India played a huge role in ending apartheid by being one of the countries that pushed the world to isolate the whites-only South Africa.
The president of Turkey, freshly re-elected, won a tough, bruising election. Recep Tayyip Erdogan coming in. India and Turkey have had their differences on various issues. But here he is, Ambassador Dogra, the president of Turkey, just coming in. He took office again in June 2023, was Prime Minister in 2003, elected president in 2014.
President
seen as
of the Republic of Turkey.
Giant in Turkish politics.
No, but he's a contentious figure. Particularly his sort of familiarity with Vladimir Putin. Also the fact that he is seen by many. I know an economist right now told me he's the closest leader he's seen to Prime Minister Modi. In many ways, in his style of functioning, in the way he is,
no, but there's a lot of corruption there. In the manner, he's got his whole family in government, his son-in-law. But there are very big differences.
But look at the dominance that he's also now exercising.
He's
very
trying
much
to build
like
a new Turkey.
He's seen as he's seen as a contentious figure. Depends on, his supporters believe that he's building a new Turkey. His critics believe that he's an autocrat who's crushing all opposition, all dissent.
And there was a coup attempt against him in 2016, which he survived.
And he's in a country which is in financial crisis.
Which he just survived.
Oh, there he is, Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister, Great Britain, walking down the political G20 red carpet.
Prime Minister
coming in with a blue tie, a black suit, coming in to meet Prime Minister Modi. You see him and you get this very warm feeling of someone who's, he's not really one of ours, but you get that feeling when you see him and Akshita walking around New Delhi.
We've just Rahul, what a contrast between him. He's always cheerful. And between him
and Erdogan. That's the warmest Jappi we've seen. 3 taps on the back. Warm Jappi for Rishi Sunak.
And presumably, he is possibly the youngest leader who's there in that room today. Because he's 43. I don't know if anyone else is younger. But it's quite remarkable that at 43...
Probably Meloni.
Maybe Meloni, but
you look at that, that's the longest conversation anyone's had. He's almost doing like a mini lat on the side there with Prime Minister Modi. They're still going on. He's wishing him all the best in walking out. Prime Minister Modi particularly happy to see him. Here's the longest serving Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov. He's had this post since 2004. In 2020, he was reappointed as Foreign Minister. He's seen as President Putin. He just almost stripped Prime Minister Modi going forward. Russia, for the longest time, been a very close, dear friend of India.
And I think, again, the manner in which the Prime Ministers negotiated that delicate balance between Russia and Ukraine will be seen as a huge achievement, because you've retained India's sort of relationship of friendship with the Russians, but at the same time ensured that you've kept a certain distance.
And Prime Minister Modi understands the importance of Russia. I mean, despite the war between Ukraine and Russia and the position that Europe would want India to take, Prime Minister Modi understands that Russia has actually been India's most dependable partner for several decades, and therefore wanting to keep that association going. Far less reliable now as a supplier of defense weapons and systems, not being able to deliver on some of the past commitments. But that being said, Prime Minister Modi sees the importance of the ties between Russia and India and wanting to keep that going regardless of Western pressure, and being able to walk this fine balance as well, despite all the pressure.
Small disappointment that that Vladimir Putin hasn't come, or was that expected?
That was expected.
Since he didn't go. But, you know, given India, what Rahul just said, given India's special relationship...
But there was no way he was coming.
If there was one country that he could have come.
But this has nothing to do with
India. But if there was one country he could have come to, was India.
No, but he'll have to meet Joe Biden over there. He'll have to meet the others.
I mean, if there was one country where you've got to do it, it's in India, given the special relationship between India...
But there's a war going on. I think that's like, setting yourself up for failure, having a very high and unrealistic expectation and then saying, nahi hua. To expect President Putin to come in the middle of these...
I've told India was hopeful that if there was one country that, that Putin would come to, it was here.
Rajdeep, I've handled Russia relations for a long time, and Putin really liked being here in India during annual summits. In fact, he made it a point to stay for 3 days. 1 day in Delhi, 2 days in Bangalore, Bombay or something. But this was not expected at all, especially after the South Africa miss. The second thing is, this is not the only time when Putin has been isolated. You remember the G20 Summit in Australia? Obama made sure that he was snubbed by everyone. So he left.
Putin
he left
comes out stronger. Remember,
you are
even
absolutely
what we saw with Prigozhin. Prigozhin's gone. Putin's still here. He's now there's a big fight over who gets to run the Wagner group. Will it be one of the mercenaries who are with Prigozhin, or will it be his son? So that fight playing itself out in Russia. But Putin's very much there. So is the Russian state, and that continues. And therefore, Prime Minister Modi acknowledging and realizing fully the role of India's relationship with Russia, regardless of any European conception of what it really should be.
That is why they say your sovereign interests are permanent. And Putin is one of the shrewdest leaders going around in the world today. Though coming back to the Australia summit, Prime Minister Abe of Japan, he gave an interview just before his death, where he said the wisest leader I have seen is Putin, who single-handedly confronted all the others, including Obama, and had the better of them. So I think it will be a mistake.
But post-Ukraine, he remains this sort of enigmatic personality. His role will, how will history judge him? The jury is out on that, and the next few years will decide that. I mean, will he be seen as someone who sort of isolated Russia in the world, or will he be seen as someone who's taken Russia back into what what he would like to see Russia's due place in the world order? So he would have been interesting to have, purely in terms of body language, just there, the Biden possible interaction with Putin. We won't see any of that, but it would have been interesting.
Interesting, but sad in a way, because you don't push any leader into a corner, because the history would be a very, very harsh
the Indonesian president come in just now, Joko Widodo, also known as Joko V.
His Excellency
has been serving as President of Indonesia since 2014, comes from a humble background, in contrast to some of the other leaders of his country of late who came from a political or military elite. Born in 1961 in Solo, in the center of Java, Widodo is the son of a wood seller.
And you know, in many of these countries, if you look at it, and you could pick pictures from the 1950s, Suharto with Jawaharlal Nehru, they were all individuals who had built their careers through their freedom movements of their respective countries. These are all post-independent, post their independence. These are the new generation leaders, whether it's Prime Minister Modi, the first Prime Minister born post-1947, or indeed someone like Joko Widodo, not part of the old Indonesian elites.
And he's also the chair of the ASEAN, which is why Prime Minister Modi was in Jakarta for the ASEAN Summit. And some similarities there, son of someone who sold tea at a railway station. Here's the son of a woodcutter rising to be president of Indonesia. That's quite a story there, Shiv.
Incredible. And I think the body language between the Indian Prime Minister and the Indonesian leader was visible a couple of days ago at the ASEAN Summit in Jakarta. So the Prime Minister and he will be meeting for the second time in 72 hours, which is incredible. Very, very important relationship. India takes it extremely seriously as far as the ASEAN is concerned, and that's been demonstrated in many of the Prime Minister's visits as well as on multilateral fora. So what's happening with Indonesia also, Rahul, as far as the military is concerned, India's relationship with Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, vis-a-vis China has been extremely important. Much has been achieved over the last couple of years, not just under the aegis of the Malabar exercises, but also otherwise in terms of joint patrolling in the Indian Ocean region, the Malacca Strait, the South China Sea. These countries are playing a huge role, and let's also not forget that these are countries that are buying Indian military equipment for the first time. The Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia could be next. Big ticket defense deals.
Oh, that's the president
Brazilian
of Brazil. In fact, he will be the one who will be hosting the G20 next. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, president of Brazil, 39th president of Brazil, sworn in January 2023. After being the 35th president from 2003 to 2010, he gained international praise for engaging with the world through Brazil's foreign policy. And also with left-wing leaders in the pink tide era. He was released from prison in 2019 after his convictions were overturned by the Supreme Court.
And you know, if you think that the world order has people only of one ideological,
he's looking around. You know, bhai, isko next humne hi karna hai. Dekh lo kya karna hai. He's having a full look around.
But the fascinating thing about Lula is that in a world where ideology,
His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva,
the rise of sort of right-wing politics, Lula is a remnant of the old order in a way. Started his life as a trade union worker, came through the trade union agitation, went through the ups and downs of politics, was imprisoned after being
Bolsonaro.
And then defeated Bolsonaro in an extremely
left versus right fight.
In an extremely contentious election.
Look at that Jappi, warm Jappi there. 3 taps on the shoulder. He's going to host the G20 next.
And every time you see a Brazilian president, from an Indian perspective, and given my sort of small links with Goa, you think of you see Portugal there, you see Brazil and India. The links between these countries are very strong. I mean, Brazil has been very much, again, part of India's sphere of influence. Football, of course, is the great Brazilian export to the world. But Lula, I think, is a reminder that, in this world order, while they're sitting around a table, you have, as you rightly said, a woodcutter's son. You have in Prime Minister Modi the son of someone who sold tea. You have in Lula a trade union worker most of his life. You'll have Joe Biden, who on the other hand, represents some would say the best of American capitalism. And you will have Rishi Sunak of Indian origin, who's a self-made politician who's come, transformed in a way the image of what a British Prime Minister would have looked like to Indian audiences. So I think you've got a wonderful eclectic collection of people around that table. I mean, it would be fascinating to just be a fly on the wall and not just see their body language, but listen to the kind of conversations they have with each other.
Well, in a way, this is a new world taking shape.
That's right, it is.
The Premier of China.
The big one.
Watch out for the body language now.
His
as we
Excellency,
see how
Mr.
the
Li
Chinese
Qiang,
Premier is actually welcomed by Prime Minister Modi.
He's got a pleasant smile on his face as he's walking in.
And he's a very trusted aide of the Chinese president, and he's no political lightweight. make no mistake, while of course Xi Jinping has concentrated political power, Li Xiang has his own position.
And he is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the sort of economic sort of brain in China at the moment that he drives the sort of...
No, but he ran into trouble in Shanghai when he ran COVID policy. There are a lot of the lockdowns, the manner that they happened. So no jappi there, with good reason. No jappi to China with good reason. Just a formal handshake, some pleasantries exchanged.
But he's been seen as the sort of driver of reform, liberalization.
The body language there very revealing. Dur se, not wanting to get
You should have had Gaurav Sawant at the moment. You could have had...
No, but all smiles. Yeah, all smiles, a firm handshake, all smiles, little bit of distance. Obviously no jappi possible over there, but I think there was some...
I mean, you can't not... He's come here.
There was cordiality.
You don't need to be over-friendly.
There was, just enough cordiality there. Remember, the fact that Xi Jinping hasn't come has been a dominant talking point in the run-up to what's happening today. It continues to be one today, by the way. If anyone has seen the Global Times headlines, they're still sniping from Beijing.
Is that, Mr. Dogra, the big disappointment? That the fact that the Chinese president is not here?
Well, in a way, I think it is good that he's not here because his scowling presence would have soured the atmosphere.
Correct.
Just now, it is, as...
you think it would have taken a lot of the attention also away perhaps from the other positives that are coming out of the summit? We would have been excessively focusing on Xi and Modi instead of, some of the real achievements like...
Li Xiang used to be the Communist Party chief of Shanghai, has been in the Communist Party since 1983 at the age of 24 when he came in. He rose to party secretary in Wenzhou by the time he was 43. Ran into criticism, as I said, during the COVID in the manner in which Shanghai handled its COVID lockdowns. But he's been Xi's de facto chief of staff between 2004 and 2020. And he's had a very important role to play. And even when he was in Jakarta, seen as somebody who carries substantial weight in China, even though Xi Jinping is supreme, here is a man who has the president's trust.
But that role of China will be critical in the next 24 hours, right? Because between China and Russia, the role they take will decide how effective the Delhi Declaration is. Am I correct, broadly?
Absolutely. Because if there's no declaration, that means China and Russia have had their way. If there is a declaration, China and Russia...
But from what we are hearing from sources in the Ministry of External Affairs, China hasn't been unreasonable in their pushing forth their perspective, but in the last 48 hours, from what I pick up from sources in government, they don't think China has been unreasonable. And at this moment, Amitabh Kant, the Sherpa of the G20, quite confident that there will be a Delhi declaration which is very substantive, not just in form but in substance, a very substantive Delhi declaration expected tomorrow.
Because there have been mixed signals. Shiv just mentioned the kind of sort of statements coming through the Global Times. With China, you never know.
That's a tabloid. That's a pro-government tabloid.
Yeah, but that's what I said. With China, you never know. They're inscrutable. So you do not know what they will do next.
No, but they want to be a player on the multilateral forum.
They do, but they would also, I think, they do not want, let's be honest, they do not want India to have the sense of having credit of conducting a successful G20 summit.
The difference is that a lot of what India is pushing is the voice of the global south, a narrative for developing countries, and therefore China can't, beyond a point, on issues like the African Union, on issues of climate finance, sustainable development goals, be seen as being too much of an obstructionist.
No, that said, I think the Chinese are very clear. They do not want to cede space to India on the global high table. Now, how they navigate that while not isolating themselves, I think is the challenge. So I think the one country whose role will be critical in the next 24 hours will be China. Either the success and otherwise of G20 will depend to what extent does China ensure that it does not act as an obstructionist. The US was very clear. I mean, in that statement that was made by US officials, it's up to China to decide. What role does China want to play? So I think the world is with India on this.
That was Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, who said China could play the role of an obstructionist if it wanted. So far, that hasn't seemed to be the case. Also, the amount of commentary that's happening in journals like Foreign Policy and elsewhere about the now seeming inevitability of a Chinese attack on Taiwan. 2027 being seen by several American generals and admirals, Shiv, as the potential window by when they see that happen. So it was earlier in the realm of possibility. Now it is being spoken of increasingly in international strategic circles with more certainty.
Absolutely. Most certainly something to look out for very closely. We're told that President Biden is going to be arriving very, very shortly. At about 10:35, Rahul, is when the President of the United States will be arriving. So we're going to be looking out for that image. We've just got a flash that he's on his way and will be there. The US President also has quite a busy day today. Apart from what's happening at the G20 Summit itself, he will be addressing other groupings as well. There will be a photo opportunity. And of course, that big presidential dinner to round off today's proceedings.
So we haven't seen Mohammed bin Salman so far. We haven't seen Joe Biden. I was just looking at
I think there are 5 or 6 left.
So there, and remember, once this gets over at 10:30 is when session 1 with the theme One Earth will start. So that goes on from 10:30 till 1:30, and then there is a lunch in the Leaders Lounge. Yeah, so basically from my list, we have Joe Biden, who's still left. He hasn't come yet. The Saudi prince hasn't come yet. Emmanuel Macron will, of course, come later. So he's not here yet.
Just a couple left, right?
Yeah. And also, the Saudi prince just came. So I suppose just in the amount of time required. And he's also the Saudi
prince. So why does America come last? Because of you? Was it in alphabetical order that we've gone? Or is it just in terms of importance of a country?
Ambassador Dogra will probably be able to answer that.
There's been a debate. Is that alphabetical order that they're supposed to come in so no one's egos are hurt? Or do you just come in terms of size and influence?
No. Sometimes it also depends on when
what time you arrive.
When they arrive. So on this
But you said Americans were supposed to come at 10:30.
No,
so they were potentially the last.
The US Embassy has released that list.
The US Embassy said that he'll come in. Oh, that's Joe Biden. There he is, President Joe Biden, coming to the Bharat Mandapam now on your screen right now. The 46th President of the United States, sworn in November 2020. He's got his shades on, looks like a Ray-Ban.
Yeah.
The first G20 Leaders Summit, which was on financial markets and the world economy, was in Washington, D.C. in November 2008. He's up for a tough, bruising election next year.
And there's still uncertainty, some uncertainty, although he said he's going to contest. There are those who are trying to push him to say, look, why don't you sort of vacate? One of the problems is that Democrats don't have too many options. I mean, you've got a strange American presidential election coming up next year where you've got Donald Trump leading in the Republican contenders because the Republicans don't have too many contenders. And you've got Joe Biden as presumably the favored Democratic candidate, not for any other reason, but there aren't too many other contenders there at the moment.
No, so, given what Trump had done to America, he's actually done quite well, especially in foreign affairs, in the manner in which he's marshaled America's allies in the war against Russia. He's actually, shown that America is still wanting to play a role in the international scene, unlike Trump, who wanted to recede. He's taken his shades off now. Questions have been asked about his age, his health. He's making light of him. Earlier, he used to be very prickly about those. Now, at the Foreign Correspondents' Dinner, for example, he's
Joseph
taken
Biden,
the odd pot shot at himself,
President
some
of
quips,
the United
and
States
okay with
of America.
having some fun.
And he's had a tough time. I mean, your first presidency, 2 years almost go in COVID, and then you've had the Ukraine war. So it's been a trial of fire. It's one thing to become the president, and then you become president for a period of 4 years through a virtual trial of fire, and America is in a better place today than it was a couple of years ago.
He just did his signature little salute to the Prime Minister right before walking up to him.
There was a question mark whether he would observe certain COVID protocols because his wife had COVID, whether he would be, maintaining social distancing. But obviously all is well. He's tested negative more than 3 times. But they've had dinner yesterday.
Oh, he's showing him the Konark wheel. That's nice. The Prime Minister obviously recognizing the significance of the presence of the American president. He hasn't done that for anybody else, but he's explaining this Konark wheel and where it comes from. And that is quite an interesting moment there on your screen. As I said, this Konark wheel is from Orissa. It was built during the 13th century during the reign of King Narasimha Dev I. So
it's quite magnificent. If Indians haven't seen it, please go to Konark. Orissa is a beautiful state that waits to be discovered. You know, I wish Odisha tourism did more. Naveen Patnaik is watching.
He's always watching India.
Yeah, so you've got to push, you know, Mr. Patnaik, you've got to push it more. It's beautiful. Wherever you go in Odisha, you can see the potential to take Odisha to the next level. A bit like what I think if Amitabh Khan, as he says, is going to retire after this, one of his sort of consultancy jobs could be tourism consultant for the government of Odisha.
Build some nice golf courses there.
He could play golf if he wants, but you know, the temples, the architecture, the lakes, Odisha is a beautiful state, and it's wonderful to have the Konark symbol out there, symbolizing in a way the antiquity of this great country, as well as reflecting, just the beauty of what India is all about.
The Saudi prince hasn't come so far, Mohammed bin
But that's because he came in late just now. So I guess he's got to change and be ready for
He's also the Saudi prince, right?
He is the Saudi prince.
You can't push him too hard.
And you're going to see a lot of him, not just in the next 24 hours, but also on the 11th.
He's got the status of a state visit, signifying the importance India and Prime Minister Modi attach to growing ties with Saudi Arabia, seen as a polarizing personality internationally, but beloved amongst the young of the country. There he is, Mohammed bin Salman, Prince of Saudi Arabia, on our screen right now.
Contentious figure, MBS. You mentioned the Khashoggi affair, and he was on the back foot, but he seems to have recovered to the point
much more than just that.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen as a political reformer more than any
cultural
other previous leader, a cultural
allowing
reformer.
women to drive,
That's
not
right. So
pushing for the
I think
burqa quite as much.
He has learned his lessons and he's changing steadily.
Sure.
But has the world fully accepted him, or there are parts of the world which are still looking at MBS with suspicion?
The world has no choice.
No, but given
the world has no choice.
Saudi Arabia has the energy.
Look at the kind
Saudi
of
Arabia
cities
has
that
the
they are
money.
building. Look at how they're trying to pivot to a post-fossil fuel world. Born on 31st of August 1985, it was in June 2017 that Mohammed bin Salman, the son of King Salman, was appointed as the heir and chosen.
His Royal Highness.
He's working very hard on a Vision 2030, which is Saudi Arabia's vision for the future. He'd come to India in February 2019 last.
And there's all this talk of possibly in the future, this is what was told to me by a cricket official, don't be surprised in the next 5 or 10 years we have an overseas version of the IPL on this luxury island that they are building in Saudi Arabia, which they're going to showcase.
They've taken all the footballers already.
That's right. So the Sindala Island.
Oh, look at that. Warm handshake, big warm jappi to the Saudi Arabian prince. Prime Minister Modi's got his top game on. Look at that. He's also smiling very happily for the cameras. The Saudi prince and now Prime Minister Modi walking out as well. Chalo, ho gaya. Now let's get the
big photo op now, Rahul. All of the leaders. I think there's a
is that before or after?
Now.
Is that before or after?
I think there's one before. And there's one later, at least as far as the.
So the first one, Shiv, would be indoors?
I think so.
Where they would have just before they start the meeting, and then you have an outdoor. Surely you'll have one before that lovely Konark magic backdrop. That would be the ideal one to have.
Let's spend a moment discussing who had what kind of a welcome. Okay, so who do you think got the warmest welcome? For me, Rishi Sunak got a really warm welcome. The Saudi prince got a warm welcome. The Chinese premier got the most frosty
Meloni
welcome.
also had a nice welcome.
Oh, of course. Meloni had a lovely welcome. Yes.
Multiple taps on the shoulder and big smiles.
Rishi Sunak had probably the sort of longest conversation was there between Sunak.
But he showed the Konark wheel only to the American press.
Only to the American, which is, I guess where all at the end of the day the dollar, the dollar still matters. I mean, yes, it was. I thought he'd do that for every leader to explain to them. Hopefully he'll do it at the end.
But he had,
hopefully he'll do it at the end.
The one thing when you meet Prime Minister Modi and interact with his officials, the one thing you realize is how particular he is about time management. I mean, obsessive, especially given the proclivity of a lot of our leaders not to mind time quite as much. His ability to keep things going. So he's his own time manager as well, keeping things moving. There he is on one part of our screen explaining the Konark wheel to American President Joe Biden, and then that namaste with Rishi Sunak. Very warm welcome to both of them. Frostiest welcome, of course, to the Chinese premier, and then to Justin Trudeau.
But not really frosty also, Rahul. I mean,
relatively
it was compared to the rest. Yes,
It was correct to the Chinese.
Yeah.
It was proprietary.
It was formal to the Turkish, and I think the Canadian deserved to be kicked. But Mr. Modi was polite.
Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, you are host.
India playing the perfect host. Absolutely.
I mean, at the end of the day, whether you have disagreements on specific issues, and there will be disagreements.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot avoid the fact that these are your guests, you are the host, and you've gone to the world and said one family. And once you say one family, you can't say, I'm not going to,
No, India is bigger than those individual issues.
That's right. I think, and I think the Prime Minister is playing the perfect host. So I'm not going to read too much into the fact that it's frosty. I think it's just the Prime Minister being very clear.
Frosty compared to the others.
Compared to the others. So,
no, which is only expected. I mean, you can't do a jappi with the Turkish president given all that he's done. So I think he's being very business-like and formal and being appropriate. And also reflecting through, and Jaishankar speaks a lot about this, that every nuance of body language is an important part of foreign affairs, and it reflects the warmth of your relations with your country, and that's just the way it is. So when you meet Justin Trudeau, given all that's happened on the issue of Khalistan inside Canada, I think that element comes out. You can't keep it hidden. And a very warm namaste with Rishi Sunak, Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, being met with very, very fondly as well. So it kind of comes through, Rajdeep.
Look, once you've called Prime Minister Modi the most loved leader in the world, you've already won him over. So the Italian Prime Minister knew the way to Mr. Modi's heart. Whenever the Prime Minister is praised in that fulsome manner, you will always see as would be with all of us. If someone sort of said something nice about me, you'd remember that. And you sort of reach out to her. Unfortunately, with Canada in particular, relations have been difficult for an extended period of time. And therefore, it's only appropriate that India at some stage, bilaterally certainly, sends out a strong message to the Canadians.
So imagine, there he is, Lula da Silva, the president of Brazil, and he's constantly looking around. And I'm just thinking, in his head, he's imagining that he will have to go and do all of this next time. And he's wondering how he's going to actually make that happen. He's got Rosagena Lula da Silva, his wife. They started dating in 2018. This is when he was arrested by the federal police from their headquarters in Curitiba. It's when they got released that he went out and married her. So he is the only one who actually brought his better half along, and she kind of walks away for the photo opportunity.
Yeah, that's right. That's interesting. He is the only one. I first thought that was the translator. Am I right or wrong? You're saying that's his wife?
That's his wife.
That's his wife. Okay, that's right. So I for a moment thought translator, but look at the Brazilians.
Come on,
I wasn't sure. No, I don't know.
I don't know if anyone.
My first reaction was, has the Brazilian got a translator? Then I realized he's the only one with his wife. Where are the others?
If you remember,
are you telling me none of the others have got their spouse? Are you telling me
that
no, they have. Rishi Sunak has.
No, are you telling me? No. At the venue.
At the venue.
G20
right. Okay.
No, but surely she won't be sitting in on the at the venue.
Of course not.
No, and also she walked away, immediately, right?
Very correct.
Because of that photo. No, I'm just saying, if you, a small little anecdote, and all of us remember that when Nicolas Sarkozy, as the president of France, had visited, Carla Bruni was his girlfriend at that time and not his spouse. And if I remember correctly, at that time, the SPG, the MEA, they didn't have an existing written, laid down protocol on how to treat or what kind of courtesies to extend to a partner and not a spouse. And I think that was the point at which those rules were actually made. And now India, of course, has those rules in terms of how to extend protocol for a partner who may not be a spouse.
In fact, a polite word was first sent to France.
Yeah.
That, are you sure you're bringing her?
Yeah, exactly. So,
but on the walk by Lula and his wife,
not the translator, sorry. I don't know why that came into mind. Is the translator come? But go ahead.
Holding hands and walking on the G20 red carpet.
Well, if you're a Brazilian and you're on Copacabana beach, you could be with your translator. But go ahead, sir.
Lula and his wife, the way they are sort of, casually strolling along, I thought they were in a carnival. Because they look so
I love that.
They're just reflecting the ethos of their country, and we could well be watched in the Brazilian embassy and by people later, so we don't want to be saying anything inappropriate, Rajdeep, just to be doubly careful.
No, in fact, the Brazilian ambassador is someone I got to know last year quite well, and great football fanatic. His big depression moment was when Brazil lost out to Croatia in the quarterfinals of the World Cup. But, very much, again, someone who had embraced India, certain countries, as we mentioned, have had long relationships with India, which have sustained through, Prime Minister Modi had a strong relationship with Javier Bolsonaro. He's got a strong relationship with Lula, or is building one. These are countries, irrespective of who comes to power, in both countries, you never hear of tension. In fact, I think Brazil was one of the first countries we were going to send our vaccines to. That became contentious later, the whole idea of the Indian global vaccine. But, Brazil had placed a huge order for Indian vaccines.
As chair of the G20, Prime Minister Modi will be kickstarting proceedings in a short while from now in that first session, One Earth. So that will happen in just a moment from now. I'm told that preparation is currently on, and hopefully we'll get you some images from inside when that starts.
Are we, presumably, we will now not be able to get any live coverage of what happens inside the room, am I correct? I mean, I don't think our
we'll have
cameras...
some images.
Shiv said there would be a possible photo op.
No, they will have this grand photo op, but I'm saying about the venue where the meeting will take place, there will be some images, and then they'll do their own deliberations.
Right. So what is the big takeaway in the next couple of hours? What is it that you hope, when these leaders gather in one room, presumably, as Rahul was pointing out, his sources say whatever has to be done in terms of the hard negotiations has probably already been done. So what actually happens over the next couple of hours, Ambassador Dogra?
Well, basically, the speeches, individual speeches, statements.
They all make individual statements?
They will all make individual statements on this particular theme.
Okay.
But behind the scenes, their aides, Sherpas, they would still be struggling with the I's and T's.
So that's behind the scenes.
That's behind the scenes.
And you've got the Prime Minister's inaugural address to the delegation, to all the leaders, I presume, in a few minutes.
So, as everything goes on, as if everything is in order,
right.
You're just waiting for the lunch to be served. But as I said, behind the scenes, there's a lot of activity going. Talleyrand, in fact, had a classic definition for diplomacy of this kind, that be like a duck, calm and serene on the surface, but paddling furiously below the water.
Very interesting.
So, but coming back to what happens between countries or among countries, and taking the example of Brazil, in fact, I had led the first delegation when we had the BRICS minus China and Rio, and they told me that multinationals conduct experiments. For example, they are introducing a new shirt or a coat. For example, in Brazil, in order to test the market so they can sell it in India correspondingly, or vice versa. Secondly, your Portuguese connection, it was through Portugal that Indian buffaloes first went to Brazil. So if you go there, as in Italy, you would see all the Indian DNA of the animals there, the cattle there.
Just small little nugget of information. I mean, just a few seconds that the Prime Minister spent with each of those leaders, but interesting to note how, in descending order of time spent by the Prime Minister with those leaders is, Biden spent the maximum time with the Prime Minister over there. Then it was Sunak. Okay, Prime Minister speaking.
मैं अपने हार्दिक संवेदना प्रकट करना चाहता हूं। हम प्रार्थना करते हैं कि सभी इंजर्ड लोग शीघ्र स्वस्थ हो। इस कठिन समय में पूरा विश्व समुदाय मोरक्को के साथ है और हम उन्हें हर संभव सहायता पहुंचाने के लिए तैयार हैं। Your Highnesses, Excellencies, G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता है। इस समय जिस स्थान पर हम एकत्रित हैं, यहां से कुछ ही किलोमीटर के फासले पर लगभग 2500 साल पुराना एक स्तंभ लगा हुआ है। इस स्तंभ पर प्राकृत भाषा में लिखा है, हेवम लोकसा हित मुखेति अथ इयम नातिसु हेवम, अर्थात मानवता का कल्याण और सुख सदैव सुनिश्चित किया जाए। 2500 साल पहले भारत की भूमि ने यह संदेश पूरे विश्व को दिया था। आइए इस संदेश को याद कर इस G20 समिट का हम आरंभ करें। 21वीं सदी का यह समय पूरी दुनिया को नई दिशा दिखाने वाला और नई दिशा देने वाला एक महत्वपूर्ण समय है। ये वो समय है जब बरसों पुरानी चुनौतियां हमसे नए समाधान मांग रही हैं और इसलिए हमें ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच के साथ अपने हर दायित्व को निभाते हुए ही आगे बढ़ना है। फ्रेंड्स, कोविड-19 के बाद विश्व में एक बहुत बड़ा संकट विश्वास के अभाव का आया है। युद्ध ने इस ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को और गहरा किया है। जब हम कोविड को हरा सकते हैं तो हम आपसी विश्वास पर आए इस संकट पर भी विजय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आज G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें। यह हम सभी के साथ मिलकर चलने का समय है और इसलिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास का मंत्र हम सभी के लिए एक पथ प्रदर्शक बन सकता है। वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में उथल-पुथल हो, नॉर्थ और साउथ का डिवाइड हो, ईस्ट और वेस्ट की दूरी हो, फूड, फ्यूल और फर्टिलाइजर का मैनेजमेंट हो, टेररिज्म और साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो, हेल्थ, एनर्जी और वाटर सिक्योरिटी हो, वर्तमान के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए हमें इन चुनौतियों के ठोस समाधान की तरफ बढ़ना ही होगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत की G20 प्रेसिडेंसी देश के भीतर और देश के बाहर इंक्लूजन का, सबका साथ का प्रतीक बन गई है। भारत में ये पीपल्स G20 बन गया। करोड़ों भारतीय इससे जुड़े। देश के 60 से ज्यादा शहरों में 200 से ज्यादा अधिक बैठकें हुई। सबका साथ की भावना से ही भारत ने प्रस्ताव रखा था कि अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता दी जाए। मेरा विश्वास है कि इस प्रस्ताव पर हम सबकी सहमति है। आप सबकी सहमति से आगे की कार्रवाई शुरू करने से पहले मैं अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं एक्सेलेंसी, इसके साथ ही मैं मीडिया के साथियों से भी विनम्र आग्रह करूंगा कि वे अब हमें समय दें और इस सभागृह से बाहर जाने का कष्ट करें।
Modi there asking the media to get out.
But the bigger stories just come out. The African Union has been formally admitted to the to G20. G20 is from now G21. That's the big story, Rahul, that's just come out. That formal induction, in a way, of the G20 becoming G21, African Union being embraced. So that's done. That's the first big breaking news. Huge achievement
of India in the G20 to have the African Union admitted as a permanent member, because when history looks back at this day, it will be on the 9th here in Delhi that the African Union was made a permanent member of the G20. Ambassador Luta?
Yes, I would certainly like to pitch in on this, because it's only fitting that it should have happened here in New Delhi, in India, because India was at the forefront of the entire decolonization, anti-racism move, and especially anti-apartheid in South Africa. But equally, it is both symbolic and substantive, because so far it was EU which was a member of what is really a union of nations, G19 plus EU, which made no sense, because leaving out the other part of the world.
So does the name change? Does it become G21 or no?
I think
like
it will,
G7
right?
became G8?
I would presume it will.
It will.
Technically?
It will. But the important point here is EU represented the colonizers. The countries which were the colonies had been left out. So now with African Union coming in, the balance has been struck. There is no longer the haves and have-nots. There's no longer the deprived and the rulers. The world has become more balanced by admission of African Union.
Tangible takeaway, which will leave its imprint on history, the fact that the African Union, and we've spoken exclusively to the president of the African Union. We'll play that out for you in just a moment. But this is something that India has been championing since December last year, when India's G20 presidency began, and it's now come true. It's also the kind of thing that is almost impossible for anyone to say no to. Like, how do you say no to the idea of the African Union in today's day and age becoming a member of the G20?
And I think Ambassador Dogra made an excellent point when he sort of looked at, the historical connections between India and Africa, and they extend at various levels, at commercial levels and certainly political levels. Many of these countries were part of the decolonization project. And India played a huge role. We can go back to Mahatma Gandhi and his and the role that South Africa played in his life. We can look at other leaders from that part of the world, Jomo Kenyatta, Nyerere, all of them were part of Nehruvians. Jawaharlal Nehru's foreign policy is often dissed at various levels, but Nehru and non-alignment, Africa was an integral part of it. Nasser in Egypt, along with Nehru, along with Suharto. It's great to see in a new form, in a new world order, these countries coming together and having their say, and Prime Minister Modi deserves credit for putting Global South on the map.
And an exposition of India's soft power. Remember, a lot of debt coming from China, India opening the doors for the African Union, a warm embrace with the President of the African Union as they are welcome to the G20 high table. Can we just play those images out on our screen right now? What a moment this is. Formally inviting the African Union and saying, we've got this done for you. Everyone raising a warm round of applause as the African Union is given a permanent seat on the G20 high table.
I think this is an important moment, and I think it reflects the fact that the world is recognizing that you can't remain with... This is the new world order. I think this wouldn't have happened 20 years ago. I think this is the new world order where each country's pace and importance is changing. 55 countries. Also, African Union, correct me if I'm wrong,
55
is
nations.
effectively 55 countries. So in a way,
formed in 1999.
So therefore, Shiv, if you add African Union, add the European Union, you're now talking of more than 100 nations being represented in that room today.
So I think, pending just an announcement that we're awaiting, this becomes the G21. 55 members, part of one entity called the African Union comes in. And also, Rahul, I think we also need to talk about how significant this is in light of China's own separate flex as far as Africa is concerned.
Oh, absolutely.
Whether it is in BRICS, whether it is in other forums, China's entire, push as far as Africa is concerned, through its own financial initiatives and funding of projects has been extremely aggressive. In light of that, this is huge what India has done.
I want to go across and give you a quick excerpt from Azali Assoumani, the president of the African Union, speaking exclusively to India today about his expectations and just how thankful he was to India for helping the African Union achieve its rightful place in the G20 Summit. Here he is, Azali Assoumani.
Prime Minister Modi had written to G20 leaders saying that it's extremely important to have the African Union part of the G20. What do you have to say about this, and what role do you see the African nations playing in the G20 as a major player?
D'abord, effectivement, je suis d'accord avec vous, qu'on remercie beaucoup le Premier ministre Modi.
I agree with you that the Prime Minister has played an important role, and I would like to thank him for accepting our membership to the G22 and also for making the advocacy for Africa as a whole. So if tomorrow Africa becomes a full member within the G22, it will be mainly also because of the role that India has played. It will be an honor for us, and it will especially be an honor because this adhesion would have happened in India. We know the effort that the Prime Minister is making. We heard from the IMF that India has become the 5th most powerful country in the world. This is a good example for us because we know how far India has come to become today one of the powerful countries in the world. So Africa will play a big role within the G20. The themes that we are going to discuss tomorrow, One Planet, One Family, One Earth, are important themes, and Africa can bring its contribution to these main themes that we are going to discuss tomorrow.
Ça nous apprend que nous aussi on peut suivre ce chemin-là. Donc, encore une fois, on remercie le Premier ministre pour les Africains.
I want to go across to Geeta Mohan, our Foreign Affairs Editor. The African Union being invited to the G20 high table, does that mean the G20 then formally gets rechristened the G21, or does it just stay the G20 with the African Union joining in?
Well, the number will have to change given the fact that if we're talking about representation, Rahul, the 20th member state or member of the grouping is European Union. So if African Union joins, then it'll have to be G21. So again, we'll have to see what the formal announcement at the end of the summit is going to look like. From next year, in all probability, we'll be saying the G21 rather than G20. If you go by logic, it'll have to be G21.
And also, Geeta, does that mean, in a way, can we now conclusively say also that you've got the first major achievement of what has happened at G20 this year, that irrespective of what happens tomorrow in terms of declarations, African Union becoming part of the G20 will be remembered as one of the major contributions of what has happened in Delhi. And India will rightfully stake claim to having played a major role in that.
Absolutely. This is an initiative, a proposal from India and by India, Rajdeep. There is no other a country that can take credit for such a huge achievement, irrespective of what happens at the end of the 2-day summit in terms of whether there's going to be joint communique or not. Within that joint communique, there is consensus on one very important inclusion: 55-member bloc of the African Union, Rajdeep, being included in the G20 certainly makes for a huge grand success for India and for the global community, where most of the countries are looking at emerging economies, are looking to Africa, investing in Africa, and looking at making Africa not just in terms of development, but also a manufacturing hub. They have the land, they have the space, and in all that we're seeing a lot of interest in Africa today. Strategically also speaking, the African continent, some of the countries are very important, not just to India, but also to China, to the United States of America, Europe as a whole. So this is indeed a huge achievement. Having their voice is also in many ways putting forth voice of the global South, and G20 becoming more representative of the new world order, a changed world order. We will not see much of that, this kind of inclusion, inclusivity in structures where countries like India, Rajdeep, don't really have a say. Look at how India is struggling with UN reforms. Look at how India has been struggling with expansion of the UNSC. But at the G20, India has made it happen. And African Union being included is indeed a huge achievement.
You know, let's not miss the one other thing which was very crucial. When the Prime Minister was speaking, look out for the placard that was placed over there which said Bharat. You know, now that is interesting. We don't know what's happening on the 18th of September for certain, but the fact that instead of saying India, the name tag now says Bharat, very significant.
I am told that the possibility exists, that the Constitution Article 1, subsection 1 could become Bharat, that is India. So you're not replacing the name of the country, you're only changing the wording, which is India, that is Bharat as it exists today, which will require an amendment to Bharat, that is India.
But in Hindi, it
or not do anything at all. Maybe they're just using
Hindi
Bharat.
is already Bharat first in India.
You see, because there has been this belief, and over the years, various leaders have at times expressed the view, why don't you just change it to Bharat, that is India? That way, there is no confusion.
Ambassador Kaju,
you see, both names will survive. We are joined by Ambassador Kaju. Let's introduce our guests. Ambassador Kaju, welcome. Ambassador Sajanar, welcome to the show, but go ahead.
Thank you. Internationally, our personality is India. In the UN and in other multilateral fora, we are India. So you will have to officially, if you want to officially change your name, you will have to, in these forums, you will have to tell them that henceforth we will be Bharat. That cannot be ducked. For example, in the UN hall, where are you seated? Alphabetical seating, you are seated
as India.
As India. So if you'll have to officially tell the UN that henceforth we will be Bharat.
That's just procedure. If they do it, they can tell the UN that we are Bharat.
But if I call it Bharat, that is India, both the names remain.
Today the position is that the English text is India, that is Bharat. After the 58th constitutional amendment, the Hindi text is also authoritative, and that is Bharat Arthat India.
Yes.
So in usage, when you use Hindi, you say Bharat. When you use English, you say India.
So you don't need any change at all?
No, but internationally,
you'll have to take that call.
You'll have to take that call and inform them.
Do you find this interesting, Mr. Sajanar, the fact that he's got Bharat written over there in front of his person?
Yeah, but at the present moment, of course, you can use either of the two. Sure. You can use India, you can use Bharat. And that is in our domestic context. But of course, as we have seen that this sort of a debate has emerged in India, that the United Nations has also decided to sort of, come in and say that, if India wants to change its name, then they need to come to us and we would be willing to look at it.
And it's happened in the past. Ceylon became Sri Lanka, Burma became Myanmar, so it's not unprecedented in that sense.
No, of course it's not. You can do it. It's perfectly open to you to do it. But you will have to go out.
Sure, of course.
And tell the people, tell the world.
A conscious call.
Conscious call. And for example, today in letters of credence, if you see, there's the emblem, the Ashok Lions, and under that, it's always written, Rashtrapati Bharat Ganrajya. Under that, it's President Republic of India.
But
so you'll have to take that call.
No, do you need to change Article 1, subsection 1? Because the moment, if you need to change that, you need a 2/3 majority, constitutional amendment, it becomes complicated. That becomes complicated. Bharat, that is India, has changed in Article 1:1. But if you are saying what you are, then you can do it without needing to change the constitution. Simply inform the world that we will now be called Bharat in world fora. You can do that presumably without changing the constitution.
I'm no legal expert, so I can't give you an authoritative answer to that. But as a former diplomat, Ashok's greater wisdom I'll bow to, but as a former diplomat, it's open to you because they are not interested. The world is not interested in your constitution.
Right.
The world is interested in what you officially, as a government, inform them that henceforth my name,
because
our name
as
is
of now, correct me if I'm wrong, we have not informed the world that we have changed any name. So when on this forum, the word Bharat is written, as Rahul pointed out, is that informing the world or is that not enough to inform
but I
the
think
world?
both the names are allowed to be used in the constitution. You
So
can
it's
say
for you
Bharat
to
and
decide.
India, both,
So I could do India at the UN and Bharat here.
I have, if permit me.
Yes.
If you, and again, this is a legal thing, I can't claim expertise, but my own instinct tells me that if you are, in the English text, you are saying India, that is Bharat, you are giving primacy to India. And in Hindi, when you say Bharat Arthat India, you are giving primacy to Bharat. Now, there is, of course, an international context, but let us not forget, gentlemen, that there is also a domestic context.
Sure.
And in the domestic context, that's a call that the government will have to take as to how the states where Bharat is not usually used, how will they react?
Paulami Saha is with us. She's tracking the first plenary that just began. This is the One Earth plenary. Do you want to take us through, Paulami, the agenda for the first session? Prime Minister Modi said of media walaon ka ho gaya. Thank you very much. So he sent everybody away. Now this is where the business end really begins. What's going on inside the Bharat Mandapam at this moment in that first One Earth session?
Well, this is a session which will last till about 1:30 this afternoon, after which there will be a couple of the bilateral meetings that are slated for today between Prime Minister Modi and, of course, the heads of state from Italy, UK, Germany and Japan. But in this One Earth session, the focus, of course, will be on climate finance and climate action. This is something which India has made one of the focal points of its presidency. The Prime Minister has been speaking about it. We already broke the news that the Global Biofuels Alliance will be, in fact, announced and launched at about 5 p.m. This afternoon, this evening. And we do know that 19 countries and many more organizations have, in fact, confirmed their participation in this. India, of course, has set itself a very ambitious target as far as the biofuels roadmap is concerned. We do know that Russia, Saudi or China will not be a part of this. Russia and Saudi, of course, are part of the OPEC. But India has set some very ambitious goals. In the statement that the Prime Minister, in fact, the thoughts that he put down in a blog right before the start of the G20 Summit, the Prime Minister did say that how we were off track in terms of the sustainable development goals that have been set, and we were nowhere close to achieving all of those goals. So India has set a very ambitious target in terms of, carbon neutrality. We want to go, in terms of carbon neutrality, we want to achieve it by 2070. We are already 20% there in terms of ethanol blending in petroleum. So all of this is obviously part of how Prime Minister Modi has made climate action the focal point of his presidency, and that is, of course, going to be the discussion point in the One Earth session. Rahul.
Okay, Geeta Mohan is with us as well. Geeta, do you want to take our viewers through the Delhi declaration and what you're expecting, what your sources in the Ministry of External Affairs are telling you at this moment, the contours of the Delhi declaration, whether it will take the shape of a joint communique or will it be like an outcome statement with a leader's summary?
Well, I was just speaking to a diplomat just a while ago, Rahul, and he said that they're inching towards a consensus. But yes, this is a diplomat from the West. So he said, but yes, we still do want the Russia-Ukraine reference. And so the matter is indeed stuck on that. On the climate front, he said that there is a forward movement, which means both sides have become a little more flexible on language. But when there's flexibility on language, Rahul, it dilutes intent and intention. So it might be a little watered down when it comes to the climate change or climate aspects of the draft, but that also has to do with what you call dilution, what the West is calling dilution. Certainly for the developing countries, it is climate justice. That if you do not incorporate climate justice and talk about first movers advantage, allowing developing countries to develop, allowing them industrialization, then it would be an unfair and unjust document. So there is forward movement in that. We could see clarity there. But on the Russia-Ukraine war, there still is a huge problem with one side saying that they do want the Russia-Ukraine war reference in the document, and we have Russia and China on the other side opposing. Russia opposing for national reasons, and China calling it purely geopolitical issues should not be a part of an economic forum such as the G20, which tomorrow will be declared G21 in all probability, Rahul.
Mr. Sajjanar, you want to weigh in also on what you believe will be for you a significant achievement in that declaration. What do you believe? Is it enough just to have a basic agreement, a watered down agreement as some call it, or will it require something far more substantive? We've seen one substantive thing happen this morning with the African Union joined G20. That is truly substantive. What more do you believe can be achieved in that document on critical issues like climate finance? Will that become, in a way now, the next big sort of hurdle to cross in the next 24 hours?
You know, I am not very apprehensive as far as these substantive issues are concerned, because we have really been working on all these issues, and I think the positions of most of the countries are reasonably well known. So, you know, there are a couple of ideas, you know, what the Prime Minister in his own commentary, in his own article, he has focused on climate finance. He has focused on transfer of technology. We have been talking about all these aspects from Copenhagen onwards, and I think we know the positions as to how far we can go. So definitely I'm sure there is going to be progress on that we make. There is also, I'm sure the positions are known on the issues related to what is the sort of renewables and the green energy, etc., that the developing countries need to get into. I think those are definitely issues on which we will be able to come to some sort of agreement. As far as the substantive matters are concerned, you know, whether it is India's initiative of the digital public infrastructure, I'm sure there's going to be something on that. Maybe on climate change, when we are talking about the LIFE mission, the lifestyle for environment, we'll have something on that. On the SDGs, I'm sure we'll have something on that. On MDBs, I'm sure we'll have something. So the point I'm making is that by and large on substantive matters across the board, we are going to have a reasonably significant and a rich text. The real stumbling block will be Ukraine, and that is where I think the energies would be.
Shiv had some details about how many seconds were spent with which leadership. Do you want to just take that out and take our viewers through?
I'll just take
and we'll spend some more time around that as well. The kind of reception each leader got, Shiv.
We're going to show you all those pictures once again, and we've got them nicely tabulated as well. Biden, he spent the most time with Biden because he's the only one he showed the Konarak wheel to as well. Followed by Sunak, followed by Prime Minister Meloni, interestingly. Then came Mohammed bin Salman, and then it was Delula, the president of Brazil.
Who did he spend the least amount of time with?
We don't know that. We don't know that yet. It could have been the Chinese premier. Not very sure. But they did seem to have quite a long, firm handshake. So we don't know if that was the least amount of time. But these five were the maximum, Rahul. Biden, Sunak, Meloni, MBS and Lula.
Ashok Sajjanar, what did you pick up from the walk, the embrace, the welcome, the handshake? what were your takeaways? Always interesting to see what a trained eye has to say.
Yeah, basically, I think Prime Minister Modi invests a lot of the personal chemistry and the personal rapport in terms of advancing, the foreign policy matters, foreign policy interests. And I think that has always paid dividends. And here also we can see in terms of the strategic significance and the strategic importance that India attaches to these relationships, both bilateral as well as the contribution that they can make as far as the success of G20 is concerned. So whether it is President Biden, of course, that's a no-brainer. That is the most important bilateral relationship, partnership that we have, engagement that we have. And of course, Rishi Sunak is also very, very important. President Lula, Brazil, he is the next president he's the next chair of the G20, so that's an important relationship. That relationship, in fact, has always existed between India and Brazil, notwithstanding the geographical distance between the two, but I know that whichever countries I have served, I have worked, there has always been a very special bond between India and Brazil.
Kaju, you want to share your takeaways from the G20 red carpet walk, the kind of welcome each leader got? What were you decoding?
I think Ashok is right. The Prime Minister invests a great deal in personal diplomacy. I think, in fact, he has said so, that scholars of international relations should focus on the importance of personal diplomacy. He said this in public. To a large extent, personal diplomacy can be a lubricant in diplomatic efforts. But it is, to my mind, not a decisive element.
And we've seen with China. I mean, here is a Prime Minister who went on a swing to Ahmedabad with President Xi, then took him to Mamallapuram. It didn't work out.
No,
so, I mean, there are limits to personal diplomacy. Do we focus too much on body language at times, or do you believe it's sufficient? No, it's necessary but not sufficient.
I think it's important that leaders, and we who've been in this business know that if the two leaders get on, it made our jobs much easier. I mean, that's a fact. But ultimately, if you permit me to say something basic, it is international relations are governed by interests. And unless you can ensure that there is a coincidence, a greater coincidence of interests, personal diplomacy cannot deliver. It helps. Again, I'm sorry if I'm using that word again, it's a lubricant. Because it's a very important aspect.
Because President Xi and Prime Minister Modi had a good personal equation. And yet, as we've seen in the last couple of years, things have not gone right between India and China.
Similarly, if you allow me 30 seconds, there was once, while I was working, excellent personal chemistry between an Indian Prime Minister and a foreign visiting leader. And as secretary, I was it was indicated to me, find something substantive. Now, frankly, there was nothing substantive that I could, as someone coordinating that visit, deliver. And I had to, in an internal briefing, tell the concerned Prime Minister that I'm sorry, sir, your personal relations may be excellent, but there is nothing here that I can really deliver.
You want to name the Prime Minister and the country?
No.
Come on, Mr. Kaju, it can be part of your autobiography then.
No, I don't write. But the point I'm trying to make is, and that was an internal briefing where everyone was present, and then everyone nodded. When we went out, I recollect two senior people. I was behind them. They said, Vivek is right. I mean, what can he deliver? There is nothing substantial. So the point I'm making is that there has to be substance, and relations are very important, please. But to use your term, I think you put it very well, Rajdeep, when you said they are not sufficient. Important, but not sufficient. I think that's very well put.
Okay.
And permit me to use it next time.
You're welcome to do so. I hope you will also tell us.
Acknowledge that.
Provided by the end of the program, you've told us who that former Prime Minister was and with whom he had this personal relationship that didn't quite work out. But you know, I think Ambassador Kaju also puts it well that, you know, you've got a situation where I think Prime Minister Modi does invest a lot in personal diplomacy. I mean, that's been his strength, his ability to make people feel that they're the most important people in the world at that particular moment. I mean, that has been, you know, Prime Minister Modi's strength. When you look at him both as a communicator, both domestically and globally, that's always been his great strength, his ability to make people within a room at a particular moment feel the most comfortable.
I was speaking to some officials in the Prime Minister's core team, and what they say is that he's got, on the back of every meeting somebody does with him, debriefing about, you know, what was said. So when he meets somebody, the next time he can say, when we met in XYZ date and time, this is what was discussed. And the other person obviously gobsmacked at the fact that the Prime Minister would remember that, but it's all part of a very well-defined process. So he's very, very methodical, which is why when each of those leaders come, that's how the Italian Prime Minister cracks up and they're having a hearty laugh just so quickly. They've thought through, Shiv, what is going to be said to each and every person who's coming.
Very true. It goes down to the last detail. We talked about time management a little earlier as well. But Rahul, also, you know, much has been said about how the Prime Minister, with that body language and with that manner, has actually made other leaders who are by default more rigid put their hair down a little bit and be a little bit more casual. Look at the kind of body language the Prime Minister has with, for instance, a Putin, for instance, a Trump. Even with Biden, that body language was visible. Someone like Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, that kind of body language is not something you can stage. You can't you can't script something like that. It has to come naturally. He fuels that by keeping in touch. They're often wishing each other on social media. Leaders of other countries address him as Mera Bhai, etc. on social media. So all of this is part of a language of friendliness that translates when they finally meet.
But again, I also, as always, look at the glass half empty. At times you can get carried away. For example, the Prime Minister in the US, you'll recall, Ab Ki Baar Trump Sarkar. You know, it was perhaps, as some of your own colleagues, Mr. Kaju and Mr. Sajid Maharaj told me, he should have been more careful. You know, because you're in an election year in the US, you don't need to be seen in any way to be endorsing a particular candidate. So there are times it can go all right. There are times it can be a huge success. So I think you presumably have to be far more nuanced when you're dealing with body language, when you're trying to build personal relationships. Am I wrong, or am I...
No, I think you are right. I mean, everyone knows in the world by now the Prime Minister is undoubtedly an acknowledged international leader. There's no doubt about that. I think the fact that he has won decisively twice has stunned most democratic leaders in the world. So that's there, and therefore they follow him and his style very carefully. And if the Prime Minister is investing a great deal in personal relations, then I have no doubt that they will reciprocate. There's one more aspect, which is that in many democratic countries, the Indian diaspora is becoming a very important political factor. And there the Prime Minister is very popular. So it is to the political advantage of those leaders to be friendly.
The only one who hasn't realized that is Justin Trudeau. For whatever reason, that's the only leader.
He thinks his voters on the other side.
Yeah, you know, but you would have thought that he would have recognized, I mean, there is a section of those voters. I refuse to believe that the large Indian diaspora is only dominated by those with a separatist mindset.
Rajdeep, his predecessor had and went temple hopping with the Prime Minister in Canada.
Right.
But I think Rahul is right. Justin Trudeau's politics within Canada is different.
But he's an exception. I mean, most, as you rightly said, most world leaders are recognizing the importance of being on the right side of the Indian diaspora, which by and large is very pro-Modi.
That's true. But in Canada, perhaps there is a certain sentiment which Justin Trudeau feels he needs to tap, and I think he's wrong. He's essentially wrong.
We want to show our viewers some excerpts of what the Prime Minister said, his inaugural comments at the commencement of the One Earth plenary session at the G20 Leaders Summit. So here is the Prime Minister, and then don't miss that moment when the African Union President is invited to take a seat at the high table.
सबका साथ की भावना से ही भारत ने प्रस्ताव रखा था कि अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता दी जाए। मेरा विश्वास है कि इस प्रस्ताव पर हम सबकी सहमति है। आप सबकी सहमति से आगे की कार्रवाई शुरू करने से पहले मैं अफ्रीकन यूनियन के अध्यक्ष को G20 के स्थायी सदस्य के रूप में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। Excellency, G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता है। इस समय जिस स्थान पर हम एकत्रित हैं, यहां से कुछ ही किलोमीटर के फासले पर लगभग 2500 साल पुराना एक स्तंभ लगा हुआ है। इस स्तंभ पर प्राकृत भाषा में लिखा है, हेवम लोकसा हित मुखेति अथ इयम नातिसु हेवम, अर्थात मानवता का कल्याण और सुख सदैव सुनिश्चित किया जाए। 2500 साल पहले भारत की भूमि ने यह संदेश पूरे विश्व को दिया था। आइए इस संदेश को याद कर इस G20 समिट का हम आरंभ करें। वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में उथल-पुथल हो, नॉर्थ और साउथ का डिवाइड हो, ईस्ट और वेस्ट की दूरी हो, फूड, फ्यूल और फर्टिलाइजर का मैनेजमेंट हो, टेररिज्म और साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो, हेल्थ, एनर्जी और वाटर सिक्योरिटी हो, वर्तमान के साथ ही आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए हमें इन चुनौतियों के ठोस समाधान की तरफ बढ़ना ही होगा। 21वीं सदी का यह समय पूरी दुनिया को नई दिशा दिखाने वाला और नई दिशा देने वाला एक महत्वपूर्ण समय है। ये वो समय है जब बरसों पुरानी चुनौतियां हमसे नए समाधान मांग रही हैं, और इसलिए हमें ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच के साथ अपने हर दायित्व को निभाते हुए ही आगे बढ़ना है। फ्रेंड्स, कोविड-19 के बाद विश्व में एक बहुत बड़ा संकट विश्वास के अभाव का आया है। युद्ध ने इस ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को और गहरा किया है। जब हम कोविड को हरा सकते हैं तो हम आपसी विश्वास पर आए इस संकट पर भी विजय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आज G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें। यह हम सभी के साथ मिलकर चलने का समय है और इसलिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास का मंत्र हम सभी के लिए एक पथ प्रदर्शक बन सकता है।
That's Prime Minister Modi speaking in his inaugural address for a live update of what's going on at the Bharat Mandapam. I want to go across to our Foreign Affairs editor, Geeta Mohan. You're the only ones to scoop that exclusive interview with the chairperson of the African Union, now being invited into the G20 on the high table. Can you take our viewers through all that's going on? Will each of the leaders be speaking one by one around that high table?
Just a few kilometers from where we are gathered.
Well, the first session has begun, and the first session is a very important one called One Earth, Rahul. It is the session on climate change, on what the deliverables and outcome is really going to be with regards to climate change, fight against climate change, and what are the countries willing to accept and agree in the document. So that's the leadership intervention that we were talking about, which is taking place right now. But after this entire session, they're saying would spill over into a working lunch session. And then what we will be looking at is the bilateral meetings. There are 4 important bilaterals today. We already spelled that out a little earlier in the day. The United Kingdom, Germany, Italy and Japan. These are the bilaterals that have been slated for today with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All of them individually very important countries for us. Some where we'll see forward movement on some fronts and on and also concerns on the other hand that India will raise with regards to issues such as the Khalistani matter with the UK Prime Minister. But then again, coming back to the Delhi Declaration, Rahul, what is happening right now in that closed door session certainly is going to be important, because that certainly is going to be where there could be consensus. One is where we could find maybe common ground, the developed and the developing coming together to ensure that at least on that front, on the first part of the three sessions within the 2 days, at least there shouldn't be a problem. So let's see whether if there's consensus in the document with the leadership intervention.
You know, we started really early. I'm terribly hungry now, and one of our correspondents just sent us the menu for the meal, and I'll just take our viewers through what it says. We'll get more details in a while, but here's a sneak peek. So Sharad Ritu, Rajdeep is devouring some watermelon while we speak.
I'm stuck with watermelon, apple and banana.
So here's what they're going to get. A medley of Sharad Ritu, a medley of traditions, customs and climate. Bharat is diverse in many ways. Taste connects us. We celebrate Sharad Ritu, the autumn season of abundance. In this menu, it showcases the wealth of ingredients across Bharat, expressing our rich culinary heritage in a modern mosaic dedicated to the spirit of Vasudev Kutumbakam. Starter, Patram, a breath of fresh air, foxtail millet leaf crisps topped with lentil dumpling and coconut yogurt. 278 calories. Chalo, pura cal count bhi diya hai. Main course, Vanavaram, strength from the soya, jackfruit galette served with glazed forest mushrooms, little millet crisp and curry leaf tossed Kerala red rice. So there's a lot of millet there.
Can't escape.
Then there are some Indian breads, Mumbai pav, onion seed flavored soft bun, coconut millet, 145 calories just by the way. Koki, sargam flour and spinach flatbread, again contains millet, 100 grams equal to 269 calories. The dessert is Madhurima pot of gold. What's that shit? Madhurima pot of gold, cardamom scented barnyard.
I wish I knew.
Millet pudding, fig peach compote and rice crisps. Contains almond milk, 325 calories mind you. Beverages are Kashmiri kahwa, filter coffee, Darjeeling tea pan flavored chocolate, Darjeeling tea pan. Oh, Darjeeling tea, comma is missing. and then pan-flavored chocolate. So interesting. That's the menu.
So it's all vegetarian.
Modi ji vegetarian hi milega.
This has become a big talking point also, by the way, about vegetarianism.
And remember at the White House,
food
there was
choices.
Patel wine, no wine on the menu.
You know, what he has again done, is promote millets.
There's no getting away from millets.
There's no, in this entire menu, what there's no getting away from is millets. I mean,
chocolate pan also is interesting.
Chocolate pan. You get chocolate pan in Relief Road in Ahmedabad. So this is Modi's Gujarati touch.
Delhi mein bhi milta hai chocolate. Next to the Claridge's.
The places where pan in different flavors and ice creams, and in fact, in Ahmedabad you can get chocolate pan ice cream as well. In that particular Relief Road area. So that's a bit of a Gujarati touch there. Millets, I think, is more interesting because he's actually, again, tried to evangelize it and spread it as much as possible in government fora. I'm a confirmed non-vegetarian.
It's been made a standard ration in the armed forces
also, by the way. I'm a confirmed non-vegetarian, so I'm not particularly thrilled with the menu. But I'm sure there are some leaders out there who might want to have, their dose of, but it's very calorie conscious. It's, you've got exactly how many calories, what is there. And I think millets is great.
Yeah, it's healthy food.
As a confirmed Prayagraji now, the idea of pan being
chocolate is more than you can handle.
Or any fruit or anything for a Lucknowi, Banarsi, Prayagraj.
But they won't have an appreciation for like a sada pan
is quite popular. Chocolate pan is very popular.
I'm sure it is, but I'm sure, but for us,
you see, there is a classic. He's right. There's a classic pan, and actually, to be fair, you go to Jamnagar also, you'll get a classic pan. So there is the classic pan still exists even in Gujarat. But this, attempt like a pineapple sandwich or put a little bit of chocolate into the pan is all designed to try to make the palate look a bit more exact. It would have sounded a little bland to say pan. So you've added the chocolate to excite people.
No, and also maybe there's a novel pan as well. None of us here are invited.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah, none of us are invited. We only have the menu that we got. That's the closest we are getting to any food. So anyway, and I'm still trying to figure out what a Madhurima pot of gold is. I mean, I don't know. If you know, ping us, message us, tell me what a Madhurima pot of gold is.
Menus are, who selects the menus? You are both former diplomats. Who decides on the menu at such functions? Is that the job of a lower officer in your system? Or is that at the very top?
No, it goes up. Sometimes it depends. Some leaders are very particular. Like I'm told that Mrs. Gandhi was very particular about the menu, the decor, etc. And she used to come a few minutes early and settle a vase, put a flower here and put a flower there a little bit, and the menu had to be cleared by her.
By the Prime Minister herself.
It depends on the host, actually.
I'm sure Prime Minister Modi will clear the menu.
Of course.
Very much like the Indira Gandhi playbook. He will clear the menu because I was told, as I said the other day, that even the lights, the colors that should be there, was settled eventually by the Prime Minister.
He's a man of detail. He's a man of detail and he's a hands-on person. So I think in that context, I would think that all these little touches, he would be quite sensitive to those. And
he puts a lot of effort in it. But I think Prime Minister Vajpayee, I doubt whether he would ever look
But he was a foodie.
Yes, but I don't think he would say, Khana theek hona chahiye. Or Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, that he would...
he was a frugal eater.
Mumbai Pav is also there, by the way.
You see, there's some
Mumbai Pav.
With Pav Bhaji, or what is it?
Let's just check.
Mumbai Pav, by the way,
is amongst the Indian
onion seed flavored soft bun, it says, containing millet.
Containing
millet pav.
Okay, so
no getting away from
I
millet
think they're
this time.
separate, Shiv. I think the Mumbai Pav is separate, the soft bun is separate. So they're two separate, amongst the Indian bread.
Understood.
There are two different types of Indian bread.
As you can see, we've reached that stage in the program which we will call the silly season of the program.
No, people are watching that. They're giving a lot of feedback.
How is it silly? It's the
maximum
food.
feedback is on this.
We've spent 45 minutes on body language and now we are going to move to the menu. What is there behind the menu? By the way, Mr. Karju, since, I was once told that a Pakistani guest was offered Kashmiri Kahwa and was not very pleased with the fact that, he was being effectively sent out a message that, we make the Kashmiri Kahwa this side of the LOC. Is that possible?
Well, if the Pakistani guest took offense, then I think he was being childish.
Right. But is there an attempt sometimes to send subtle messages through food?
Of course.
Look, I think mature countries and mature sort of diplomacy, unless you want to have a chuckle.
No, but just to ask you, suppose I find out, suppose I have a foreign guest who's come in, does he prefer fish or red meat? If we are, is that found out in advance?
Absolutely. It's standard practice that you ask for, say, allergies.
Okay.
That's the first thing. You ask for food preferences. And very often you're told that, like our Prime Minister, for example, the host will be informed that he's a vegetarian and that if he has allergies, then they'll be informed. So that's standard protocol. I mean, even if you're hosting a dinner for, say, as an ambassador, you'll be asking the guests, you'll be asking your social secretary to check. And that's
standard practice.
No, but also the fact that when the Prime Minister started pushing for millets, initially people looked at it with apprehension and wondered whether it will take off. Now with all the chefs working their magic around millets, given the role that millets can play in ensuring that you have more hardy crops which are not soaking water, much easier to grow, far more friendly towards our climate. It's really caught on in a big way.
And India, by the way, is the diabetes capital of the world. One of the big thrusts for the use of millets has been because of trying to crack down on refined flour, things like wheat, and the greater use of millets is to crack down on diabetes. Rajdeep, you're a lover of sweets, a lover of refined flour?
No, I'm not a lover of millets, I must confess, but I think it's a good thing to have. No, but it's like ragi roti, you know, Deva Gowda made the whole idea.
You haven't had millets made in the right way. Where I come from in Karnataka, ragi roti, ragi mudde, etc. They make millets taste good, because I'm a firm believer you can have a lot of health food, but if it doesn't taste good, people are not going to eat it.
You know, because Deva Gowda
taste fabulous.
Deva Gowda in a way was a precursor. The first time I had ragi mudde was with Deva Gowda. And you know, it was tasted unusual first time. Then you got to cultivate a sort of a taste, acquire a taste for it. But look, it was healthy food, which explains why Deva Gowda ji, and may he live very long, is 90 and still going strong. Having his ragi mudde every morning is good, healthy food.
I think people have not been exposed to millet so far. And I think I remember when he started, Prime Minister Modi started, that was at the SCO Summit.
Right.
And, you know, he started, and that was the first time, and everyone, you know, meaning he started with these two things, traditional medicines and millets. And then we got this International Year of the Millet also, you know, by the UN. But I think right now, because you have put in also the element of food security, you know, after the Russia-Ukraine conflict, you have all this problem of food insecurity. So millets, they are hardy. Also, you have brought in the element of climate change, that, you know, they use much less water, and water is going to be a big issue.
No, and especially in places in
arid
states
regions
like Punjab, Haryana, where there isn't enough water. If we can take people back to more hardy grains, which are consuming lesser water, it's great for the climate, links to the whole idea of the G20. And with all kinds of, I saw Anaita Dhondi and many other chefs being invited for G20 cuisine, they're really working their way with what they can do with millets and pushing the boundaries and making it tastier for people to eat.
Rahul, these were traditional.
Sure.
I remember that as a child, one used to eat bajra in winter. I mean, it was standard. Bajra roti, it was...
That's right.
And that's in, again, Prayagraj. So you ate, but... and it tasted very well. We look forward to it. So it's we're going. I think in that sense, what the Prime Minister is doing is correct. He's taking you back to the roots. That look, this is part of our cultural cuisine, and let's promote it. It's good, apart from the reasons that Ashok has said.
Is that also? I mean, you've used the word Prayagraj. It's a good Allahabadi now Prayagraj citizen. I'm just because I think what's going to become a talking point again is the Bharat use of the word Bharat. So you know, out there, up front, the name has Bharat. Let's get that settled once and for all. If tomorrow this was to be held at the United Nations and you were to have the Bharat logo in front of the Indian Prime Minister, would you have to inform the United Nations Secretariat that that's the name? Would your position be changed because it's alphabetical there? Because here it's very clear, Bharat. What would happen at the UNGA?
No, in the UNGA, they will put you with, Ashok can correct me, but you are India and you will be placed
with Iran, Iraq. That is how
even if your name on the
you can have whatever you
on
are.
The nameplate is Bharat.
It is. You see, you are admitted as India, and that's the point, that you were admitted as India in 1945.
Right.
And then we stuck to the name India because we claimed that we were the successor state.
Right.
And there was a time, and I've written about this, there was a time when the Muslim League
objected,
was very keen that there should be two successor states, and that they said, we are Pakistan, this is Hindustan or Bharat. They said this, and we said no. And there was a terrible contention on that, but ultimately Pakistan was recognized as the seceding state, and we continued as India. But in the Constituent Assembly, there was a strong section which believed that we should be Bharat. So an accommodation was arrived at in the manner that has existed ever since.
So to be clear one last time, if this was to be done, you're seeing there on your screen Bharat there, you can have the same nameplate at the United Nations. You will still be exactly in the same position between an Iran and around an Iran and an Iraq, unless you formally inform the United Nations that you've gone in for a name change. Am I correct?
Not only the United Nations.
All world bodies.
All world.
UN agencies.
All UN agencies, all multilateral fora, you can inform them that, look, our name henceforth is Bharat. And then with the Roman alphabet, you will be placed in B.
Yeah.
I see.
So that is.
So that's how Ceylon would have moved from being at the front, between B and D, to now being between T and Q.
And S. Yeah.
And an R, rather.
Yeah.
And as I said, they are not concerned with your constitutional processes.
Right.
They are concerned with
formal intimation.
The formal intimation by the government of India to them that henceforth our name is this.
But my sense is that's what the Prime Minister is intending.
Absolutely.
That's what the Prime Minister seems to be intending to do. I mean, it's not by coincidence that you've had the President of India in her invite say the President of the Republic of Bharat. In the functional notes to the ASEAN-India Summit in Indonesia, the functional notes had Prime Minister of Bharat. And now at the G20 dialogue, you have Bharat on the nameplate.
But
I mean, surely...
What are those functional notes? I'm sorry to interrupt. What are those? They are internal notes.
Yes.
But in the ASEAN, what does the communique say? In English?
In English, it said ASEAN, India. I don't know what it said about Prime Minister of India, but it said ASEAN, India meet.
It would say, I can assure you,
India.
Without looking at it, if you see the MEA website, recently the Prime Minister was in Greece. It says India-Greece joint statement, and the last sentence is that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi extended an invitation to Prime Minister Mitsotakis to visit India. So, international personality is defined by India. You can change it.
Right.
That you can absolutely
So
change
you
it
don't see these three examples that I've given, the invitation of the President, the functional notes, and now what we are seeing on screen as sufficient evidence that de facto, even if de jure we remain India, de facto we are Bharat. In English, written in English, Mr. Kanchu.
You are right, but this is within India itself.
Yes.
But if G20 was being held outside, then I think we would have had to formally inform.
You would formally have to inform all the other members.
This is the domestic context in which we are doing.
Yes.
If you go internationally, then internationally they will accept what the government is saying. The domestic contentions that you might have to face, that the government will have to face on its own. because as far as the international persona of India is concerned, that is determined by the government of the country. So the government can tell the others that this is what it is, but you will have ramifications and implications back home domestically, and that you will have to contend with.
No, just the one final point.
Yes,
go ahead.
You can't do it in a particular context without doing it generally.
Of course.
So,
that's across the board.
Across the board.
That's exactly what I wanted to understand, because when you look at Ceylon and Sri Lanka, Ceylon was changed to Sri Lanka right across the board. It wasn't selective. Okay, if I'm holding a meeting domestically, I'll call it Sri Lanka, but when I go to the UNGA, it'll be Ceylon. It wasn't that. Sri Lanka made a conscious decision to change its name from Ceylon to Sri Lanka. India at the moment, because of the way the constitution is framed, presumably gives us the opportunity to use both names interchangeably.
Let me say this. If you go to an Indian embassy, you'll see Embassy of India.
Yes.
And in Hindi, it will be Bharat ka Rajdutavas.
True.
Am I right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So the practice is that in English, you say India, and that is what is recognized
I'm just
internationally.
getting word, sir. At this moment, we have the Honorary Consul General of Comoros in India, KL Ganju. He's joining my colleague Geeta Mohan. She's with him. And let's just go across to Geeta as we get the first reaction from the African Union to them being invited to the G20 high table. Here she is, Geeta Mohan, speaking to the Consul General.
In India, Mr. Kanayalal Ganju, many thanks for joining us. Indeed, a historic moment. You, as an Indian, representing Comoros, and the President of Comoros being here, certainly your names will be etched in history. How do you see African Union now becoming G20, and G20 in all probability tomorrow will be called G21?
Thank you very much once again for inviting me here. It is a joyous moment for us, and especially for the people of Comoros, because Comoros is the chair of African Union, and he became the chair of African Union only in the month of February. And he started his efforts from the day one, and just in 6 months, thanks to Prime Minister Modi for taking this initiative, convincing the all members of the G20, because like I tell to many people that you cannot ignore 101.4 billion people, 30 lakh square kilometers of land, at least $8 trillion of economy, and full of resources, minerals and other things. So I think the world has realized this, G20 has realized this, and in all my humbleness I will say thank you India, and thank you Mr. Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
That's really lovely, Mr. Ganju. But when was President Azali informed that there's consensus?
Don't ask me these questions.
Why? It's a very important one. Was he informed yesterday?
Since we know the result, it has happened this morning. So I will not comment on that, because I know when it was informed, but at the same time, as a quasi-diplomat, I will not at all tell you, or I will not divulge anything. I can only say that in the morning at 10:41, the Prime Minister in his first words announced this, which was a joyous moment for all of us. We were sitting in the auditorium in the Mandapam, and we all were very happy once again. And that's all for me.
Okay, for the African Union, before I let you go, for the African Union, what is going to be the agenda, the big ticket agenda on the table when you represent the African Union at the table?
You see, African Union is a combination of the most industrialized nations. Their GDP is about 80% of the world GDP. And when we have on the top of it, the Africa has a workforce. if by being one of the members of the G20, now 21, we will explain to them face to face, one to one, that you need to invest in Africa. You need to see that Africa grows. And let me tell you, if Africa grows, the problem of immigration in many countries may reduce. Because when everybody gets a good life within his motherland, so nobody tends to go anywhere.
Okay, then the flip side of the entire argument is that there are concerns about China's inroads into Africa, the investments they've made. Should Africa Union, and Africa Union now is a part of the G20, would China's influence then grow within the G20?
I believe, I can say it categorically, there is no question of any influence on any country. China has invested, of course they have invested a lot of money into Africa. And let there be competition between China and G20 countries. Both of them invest, and who will benefit? African Union. So we will like to tell the G20 countries, you also come and invest. India is already investing a lot of money in Africa. And this action of the leadership of G20, that is Mr. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has won the hearts of the entire Africa.
Well, that's a very important message. And on that note, thank you so much, Mr. Ganju, for speaking to us here on India Today. Back to the studio. Certainly, Prime Minister Modi has won the hearts of the people in Africa, which is a huge number of people. Now they'll be represented here in the group of 20 that soon will be called the group of 21.
Okay, interesting that the Consul General of Comoros, the chair of the African Union, being welcomed to the G20 high table. This then becomes the big international headline, shifting attention away from the Russia-Ukraine war and bringing India's initiative to invite the African Union to the G20 to the global center stage. A massive victory for India and a big takeaway from this G20 Leaders Summit. We'll slip into a quick break. We don't have any millet on our menu, but we will keep covering the G20 Leaders Summit when we come back on the other side. Stay with us, back in a minute.
The new world order starts here.
And a rising India is leading the way.
A new template for a changing world.
India in the front seat for global peace and prosperity as world leaders line up for the big event.
India Today gives you the only ringside view.
The faces, the voices.
The big news breaks.
Unrivaled build-up to the G20 Summit.
Namaste G20. Continuing coverage only on India Today TV.
Heads of state and other world leaders attending the G20 summit will be served grand meals on bespoke silverware bearing intricately engraved motifs inspired from the cultural heritage of India. About 15,000 silverwares crafted by 200 artisans have been made on the occasion of the G20 summit. And on them will be served yum dishes, curated by a team of 120 chefs. Delegates will have a total of 500 dishes to choose from. Western, Indian, fusions, mini bites and star of the plate, millet. Delicacies are prepared to tantalize the taste buds. Other than a widespread of international dishes, hotels will also serve dishes from Delhi like chaat, dahi bhalla and curries. The cuisines will highlight the diversity of India and its food culture. Millets will be the top focus in the appetizing menu. The special millet menu includes Kaju Pista roll, millet kheer, goat cheese ravioli, and a lot more. The menu will also give a tour of the whole country, from Kashmir's saffron korma to Bihar's litti chokha. G20 guests will taste the flavors of India. Not only the hotels, even Delhi's famous street food is getting ready for the G20. Old Delhi has decked up in a new look, ready to dish out famous Delhi 6 culinary to G20 delegates. The local vendors too are being trained in foreign languages. From the 5-star to coffee shops to street vendors, the capital of the country is culinary ready for the 18th G20 Summit.
हमारे साथ अमेरिका के विदेश मंत्री की प्रवक्ता मार्गरेट मैक्लाउड ज्वाइन कर रही है। आज तक के साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मार्गरेट हिंदी बोलती है तो ये बहुत ही बेहतरीन मौका है जब हम आपसे पूछना चाहते हैं। पहली बात तो आप दिल्ली आई हैं, G20 समिट के दौरान आई हैं, दिल्ली कैसा लगा?
बहुत अच्छा लगता है। दिल्ली चमकते हुए हैं और G20 की तैयारी काफ़ी अच्छी है।
G20 की तैयारी अच्छी है, लेकिन G20 समिट से आपकी क्या उम्मीदें हैं? इंडिया की प्रेसिडेंसी में आपने क्या क्या देखा और आपको लगता है कि कोई ऐसा इम्पोर्टेंट बदलाव आएगा इस समिट को लेकर?
देखिए, हम समझते हैं कि G20 एक मंच है जिसमें दुनिया के सबसे बड़ी विकसित और उभरती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था शामिल है। और हम समझते हैं कि इस आधुनिक ज़माने में इतने सारे मसला है जो कोई एक देश अपने आप से हल नहीं कर सकते हैं, और हम इसी मंच पे एक साथ होकर उसकी बातचीत करके सबील ढूंढे। और अमेरिकी लक्ष्य के बारे में बात करूं तो हम ज़रूर जलवायु परिवर्तन के बारे में एम्बिशन और बढ़ना चाहते हैं। हम वैश्विक गुर्बत से निपटना चाहते हैं और उस करने के लिए हम अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मालियाती संस्थाओं को और वसाइल देना चाहते हैं। और अगर हम गुर्बत के बारे में बात करें तो ये भी जाहिर है कि रूस का यूक्रेन पर कब्ज़ा करने की कोशिश है, खास करके अनाज के गोदामों पर हमले, और वो ब्लैक सी ग्रेन इनिशिएटिव का निकला, वो सब वैश्विक मंदी पर।
You are watching India Today.
Couldn't have been a bigger opening to the G20 summit in India's national capital. The African Union has been admitted as the newest permanent member of the G20, and it is through India's presidency and leadership that this has become possible. Gaurav Sawant, our managing editor, is the only anchor broadcasting live from the Bharat Mandapam, where history at the G20 has just been made. I'm going to hand you over to Gaurav in just a moment. He joins us on our coverage with our fantastic team that's made us the most viewed channel by far on India's most important diplomatic day. Thanks everyone for joining us. These are the headlines. The first session of the G20 Power Summit, One Earth, is underway in Delhi with Prime Minister Modi's call for bridging the global trust deficit.
पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदले।
The G20 Power Summit is underway in Delhi. Sunak greets Prime Minister Modi with a namaste, gets greeted with a hug. Prime Minister explains Konark wheel backdrop along with a power handshake with President Biden. Lots of body language, all the pictures here on India Today. African Union now a permanent G20 member thanks to India's leadership. Modi hugs and welcomes African Union chief. African Union now basically converts the G20 into the G21. On the biggest international platform, Prime Minister Modi's big Bharat push. Modi's nameplate for G20, as expected, says Bharat. Big ticket announcement. Prime Minister Modi to launch global Biofuel Alliance at 5 p.m. India's green energy game changer for the world. Green move faces opposition from the petro bloc, obviously, but India firm on net zero emission target. And of course, we're going to tell you what's on the menu as well. The delectable lineup of dishes reflects healthy food, a healthy menu, and lots of millets for the G20's big leaders.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
And after that big bang opening, the first session of the G20 titled One Earth is underway inside that conference hall. The media is not permitted to be inside. We will be after a short time, but remember, in a short while from now, big bilaterals between the Indian Prime Minister, the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak and others will be taking place. I'm taking you straight now live to the Bharat Mandapam, where India Today's managing editor and my friend Gaurav Sawant stands by. He has that amazing ringside view of history that's just been created. Over to you, Gaurav.
Shiv, thank you very much. And this is India's moment here at the G20. The African Union a part of the G20, and this is a major development. India constantly was pushing for this. India, remember, had the African Union leadership, the Leadership Summit. 125 leaders were here in the national capital in India, and the effort was to ensure that when you talk of development, the developing world is taken along the developed world, and that is where India was campaigning for the African Union to be a part of the G20. It took a lot of work, got everyone together, because in G20 every decision has to be by consensus, and all members, they may not agree on a lot of issues, but on this they did, and that's a major development, and we'll talk about this and its ramifications. But Shiv, there's a big story be breaking here on India Today, and that is the rail port connectivity in Saudi Arabia, in the Gulf region, and India again has a big role to play in this Gulf rail port connectivity project. Now, the idea for this new initiative, it came up during talks that were held in the I2U2, United States, Israel, UAE and India. At least that's what sources are telling India Today. And the rail port connectivity project is to be launched on the sidelines of the G20 summit. So India, Saudi Arabia, the United States, they will all be there. And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Paulami Saha, breaking that big story first and exclusive here on India Today. Paulami, Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in India, not just for the G20, but also for a very important summit between India and Saudi Arabia. But here are friends getting together to ensure that economic progress gets a big push. United States, India, Saudi Arabia. Bring us more on the rail port connectivity project. Give me a moment. We will reestablish this link with Polemy in just a moment. So this idea of connecting the region through railways is extremely important. The Biden administration, we are told, moved for this idea to include Saudi Arabia's participation in this, the US, Saudi Arabia, India on the rail port project. Now, we'll get you more on the story as the day progresses. Around 5 this evening, there's a major meeting of that and an announcement. But I also want to now move to the other big story. And the other big story is the African Union being a part of the G20. Why is this important? This is extremely important because when you talk about development, it's not just the 20 most powerful economies of the world getting together and discussing the way to move forward. It is extremely important to take the developing world along. And the African Union wanted to be a part of the G20. India pushed for it. It's happening during India's presidency. This is where India aspired, or Bharat, as you saw, the country tag when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was speaking, that country tag read Bharat. India has been pushing for it constantly to be the bridge between the developing world and the developed world, between the global north and the global south. All the pain of modernization shouldn't be borne by the developing countries. At least that has been India's effort. Developed world needs to come together. They need to do a lot more. That's been India's effort throughout. And this is where African Union being a part of this becomes very important. I also want to for a moment talk about the body language. Now, dot at 9:20, it was almost like clockwork precision. We are showing you images of world leaders as they walked in at this Bharat Mandapam at 9:20 this morning. It was with clockwork precision that you saw one leader after the other. But look at the way they greeted Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Narendra Modi greeted them. It clearly showed with some leaders he had outstanding chemistry, and that also shows the very close bond between Bharat and those countries. And with some leaders, it wasn't all that warm, though extremely cordial. Let's talk about Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He greeted Prime Minister Narendra Modi with a namaste, and there was a warm hug, some conversation, or with Giorgia Meloni, the Prime Minister of Italy, or with the President of Brazil. Also, the conversation that was happening with the US President Joe Biden, and a description of the Konark Surya Mandir and the Konark Wheel. But for the moment, I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan in conversation with the spokesperson of the German embassy. Let's listen in. Okay. I quickly want to now cut across to the spokesperson of the German embassy joining us here on India Today. Sebastian, welcome on India Today. What's it been like so far? We saw Chancellor Olaf Scholz and that very warm greeting and exchange with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What's the day progressing like so far?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on the show. I'm very, very happy to be here. And it's not the first time that Chancellor Scholz is coming to Delhi. He was here earlier this year for a bilateral visit. He was greeted even with military honors. We are very happy to be back. We are very happy to support India in what has been a really path-breaking G20 presidency. I think India has taken G20 to a new level. The multitude of meetings in so many different places, so many German ministers and from all G20 countries saw the diversity, the wonderful landscapes, the customs and the modernity and the skills of India. And I can only speak from the embassy perspective. I've been here since 2 years, and there were so many ministers, including the Chancellor, right now coming to G20. And I think India has shown to the world it's really like wonderful, skillful face.
Sebastian, thank you very much. It is very heartening to hear. But I'd want to understand from you the progress in the conversation that is happening. The issue of the Ukraine conflict. India has repeatedly said in conversations with Russia, this is not an era for war. But I believe the Ukraine issue has been discussed at length, especially because of food, fuel and fertilizers. But what is it that Germany is looking at?
This is a political question, so you will understand me that me as a spokesperson of the German embassy cannot answer this question because there are people here who are far more skilled than me in answering this question. I can only tell you what my ambassador said yesterday, is that Germany supports India in finding a consensus on this very difficult topic, and this is all I can say right now.
And is that consensus, how difficult would that be, given India's point of view has been that G20 as a platform should be harnessed to bring a change, a positive change in the lives of people of the developing world. Is there forward movement on that? What do you make of African Union now being a part of the G20?
I think that's a wonderful achievement of India's presidency, and this is a great idea that Germany has been supporting ever since it came up. We strongly support the African Union. We have a strong partnership of Germany and the African Union, and I think to broaden the table, as was said in the last days, to broaden the table for many countries from Africa, that is a great idea. So we can only congratulate the Indian presidency on that.
What's the next step now? The road that India set out to achieve, the goals that India had set out to achieve 1 year ago, and the progress in the past 1 year. It's still a couple of months to go before India hands over the gavel to Brazil. But in your appreciation, in Germany's appreciation, has this grouping, has G20 been able to achieve some of the goals that it set out to achieve 1 year ago?
I think when we put the declaration apart, because that is not yet certain, India has certainly put on the agenda a lot of topics that are high on the priority list in Germany as well. I would start with sustainability and green economy. So India has put forward the LIFE initiative by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That's an initiative that Germany supports. Germany and India have a green and sustainable development partnership, and it was the Chancellor and Prime Minister Modi themselves who kicked off this partnership on the last governmental consultations in Berlin. So what does it mean? It means that Germany supports India with roughly 1.3 billion euros a year to transform into a greener economy, to be engaged for more biodiversity and to tackle climate change. And this is something that has to be done on our side of the ocean and on the Indian side as well. So we all sit in the same boat. And I think in particular this green topic we can learn from each other. So we are very, very happy that sustainability, that green topics were put so much high on the agenda on the Indian G20 presidency. The second topic that I want to mention is gender equality, is women empowerment. I think Prime Minister Modi has made this topic really center stage. And I want to mention briefly that Germany, we have adopted a feminist foreign policy, which I think goes hand in hand or has the same direction. So to put women on the center of development and to be engaged for more gender equality, I think that is the second important topic where India and Germany really share the same values.
Okay. Sebastian, for joining me here on India Today for the moment, many thanks. I now want to bring into this conversation Ambassador Vivek Kaju and Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar, two former top diplomats watching developments very, very closely. Ambassador Kaju, in your appreciation, African Union being a part of the G20 during India's presidency, has India been able to achieve one of the key result areas that Prime Minister Narendra Modi set out for India at the start of our G20 presidency?
I think he has, and what is most significant is that tactically getting the African Union as a member during this meeting and at the start of this meeting was a brilliant diplomatic move. It has conveyed conclusively to the African countries of the entire African continent that India wishes to keep up, if not reinvigorate, its relations with Africa. Now, it's also a fact, Gaurav, that in Africa there has been an element of competition between India and China. China, as we all know, has made massive investments in Africa, and those investments have been largely extractive. There has been a fair amount of Chinese people's movements in African countries where they've gone and based themselves, engaged in businesses, and the Chinese in their construction projects have followed their practice of getting labor from China. That has made China very unpopular. On the other hand, we followed a different approach in promoting, say, telemedicine, tele-education, we've gone into the services sector. We now have an opportunity to really get into other areas of cooperation with Africa, and I do hope that this step would focus our industry's attention to a greater extent than at present on African countries, because it's a continent with enormous potential. There are difficulties, certainly, but the potential is very, very substantial, which we need which will further our interests, and it will also be in the interests of African countries. So, all in all, this is a very significant
Ambassador,
move.
Okay. Ambassador Sajjanhar, is that how you see this? India set out to achieve this aim, African Union being a part of the G20 during India's presidency, and this overall message, the Prime Minister quickly flying to Indonesia for the East Asia Summit, for the ASEAN Summit, returning home, then this meeting, then a series of bilaterals. Is that message going across? India means business on the world stage with the developing countries and with the developed economies?
Yes, that's right, Gaurav. Thank you. And, India has taken up the interests of the developing countries right from the beginning of our presidency. With the Voice of the Global South Summit on the 12th and 13th of January. And that has been very significant. But I think Africa has been particularly an area where we have, and Prime Minister Modi himself personally has invested a lot of capital, a lot of effort, a lot of energy. Your viewers might have seen an interview by External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar when he said he recounted, at the last year summit in Bali, that Prime Minister Modi was standing with President Joko Widodo of Indonesia, and the handover of the presidency was taking place, and the then President of the African Union came up to both of them and said in a very agitated voice that, we are 55 countries and we don't have a place here, and that is, rather incongruous. And then Prime Minister Modi had looked him in the eye and he had said, we will make sure that you become a member of the African Union during our presidency. And he told him also in Hindi, ye Modi ki guarantee hai. And the president was not possibly able to understand, but then he later told Dr. Jaishankar that he understood that this Prime Minister Modi was giving his
We're just
personal
getting
guarantee.
some, Ambassador Sajjan, I apologize for interrupting you. We're just coming back to you in just a moment because we're getting these, live images that are coming in, these official photographs from inside the G20 summit. Here's a nice picture of Prime Minister Modi and President Biden. This is inside the ante-room to the conference hall where the G20 is actually taking place. In fact, a number of images have just come in. We'll just circle through them in a moment. The Prime Minister with all of those leaders. There's that beautiful picture of the Prime Minister hugging the President of the African Union. Prime Minister with Joe Biden, the President of the United States. In a short while from now, remember, there will be a break from the One Earth ceremony, the One Earth plenary session of the G20. Following which there will be a break for meetings post-lunch where the big bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, will take place. He will also be holding bilaterals with the leaders of Japan and Germany, Olaf Scholz and Fumio Kishida. I want to go across to India Today's Abhishek Bhalla, National Bureau Chief, who's there. Abhishek, nice stream of official photographs coming in from the inside at the Bharat Mandapam. The Prime Minister with the African Union President, with Joe Biden and others. The One Earth session is still on right now, Abhishek, I assume?
That's right, Shiv. The One Earth session, which was the first session for this morning, is still on. And of course, the big takeaway this morning was that announcement that everybody was waiting for, that African Union is now officially part of the G20. And that's the big takeaway as we speak, Shiv. And this was expected. And just yesterday, in fact, I spoke and exclusively interviewed the president of Comoros, who happens to be the chair for AU. And there was a lot of thrill and excitement in the camp. And while speaking to me, in fact, he said that the entire African continent and especially his nation thank the kind of efforts India and Prime Minister Modi have put to push for their permanent membership. And also when I asked him about the kind of role India can play, considering that China is a major player in Africa, he said absolutely India has a big role to play, be it investments, be it infrastructure development, and in fact they are waiting for Indian investors to reach Africa. So yes, this morning that was the big news break from the G20 Summit. Later, of course, in the day, lots of more discussions that are lined up. There is, of course, this big gala dinner later in the evening, and also the bilaterals with the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will have.
Yeah. Okay, we're waiting for that. We're waiting for the Rishi Sunak Prime Minister Modi bilateral. They had a very warm handshake and hug today in front of the Konark Wheel, when the Prime Minister was welcoming all of the G20 leaders. Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, who arrived around early in the evening yesterday, has had quite a hectic schedule. He visited a school. He took Akshata Murthy, his wife, out for dinner in central Delhi as well. So we're going to be looking out for that. The Prime Minister now is in the One Earth session as we speak. I think Gaurav is going to be joining us in just a moment. I think we had some problem with his audio, but we'll try and plug him back in just a moment from now. If I could just pull in our guests now for their expectations from the bilaterals that are coming up. Ambassador Karchu, to you first. These nice images, these are the official photograph images from inside the summit of the Prime Minister with Biden and the others. The next big thing that's happening, the next big visible thing that's happening at the Bharat Mandapam is going to be that big bilateral between the Indian Prime Minister and Prime Minister Sunak. How do you think that's going to look? The free trade agreement, trade, obviously the big issue on the table, sir. How are you looking at it?
I think the Prime Minister of the UK has himself indicated that there are some issues which remain to be resolved, and what we can hope for is that this meeting would energize the negotiators to proceed positively forward to arrive at an engagement. I do believe that the UK needs India at this stage. They need our markets. We, on the other hand, still need the UK. It has technologies that are important for us, though no longer is it in the same league technologically as, say, the United States, but it's still very important in some areas. And lastly, the London city is a very important financial center. So all told, there is a mutuality of interests which can be progressed.
Absolutely. So this is hugely important. There's definitely no underplaying it. Ambassador Sajjanar, would you like to add to that? We'll be going to that story in greater depth in a moment. Gaurav is also back with us. But sir, your views on the Sunak-Modi bilateral that's coming up and whether, something big can actually be achieved?
Yeah, I think there is great symbolism also in this meeting, and I think this symbolism we were able to witness when Prime Minister Rishi Sunak came, and the warmth and the effusive reception that he got from Prime Minister Modi. So I think there is that very strong connect. So people are really looking at getting something. I agree with everything that Vivek has said about what we can expect. I think in addition to that, maybe I could make two additional points. One is as an educational center, the United Kingdom is very significant, very important, and there are increasing number, and now under our national education policy, the new education policy, we can get universities from there to come to India in a big way. The second is that when the United Kingdom was a part of the European Union, basically it was seen as a gateway to Europe. So all our big companies had established offices in the United Kingdom, in London and other places, so that they could get access to Europe, to the European market. So we have a very significant presence there already. And I think that needs to be leveraged to its fullest extent, because now the United Kingdom is no longer a member of the European Union. But still, I think in terms of its relationship, that continues to be strong. Its economy is not doing too well. So it needs India in a very big way. In fact, some of the Indian companies are the biggest job providers in the United Kingdom. It's not any of the other multinationals or UK companies. It is Indian companies. So I think there is a lot going for business as far as the two countries are concerned.
Okay, the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister at the fag end of his opening address at the G20, where the media was permitted, made that announcement. Now remember, there had been a great deal of expectation that the Prime Minister was, that this particular G20, the big target, the big mission was going to be the admission of the African Union into the G20 as the 21st permanent member. It had been expected that it would be the final act. It would be announced right at the end. But as Ambassador Karju was indicating, the Prime Minister has announced it right at the start. In many ways, underscoring multiple times that this is an India-led initiative. The G20 is a multilateral forum, but this was an India-led initiative. The admission of the African Union has been talked about for a long time, but it has happened during India's presidency, and the Prime Minister wanted to make sure that India and India's leadership gets the credit for what is seen as a historic step as far as the G20 is concerned. It hasn't been officially announced yet, but the G20 presumably becomes now the G21. I think that's something that we need to emphasize very, very strongly. Abhishek continues to be with us. Gaurav also continues to be with us. Before I go to Gaurav and Abhishek, I want to play out for you that moment, because this is history. On camera, the Prime Minister declaring the AU as the 21st permanent member of the G20. Take a look.
सबका साथ की भावना से ही भारत ने प्रस्ताव रखा था कि अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता दी जाए। मेरा विश्वास है कि इस प्रस्ताव पर हम सबकी सहमति है। आप सबकी सहमति से आगे की कार्रवाई शुरू करने से पहले मैं अफ्रीकन यूनियन के अध्यक्ष को G20 के स्थायी सदस्य के रूप में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। Excellency,
absolutely incredible. The sober images, but the significance of them are truly, truly multi-layered, and we're going to decode all of that with our experts and our reporters. Gaurav, quickly coming to you first. We've all been well aware of China's power play, China's initiatives and activities as far as Africa is concerned. We saw it recently in BRICS as well. In light of that, we already know what has happened today is significant, but in light of the aggressive manner in which China has tried to make its presence felt in Africa, and quite effectively at that, how big is this announcement that the Prime Minister has made today?
Shiv, this is an announcement which will have far-reaching consequences for India, for the developing world, and for the world at large. This is where the developing world is on this G20 global high table. African Union being represented, as Ambassador Ashok Sajjanhar was also pointing out, 125 leaders were here in India at the Leaders Summit. This is where India heard the voice of the developing world, the global south. This is India's role, the bridge between developing countries and the first world, the global north. Bring them all together, bring them on one platform and find solutions. There was an apprehension China could play a spoiler. You'd recall before US President Joe Biden took off from the United States of America, it was said so in as many words that it is hoped that China will not play a spoiler in India's G20 presidency. And fortunately, at least as of now, China hasn't played a spoiler on this aspect, on Africa. But, do remember, Shiv, Africa is again a new battleground between world powers. Look at how regime changes are happening. Look at how Russia is increasingly playing a bigger role in Africa. Look at how European countries are getting deeply involved in Africa, and how India's traditional friendship, India's civilizational links with Africa. And if I may, from what I've been hearing, resources that come in from cash-rich countries like Japan, like the United States of America, like other countries, their resources, India's clout, and together you ensure that Africa is not exploited by expansionist forces. At least that's the effort. Both the ambassadors on the panel know this subject so much better and can tell us if this is the democratic world's effort to ensure Africa is not exploited the way we were by the East India Company.
Okay, Gaurav, I'm coming back to you. I wanted to remind our viewers about a very significant piece of breaking news that we're getting to you. The mega rail ports connectivity deal that's on the cards right now. India, the US, Saudi and UAE will be unveiling an ambitious deal very, very shortly. It's an ambitious deal to link the Gulf with India. We've got details of it that we're breaking to our viewers now. All of it happening at the G20, a mega network of rail and ports to link the Gulf with India. As Gaurav was just telling us, there are many civilizational links, not just with Africa, but also with the Gulf. And this could, in some way, rival China's Belt and Road initiative that it has been using to mixed effect in different parts of the world. I want to bring in Faisal Abbas, editor-in-chief of Arab News, to get an expert view from him on this announcement that has just been made. Faisal, welcome. Thank you very much for your time. A piece of news that we're just breaking now, very important. A big rail and ports connectivity program that's on the cards between India, the United States, Saudi Arabia and the UAE. What do you think about that? Apparently it's about to be announced at the G20.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. It's an honor to be on your show, and indeed it's an honor to be in your country. Thank you very much for the warm hospitality. As you pointed out, this project is yet to be announced, so the full details and indeed the final confirmation is yet to be revealed. What we are hearing is we're expecting it at a later stage before the end of the summit, but at least from where we're looking at it in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf, this does not come as a surprise. As you rightly pointed out in the introduction, there are historic civilizational ties, cultural ties, business ties between India and the Gulf, between India and Saudi Arabia, between indeed India and the Arab world. This project, if it happens, will serve the bilateral benefits and economic interests of India and Saudi Arabia and the wider Gulf region. Let us not forget there's about 8 million Indian expats in the Gulf region, and it's a thriving economy, and India imports about 1/3 of its oil needs from the Gulf, and all the forecasts and expectations is for the bilateral ties with Saudi Arabia and India to grow even stronger and deeper.
The leader of Saudi Arabia, Faisal, His Excellency Mohammed bin Salman, is in India, not just for the G20, but also for a state visit. The India-Saudi relationship has been a very interesting one. And in the last few years, seen to have been, very dramatically transformed. As a journalist from Saudi Arabia, how do you see that? We just saw the very warm body language between the two leaders just a moment ago. Those are the pictures playing on our screen as well between the leader of Saudi Arabia and the leader of India. How do you see how this relationship has changed? Because it clearly is in such large projects and cooperation.
Well, I agree with you perfectly that the relationship has changed to the better. It has improved dramatically. And I was here with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in his last visit in February 2019. And I indeed saw the warm body language. And that was paired with huge, and I think this plays a vital role in the bilateral relationship. Both countries have huge ambitions. Just as one example, both countries have had successful space missions only this year. Among them, they are the two fastest growing economies in the G20. The historical ties, the civilizational ties, the business ties between India and Saudi Arabia goes back centuries. So this comes to no surprise, but I think, if I may, the most important aspect here is mutual respect. This is what happens when countries talk to each other as peers, as opposed to lackeys, as opposed to intimidation, as opposed to colonial powers.
Absolutely.
What happens between Saudi Arabia and what's happening between Saudi Arabia and India is that they are working together as peers, and as we've seen from the theme of the G20, we can see a full alignment in the embetterment of the world, in the embetterment of the environment and sustainability and prosperity for all.
One final question, Faisal. On the big announcement that kicked off today's G20 summit by the Indian Prime Minister, the admission of the African Union, 55-member African Union into the G20. This was expected, but it's obviously become the big initial headline ahead of that summit. How do you see that? It's something that is going to become a major talking point because of India's relationship with China, what China has been trying to do in Africa as well. A big move here.
No, I agree with you. It's a big move, and I think we've seen firsthand what happens when you ignore your neighbors. I think the world has had enough of ignoring African voices. It cannot be ignored. Certainly, the position of Saudi Arabia, and this is going to be demonstrated by an upcoming Saudi-African summit in just a few weeks, actually happening in Riyadh. We can no longer, we shouldn't have, and we can no longer ignore Africa. So at least from the way I look at it, this is a very welcome and logical move, and there's a lot of potential in Africa. And if there's one thing we learned from the pandemic is you can leave no one behind.
Leave no one behind. Appreciate your voice on this. It's really great to have you here on India Today, and good to have you here in India as well. I hope you get some time away from the summit to enjoy yourself, Faisal. Nice to have you. Thank you so much for your time here. We're taking a very quick break, but as you can see on our coverage, and I've just been looking at our metrics, India Today continues to be the most watched channel. Our viewership right now, not to boast too much, is many multiples all of our competitors combined. So obviously it means that we've got the best experts, the best voices. We're breaking everything first. Gaurav is fronting our broadcast right there from the Bharat Mandapam. And we're just getting started. It's only about 12:42 now. There's a big bilateral coming up with Rishi Sunak in a short while. There's a big dinner coming up at 7 p.m. at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And India Today's 100-hour non-stop coverage continues right here on India Today. Don't go away. Gaurav is going to bring you two big news breaks that nobody else has right after this break. Stay with our coverage.
As India aims big with the G20, the India Today group brings together unmissable super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-President of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
Ties stronger than ever. India reciprocates the red carpet hospitality to US President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden poised to build on their previous engagements in Washington, D.C. earlier this June. 3 months ago, India and the United States forged a deeper military partnership. In June, the aerospace unit of General Electric announced it had signed an agreement with India's Hindustan Aeronautics to jointly make engines in India to power fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. Substantial progress on the jet deal is expected as Prime Minister Modi and President Biden convene for bilateral talks on Friday.
As the President heads to the G20, he's committed to working with emerging market partners to deliver big things together. That's what we believe the world will see in New Delhi this weekend. The United States' commitment to the G20 hasn't wavered, and we hope this G20 summit will show that the world's major economies can work together even in challenging times.
The agenda for the bilateral talks set to take place at Prime Minister Modi's residence aims to expand strategic cooperation, anticipate significant advancements in defense and advanced technology, state-of-the-art drones, artificial intelligence, and telecommunications, among other topics. With Washington showing a willingness to assist India in expanding its nuclear power program to address climate change challenges. Both sides may make headway in revitalizing the India-US nuclear deal originally signed during UPA-1. The US administration unequivocally recognizes India's outstanding presidency of the G20 amidst the ongoing conflict in Europe.
I believe the G20, in spite of obvious problems due to Russia's war against Ukraine and Russia's, general absence from G20 initiatives, I believe the G20 has been extremely effective, and especially under India's leadership, our goals for the G20 have coincided closely with those of India.
Bilateral talks, therefore, likely to showcase America's unwavering commitment to a rising power like India during these tumultuous times. Economic cooperation, financial reforms, and fostering an improved investment climate expected to be the central two discussions as the two nations elevate their partnership. With the presidents of China and Russia absent from the summit, the United States likely to bolster India's standing in global geopolitics. Prime Minister Modi and President Biden set to engage in comprehensive talks on security and the situation in the Indo-Pacific region. In the midst of a changing global landscape, these bilateral talks set the stage for a brighter and more collaborative future. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Now, the cover of the India Today's magazine's new issue is about India's big power play at the G20. And a letter from our editor-in-chief, Arun Puri, has been very, very well received. It's been praised on social media. So I thought we'd share it with you on television as well. Take a look. This is what it is. India's big G20 moment has arrived, with New Delhi as the host city for the global elite. From being an aspirant knocking on the door, India is now at the high table. But what is most striking about India's year-long presidency of G20 is how creative its agenda setting has been and how bustling its execution. No other host country has put so much action into the frame. Almost 200 events across 60-plus venues, brilliantly showcasing India to many who matter. Nor has any country extracted so much from the forum in terms of achieved objectives. Under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's chairmanship, India has proceeded in two broad directions. The first pertains to the relation between the event and the people. It was earlier a talking shop restricted to heads of state, their top-level aides, retinues of diplomats, finance experts and assorted technocrats. The outside world was, well, outside. Modi's accomplishment has been to alter that aspect fundamentally. Take the digital public infrastructure theme India has built into the G20 framework, getting the UNDP and the World Bank to adopt it as an accelerator of sustainable development goals formally. Beyond the jargon, what he's doing is addressing the genuine concerns of the world. Another instance of this is the expert group on finance set up by India in March, co-convened by the very experienced NK Singh. Its focus is to get multilateral development banks to relook at the lending terms offered to poorer countries. A vital step during the present global debt crisis that can touch billions of lives worldwide. Secondly, India has not stopped at just doing this by power of attorney. We have proposed that the African Union be invited as a permanent member, and New Delhi will host an AU representative for the first time at a G20 summit. De facto, therefore, it is already G20+1. Only the formal renaming is awaited. This immediately opens out a hitherto rarefied realm to a continent that has been at the wrong end of history for centuries. Nothing encapsulates India's championship of the cause of the global south more emphatically than this one step. India has woven that theme into the G20 agenda at all levels. from financial inclusions via MDBs and digital empowerment via DPIs to making climate change negotiations fair to the global south. But India's G20 vision is not the only reason we have chosen to focus this week's cover story on the New Delhi summit. It is being held at a time when the world is deeply divided and troubled. The COVID-19 shock on economies has seen global indebtedness soar. Russia's invasion of Ukraine spiked global inflation to crisis levels, coupled with food shortages. Meanwhile, China has been moving aggressively, hoping to establish itself as the world's next superpower, challenging America's global hegemony. India has felt the heat directly, with China engineering the worst border confrontation in over 50 years. India had to conduct its G20 presidency amid such exacerbated schisms. This became clearly visible at the New Delhi summit with the conspicuous absence of both Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. This isn't the first time the Chinese and Russian presidents have missed a G20 event. Xi didn't attend Rome in 2021 due to COVID restrictions, and an isolated Putin stayed away from Bali in 2022. But Xi's last-minute pullout is a thinly veiled attempt to belittle India at the precise hour of its glory. It is only the latest in a series of signs that show bilateral ties at a nadir. Witness China's formal refusal to move on a border settlement as a precondition to everything else. It also recently released a map showing Arunachal Pradesh and Aksai Chin as part of China and forced India to accede to a BRICS expansion. In the past, such hostile Chinese maneuvers saw New Delhi moving closer to Washington bilaterally and via anti-China groupings such as the Quad.
The national capital of India, New Delhi, is all decked up for the G20 power meet. From Mayur Thal for the welcome ritual at the hotels to country's rich heritage on display at the venue, the Bharat Mandapam. India is ready to host global netas with full desi swag. The world's top leaders are being treated to a rousing traditional welcome at the Palam Airport in Delhi. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, accompanied by First Lady Akshata Murthy, were greeted by Union Minister Ashwini Chaubey. They were seen enjoying the traditional Bihu dance from Assam. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was welcomed by Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje.
Coming now, follow my lead. Coming now, follow my lead.
Prime Minister Meloni clicked pictures with artists who performed for her on her arrival. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida was received by Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. IMF chief Kristalina Georgieva arrived on Thursday night and grooved to a Sambalpuri song. Bharat Mandapam, the venue for G20, resembles a mini India, with art, culture, tradition from across the country on display.
मेरी 76 साल में मैं दुनिया में सब जगह घूम के आया हूँ, लेकिन ईमान की बात बता रहा हूँ, इससे बड़ा अवार्ड से भी बड़ा फंक्शन है हमारा, बुलाना।
किसी अवार्ड से बहुत बड़ी बात है कि आप G20 में आए हैं।
G20 में आए, मोदी साहब के लिए खास तौर से। मेरा कमाल फन तो बस इतना सा है जिगर, वो मुझ पे छा गया, मैं जमाने पे छा गया।
The National Gallery of Modern Art is all set to host the spouses of the heads of states with an exquisite exhibition of India's traditional weaves.
I'm going to start with this chariot here, this royal chariot. This is from the times of Mahabharata that has been placed right here, the center, to welcome. So here's a quick look at the gallery, which really shows scriptures, languages, different languages. In fact, there's a lot of significance to Sanskrit and a lot that's been spoken about of Jammu and Kashmir as well as part of this gallery here.
New Delhi is ready to give the global leaders an experience of the famed Indian Mehman Nawazi. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 32 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Watching India Today.
The power hugs, handshakes and namaste. Dosti, diplomacy and G20 dhamaka. Bharat's G20 gala dazzles the world. Day-long decode of the G20 Summit. India Today, live from heart of G20 Summit.
The G20 is in full flow. Viewer, thank you for being with India Today's amazing coverage of one of India's biggest international events. We've got on our screens all the big pictures that you may have missed if you're joining our coverage now. We began early this morning. Much has happened. We'll be wrapping that all up for you so you are completely ahead because we're entering an important part of the day at the G20. The big bilaterals are about to kick off. There's a big lunch as well at the G20 Summit. Thanks as always for making us the most viewed channel on such an important and big news day. I'm Shiv Arur. We'll be taking you straight to the Bharat Mandapam where the G20 is taking place. My colleagues Gaurav Sawant, Geeta Mohan, Poulami Saha, Abhishek Bhalla and others will be joining us in just a moment. First as always, the headlines that we're tracking at 1 p.m. The first session of the G20 Power Summit, One Earth, is underway in Delhi with Prime Minister Modi's call for bridging the global trust deficit.
भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें.
The G20 Power Summit underway in Delhi. Sunak greets Prime Minister Modi with a namaste, gets greeted with a hug. Prime Minister explains Konark wheel backdrop along with a power handshake with President Biden. African Union now permanent G20 member. Modi hugs and welcomes African Union chief, converts the G20 into the G21. That announcement on the name change of the G20 is yet to be made. On the biggest international platform, Prime Minister Modi's big Bharat flex. The Prime Minister's nameplate at the G20 says Bharat. Major announcement afoot. Mega rail ports connectivity deal on the cards between India, the US, Saudi and UAE. This is an ambitious deal to link the Gulf with India. This could rival China's One Belt initiative. Delectable G20 menu reflects India's cultural palette. Vegetarian menu for top world delegates with a focus on millets. We'll tell you more about that in a short while. Over 300, in some reports over 600 dead in an earthquake that has jolted Morocco in North Africa. Prime Minister Modi begins his G20 address today by expressing condolences over the tragedy.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
India's Grand G20 has kicked off and it has been a splendid opening. In case you're only joining us now, all of those pictures I'm going to play out for you and all the big things that have been said by the Prime Minister, who welcomed the world leaders, as you can see in these images, at the Bharat Mandapam just a short while ago to kick off the G20 Summit. The Prime Minister welcomed the full list of world leaders, including US President Joe Biden, the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, the Chinese Premier Li Qiang, Australian Prime Minister Albanese, among many other leaders attending. World Bank Chief Ajay Banga, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, IMF Chief Kristalina Georgieva were among the first to arrive at the newly built venue in Delhi's Pragati Maidan. While pitching for Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas, the Prime Minister stated how India seeks to bring the world together and that human-centric progress is the need of the hour to bridge the trust deficit. Day one of the summit, that's in full flow right now, is witnessing various sessions, and biggest global leaders will discuss issues ranging from climate change to economy to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine.
ये वो समय है जब बरसों पुरानी चुनौतियां हमसे नए समाधान मांग रही हैं और इसलिए हमें ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच के साथ अपने हर दायित्व को निभाते हुए ही आगे बढ़ना है। युद्ध ने इस ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को और गहरा किया है। जब हम कोविड को हरा सकते हैं तो हम आपसी विश्वास पर आए इस संकट पर भी विजय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आज G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें। यह हम सभी के साथ मिलकर चलने का समय है और इसलिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास का मंत्र हम सभी के लिए एक पथ प्रदर्शक बन सकता है।
I want to go across to our men on the ground at the Bharat Mandapam, Gaurav Sawant and Abhishek Balla. Also joining me in the studio here are Ambassador Karju and Ambassador Sajanahar, who are two experts who've been joining us to help us understand the images, the things that have been said, and all the very nuanced messages coming out from the G20 today. So I'm going to go to them as well in just a moment from now. Gaurav, the first plenary session, One Earth, currently in full flow. We already have a handful of headlines coming out from the G20. The African Union, the big rail and port initiative that's going to be announced between India, Saudi, UAE and the United States. The big Biofuel Alliance that India is going to be announcing at about 5 p.m. today. It looks like a very, very strong start to the G20 and full Indian flavor to it. Gaurav.
Shiv, you're absolutely right. On to a big start, and started on a very high note, inducting African Union, and that too during India's presidency. The effort started during India's presidency, and the success has come during India's presidency. So that was the effort. You'd recall when India's G20 Sherpa Amitabh Kant spoke to journalists today. He said his directive from the Prime Minister was to have result-oriented approach, and at least one major result has been achieved. Moving towards clean energy. India is big on the International Solar Alliance. India is big on biofuel. So again, India's met all our targets. The UN Secretary General, he asked whether the developed countries and the developing countries can move forward and actually double their targets, especially on renewable energy, and that's a tall order. But at least will there be a commitment? Will there be forward movement? India is showing and leading by example. Will others follow suit? Remains to be seen. But again, this other aspect, Eurasia, which could be quite a game changer, the port and rail agreement, India, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates and United States of America. We are told this was a major initiative of the US President Joe Biden. Why is this important? Shiv, China has been exploiting countries all along with its Belt and Road initiative, illegal when it passes through Indian territory of Jammu and Kashmir or Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. This route that India, America, Saudi Arabia and UAE are looking at is also a part that China wants to exploit, and these countries are hoping to preempt China and have this in place effectively. Apparently, they're almost all on board. We are also told Israel is keen to be on board on this. The moment democracies work on something like this, it works to everyone's advantage. You have port connectivity from India to Saudi Arabia, and then rail connectivity all through, and then more port connectivity and rail connectivity, taking it to Jordan, Turkey, and then to Europe. So if that works out, then the people all along are not being exploited the way they would be under China's Belt and Road initiative, Shiv.
Very, very interesting. And the implications of it, we're going to decode slowly, because these are nuanced things that we're talking about. They're big announcement, but there are many, many layers and many, many angles as we look at them very closely. Abhishek, while we're talking about these big announcements right now, and the optics are fabulous, the pictures coming out from inside Bharat Mandapam are amazing. The soft focus images of all the world leaders with the Prime Minister, are lovely to see, but there's still suspense over that Delhi declaration. The famous communique that everyone is counting on to see an alignment even on contentious issues like debt restructuring, Ukraine, where you reported from last year, Abhishek. All of these things are still very much on the table. What's the sense that you're getting from there at the Bharat Mandapam?
Well, Shiv, the big focus is on that joint statement because there had been talk that could be in jeopardy, but I'm getting to hear from various sources that there will in fact be some sort of a joint statement. Now, what the contours of that will be is something that remains to be seen. But if you just go by the opening statement made by the Prime Minister this morning, he hinted at the fact that there could be a mention of the Russia-Ukraine war when he said that if he can defeat COVID-19, there is no reason why we can't win over trust deficit because of the war. My sense is, Shiv, that there was a slight hint thrown, and when you juxtapose that with what official sources are saying, it seems that a joint statement is a reality. How much will the Russia-Ukraine war be mentioned in that is difficult to speculate at this moment. But yes, a joint statement could be a big reality. And other than the G20 discussions, Shiv, this has also given Prime Minister Narendra Modi to have bilateral meetings with 15 other countries. Yesterday there were a few, and in fact the big one was with US President Joe Biden. There are 3 to 4 lined up today with the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, Japan, Italy, Germany. There are a few lined up tomorrow as well. So that's another important aspect that this G20 has provided to have these bilaterals with some of the most important countries that India has significant relationships with, and also that big thrust on global south. Now, India is not missing any opportunity to drive across the point that global south is a very important member as far as global affairs are concerned, and that's the reason why Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said that India can be the voice of the global south, and that was the reason that there was this insistence by India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself had written to G20 leaders that the African Union should be part of the G20, and that is a reality now.
Okay, that's a reality now, and there's no backing away from it. It's a big power move, and the reverberations and the tremors of it will be felt geopolitically and otherwise. I want to get a word in from Ambassadors Karju and Sajanar on this as well. Ambassador Karju, to you first. The African Union announcement is a big one. Obviously these are not simple matters. They take a lot of time to put together. First of all, how the African Union integrates into the existing G20 is also something that will have to be seen. There are many other pulls and pressures. There's China, there's Russia, there's the Gulf. There are all these factors, going into it. How do you interpret it, sir?
I think the African Union announcement has been a remarkable diplomatic I would even say, use the word maneuver, because it came right at the beginning.
Yes.
So it was an extremely astute move. But Shiv, if you permit me.
Yes.
I'm just going through the text of the Prime Minister's remarks. And I think he has very skillfully indicated what he thinks about the continuing war in Ukraine.
Interesting.
Let me read out the sentence. He says, after COVID-19, there is a big crisis of trust deficit in the world. This is the English translation.
Yes.
The war has deepened this trust deficit. Now, the word "the war" here can only imply
the Ukraine.
The Ukraine.
Yeah.
And what does he then say? He says, when we can defeat COVID, we can also achieve victory over this trust deficit crisis. Now, this deficit crisis obviously are again code words for the war.
Correct.
So, apart from the African Union story, the other big story, to my mind, is the manner in which he has brought in the war and correlated it with the trust deficit. In one sense, he is indicating that this is not the time for the world to be divided, which is part of the theme. One earth, one world, one family, one future. But it is also saying that, look, this war must come to an end. Because he's saying that if the COVID could be defeated, and that has caused, COVID could be defeated, then this trust deficit, which has been exacerbated by the war, because he says the war has deepened this trust deficit.
Can also
then
be defeated.
That can be bridged.
Yeah.
So it is a plea to the contending parties that, look, the world cannot afford this. Please end it. So I think these are very, very significant words. One last sentence, if you permit me.
Please.
He is referring to it in an elliptical manner.
Yeah.
But it is a reference all the same. And apart from, again, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, apart from the AU story, if you see these three sentences are the substance of what he has been pushing and what Indian diplomacy has been pushing over the years.
I'm going to pull out the part that you've quoted, Ambassador Karchu. I'm going to pull that out so our viewers can hear it as well. Abhishek and Gaurav, good to have them both with us because, as you know, ambassadors, both of these guys were in Ukraine last year. They were reporting from there. They spent the longest time there, bravely reporting from the most dangerous parts of Ukraine. Ambassador Sajjanar, bringing you in on this as well. This is amazing. I just want to tell our viewers that this is the benefit of having professional veteran diplomats here on our coverage. The reason for it is, they are not just talking heads, as you can see. Certainly not the ones on India Today. Ambassadors Karju and Sajjanar are people who've been there on the front lines of diplomatic missions, and they are able to read between the lines. Nowhere did the Prime Minister mention Ukraine, but what you've just heard Ambassador Karju do is interpret and bring out the meaning of it. And I think that's as big, perhaps, as what has been announced as far as the African Union is concerned. Ambassador Sajjanar, you want to add to that? Ukraine was what the Prime Minister meant when he was talking about the trust deficit.
Yes, absolutely right. I agree with what Ambassador Vivek Karju has said. And, I'd like to, let me take it a little forward. Last year in September, I think it was just a year shade less than a year when Prime Minister Modi spoke to President Putin and he said this is not an era of war. I think we have been seeing the increasing discomfort of India as far as the continuation of the war is concerned, Shiv.
Okay.
And in that context, the fact that he uses the word yudh, war, and you see this has never been used, in my view, either by India. Definitely, Russia has projected it as a special military operation. It has never been said, you would see any statements by our friends from Russia. No one has ever mentioned that it is a war. For us, for the Prime Ministers to say that it is war, and the war, we must stop this, we must stop the conflict, we must get over this crisis. I think this further enhances the discomfort that India is having at the continuation of this war, and something that needs to be done. Now, I take it that this is not the forum, G20 is not the forum to seek a solution to the conflict that is taking place. At the moment, we are only looking at finding a formulation as to how to reflect it so that we can pilot our joint declaration there. But I think this is an important indication of where India is coming in from.
Yeah, so I mean, this is also an indication.
Permit me to...
Yes, add to it, please, sir. Please.
I think what Ambassador Sajjanar has said...
Ashok is good enough.
Ashok and Vivek and Ashok. I think that's the way we've always called ourselves.
Yes, indeed.
Now, but he has appealed not only to my mind, to Ukraine and Russia. What does he go on to say? As G20 president, India appeals to the world to change this global trust deficit into confidence on each other. It is time to walk together.
Can I play that bite out, Ambassador Karju, before you finish your point? Do you want to finish it first?
No.
Let's just play it out. Let's just play it out so that our viewers can hear it. Then you tell us your interpretation, and then we go to Gaurav and Abhishek. Let's just play out where the Prime Minister talked about trust deficit. This is that breaking bit where the Indian Prime Minister is talking about Ukraine, a clear message that India is not shying away from talking about Ukraine at the G20. In fact, it's in the Prime Minister's opening address. Take a look at this.
Friends, कोविड-19 के बाद विश्व में एक बहुत बड़ा संकट विश्वास के अभाव का आया है। युद्ध ने इस ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को और गहरा किया है। जब हम कोविड को हरा सकते हैं तो हम आपसी विश्वास पर आए इस संकट पर भी विजय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आज G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें। यह हम सभी के साथ मिलकर चलने का समय है और इसलिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास का मंत्र हम सभी के लिए एक पथ प्रदर्शक बन सकता है।
Ambassador Kachhu, yes, finish your point.
Appeal is not only to Ukraine and to Russia. It is also to their supporters.
Yeah.
Because I would interpret when he says, as the G20 president.
Yes.
Which means that I am taking a neutral view.
Correct.
As the president. India appeals to the world to change this global trust deficit into confidence on each other. It is time to walk together.
Correct.
So he's saying that even supporters of the contending parties, look, we need to go together, we need to find a solution. So, if you permit me to say, he's saying cool it.
Understood. Understood. Very, very interesting. Yeah, these are the layers that come off when you look closely at these speeches. The messages don't always have to be completely obvious and in your face. They're subliminal. Those who need to understand them will definitely understand them. And that really is what diplomatic messaging is all about. I'm slipping into a very short break, but Gaurav and Abhishek, both are reporters who went to Ukraine, are going to be with me on the other side. I also want to tell our viewers that President Emmanuel Macron of France is about to touch down at the Palam Air Base in Delhi. So we'll be going across for live images of those. The India-France relationship, a very, very important one across different spheres. So all of that decoded right after this break. Stay with us. Namaste G20 non-stop coverage continues.
The new world order starts here, and a rising India is leading the way. A new template for a changing world.
India in the front seat for global peace and prosperity as world leaders line up for the big event.
India Today gives you the only ringside view. The faces, the voices, the big news breaks. Unrivaled build-up to the G20 Summit.
Namaste G20. Continuing coverage only on India Today TV.
Ties stronger than ever. India reciprocates the red carpet hospitality to US President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden poised to build on their previous engagements in Washington, D.C. earlier this June. 3 months ago, India and the United States forged a deeper military partnership. In June, the aerospace unit of General Electric announced it had signed an agreement with India's Hindustan Aeronautics to jointly make engines in India to power fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. Substantial progress on the jet deal is expected as Prime Minister Modi and President Biden convene for bilateral talks on Friday.
As the president heads to the G20, he's committed to working with emerging market partners to deliver big things together. That's what we believe the world will see in New Delhi this weekend. The United States' commitment to the G20 hasn't wavered, and we hope this G20 summit will show that the world's major economies can work together even in challenging times.
The agenda for the bilateral talks set to take place at Prime Minister Modi's residence aims to expand strategic cooperation, anticipate significant advancements in defense and advanced technology, state-of-the-art drones, artificial intelligence, and telecommunications, among other topics. With Washington showing a willingness to assist India in expanding its nuclear power program to address climate change challenges. Both sides may make headway in revitalizing the India-US nuclear deal originally signed during UPA-1. The US administration unequivocally recognizes India's outstanding presidency of the G20 amidst the ongoing conflict in Europe.
I believe the G20, in spite of obvious problems due to Russia's war against Ukraine and Russia's, general absence from G20 initiatives, I believe the G20 has been extremely effective, and especially under India's leadership, our goals for the G20 have coincided closely with those of India.
Bilateral talks, therefore, likely to showcase America's unwavering commitment to a rising power like India during these tumultuous times. Economic cooperation, financial reforms, and fostering an improved investment climate expected to be the central two discussions as the two nations elevate their partnership. With the presidents of China and Russia absent from the summit, the United States likely to bolster India's standing in global geopolitics. Prime Minister Modi and President Biden set to engage in comprehensive talks on security and the situation in the Indo-Pacific region. In the midst of a changing global landscape, these bilateral talks set the stage for a brighter and more collaborative future. Bureau Report, India Today.
As a guest country, what does Mauritius, which is strategically located, achieve from the summit, and what do you hope to achieve from the summit?
Well, let me first of all thank the government of India and particularly Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji for the invitation. It is, of course, the first time that Mauritius is participating to a G20 Heads of State Summit. And of course, it is a great honor and privilege. We are looking forward to constructively engage with G20 members in order to foster global cooperation and see that the challenges that we face, particularly as a small island state, are in fact addressed. I think everyone can draw lessons from the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic that we have been facing, and not only in terms of affecting the health of the population, but its consequences on the world economy. And this has been aggravated now by the conflict in Ukraine. And also we see that climate change, for example, are affecting all countries. So we are at a juncture where I think this summit comes at a very opportune time for us to draw lessons from what has happened, what is happening, and to see how we can work together to make the global economy more resilient, inclusive, and of course sustainable.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wide.
And things moving very fast at the G20 in India's national capital. The first session of the G20 is about to come to a close, paving the way for a short break where some crucial bilateral meetings will be taking place very shortly. The main one we're looking at right now to begin shortly is the Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Rishi Sunak bilateral, the India-Britain bilateral that begins any time now. The first G20 summit session called One Earth is currently underway. Rishi Sunak, that's him, greeting the Prime Minister, greeting each other as he arrived earlier today for the G20. Very warm Milan between the two Prime Ministers. Rishi Sunak arrived yesterday with his wife Akshata Murthy, and in a short moment from now, that big India-United Kingdom bilateral will be taking place between Prime Ministers Modi and Prime Minister Sunak. I want to go across to India today. Is Gaurav Sawant, Abhishek Bhalla, who are with us. Gaurav, is the One Earth session done? When do the bilaterals begin? Do we know when the Modi-Sunak bilateral is?
So, Shiv, and any minute now, 13:30 was the exact time. We were told that the first set, the first set of meetings would be over. So 1:30 that happens, and then they break off either for lunch or for immediate bilaterals. And lunch, we're told, is being laid out in thalis. It's all vegetarian. Again, is what we've been told. A lot of millets in this lunch. There's also a chart corner that's been laid out. But amidst all of this, there's also time for bilaterals. There's time for leaders to have a pull aside, and this India-UK pull aside, this India-UK bilateral is extremely crucial. It's extremely critical from the point of view that even the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has put out a message saying that 15 years ago, G20 met for the first time. 15 years later, when they meet, the challenges are enormous, and together they can overcome those challenges. So again, all the leaders putting their heads together to find a solution is the effort, together and in small groups. That's exactly what will be happening right now as we speak, Shiv.
So two things are happening as we speak. Abhishek, pulling you in now. The Modi-Sunak bilateral is about to begin. So we'll have the first images of that. We've also got some lovely images from inside the One Earth session, which we'll be putting on our screen in just a moment. The other thing we're looking out for, Abhishek, is Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, will be landing at the Palam Air Base very, very shortly. There's a working lunch between Macron and Modi tomorrow, I understand. That's on Sunday. That's also a very important relationship. But right now, all eyes on the Modi-Sunak bilateral. It's a deep, multi-layered relationship. The free trade agreement is the big focus area between the two countries as well. Rishi Sunak has been a bit of a darling of the media since he arrived yesterday.
That's right, Shiv, and he's just tweeted out saying that 15 years since the G20 leaders met for the first time, the tradition continues to discuss several aspects related to trade, finance, etc. But yes, as far as the bilateral with the UK is concerned, the free trade agreement, big focus likely. Also another aspect, Shiv, we are not sure whether it will be taken up in the bilateral or not, but it's one of those issues that the two countries have been following up on, and that's the agreement for extradition of several of those who are wanted in India for economic crimes. And that is something that is quite important as far as India is concerned. So if that's taken up, that will be a big takeaway as well. Other than Rishi Sunak, there are...
We've just got a video that the Prime Minister has put out on his social media. I understand there's some sound in it as well. Let's just go straight to it, full frame. Yeah, let's go to it.
आज G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें। यह हम सभी के साथ मिलकर चलने का समय है और इसलिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास का मंत्र हम सभी के लिए एक पथ प्रदर्शक बन सकता है। जब बरसों पुरानी चुनौतियां हमसे नए समाधान मांग रही है, 21वीं सदी का यह समय पूरी दुनिया को नई दिशा दिखाने वाला और नई दिशा देने वाला एक महत्वपूर्ण समय है। सबका साथ की भावना से ही भारत ने प्रस्ताव रखा था कि अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता दी जाए। भारत की G20 प्रेसिडेंसी देश के भीतर और देश के बाहर इंक्लूजन का, सबका साथ का प्रतीक बन गई है। भारत में ये पीपल्स G20 बन गए।
Okay, Gaurav continues to be with us. Lovely piece of video footage from the inside, all the professional, official photographers taking all that footage and putting it together very quickly so we can play it out for you here on India Today. That's the Prime Minister with a special message for all of those coming in. This is in addition to his speech that he made at the G20, admitting the African Union in. Gaurav, I want to quickly come to you because we're standing by now. The next big thing to look out for, two things. One, the big bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and Rishi Sunak. There are bilaterals between the Indian Prime Minister and Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, as well as the Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio Kishida, today. So, three big bilaterals lined up today, Gaurav. Also, Emmanuel Macron is going to be landing very, very shortly. So, while we look at all of these pictures, the one guy missing in action is the French president. He's about to land, and we all know that's a very, very important relationship as well, Gaurav.
One of the closest, strategic partners of our country. France, recently Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Paris for the bilateral visit. Again, he was the chief guest of the Bastille Day parade. Close partner, has helped India or has been with India in difficult times, and as they say, and this is what a lot of French diplomats told me, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and that is exactly what India and France aspire to be for each other. And everything is on the table is what I was told. It's just for negotiations to move forward. We've talked about the Rafales, we've talked about the Rafale Marines, and now it's actually with the United States there's forward movement on civil nuclear energy. France is also talking to India about civil nuclear energy. France is talking to India about helicopters and submarines and any requirement that India may have. So Shiv, this isn't, again, as France puts it, not a buyer-seller relationship, but a relationship where they're talking about co-development and co-manufacturing and cooperating in the field of education. Something that India is also moving forward very rapidly with the United Kingdom. So across Europe, there's also negotiation for free trade agreement with the European Union. So this, when we were talking to some of these diplomats about the free trade agreement, they said that any free trade agreement that comes up with one country would well be the model for other countries, and that is why every word has to be looked at very closely, very carefully, to the best interest of both the countries. And this is why it's taking some time. You heard Rishi Sunak say they've traveled a lot of distance, but they still need to travel some distance before the deal is inked. So crucial bilateral talks and multilateral talks as India is on the diplomatic center stage at this point, Shiv.
So I just wanted to summarize for our viewers that, yesterday there were three big bilaterals between the Indian Prime Minister, the leaders of Bangladesh, the leaders of leader of Mauritius, and of course with the US President Joe Biden. Today, Modi holds bilaterals with the UK Prime Minister, the Japanese Prime Minister, the German Chancellor and the Italian Prime Minister. So there are four big bilaterals, not three. That's with the UK, Japan, Germany and Italy. Big lineup of bilaterals. And tomorrow, in case you're wondering, Modi has a working lunch with Emmanuel Macron, the President of France, who's about to land in Delhi. And he also has pull-asides, which are smaller interactions with the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. And he also has bilaterals with Comoros, Turkey, UAE, South Korea, the European Union, Brazil and Nigeria. So tomorrow is also a really, really big power-packed day for the Prime Minister, where he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 bilaterals by the Prime Minister tomorrow as well. So definitely a very, very busy day as far as the bilaterals aside from the G20 that are going to be taking place. Before I go to our experts and to our reporters once again, I want to play out for you once again this video because it has a message from the Prime Minister and also has some images that have been shot by official photographers, so not otherwise directly available to the media. Let's just play that out for you.
आज G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें। यह हम सभी के साथ मिलकर चलने का समय है और इसलिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास का मंत्र हम सभी के लिए एक पथ प्रदर्शक बन सकता है। जब बरसों पुरानी चुनौतियां हमसे नए समाधान मांग रही है, 21वीं सदी का यह समय पूरी दुनिया को नई दिशा दिखाने वाला और नई दिशा देने वाला एक महत्वपूर्ण समय है। सबका साथ की भावना से ही भारत ने प्रस्ताव रखा था कि अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता दी जाए। भारत की G20 प्रेसिडेंसी देश के भीतर और देश के बाहर इंक्लूजन का, सबका साथ का प्रतीक बन गई है। भारत में ये पीपल्स G20 बन गए।
Okay, the latest world leader to be about to touch down at the Palam Air Base in Delhi is Emmanuel Macron, the President of France. In fact, the Ambassador of France to India, Ambassador Emmanuel Lena, has just put out a small little video on his social media. Let's just play that out for you.
At Palam Airport, ready to welcome President Macron for this important G20 Summit. At Palam Airport, ready to welcome President Macron for this important G20 Summit. At Palam Airport, ready to welcome President Macron for this important G20 Summit. At Palam Airport, ready to welcome President Macron for this important G20 Summit.
Okay, tiny little soundbite there from the French ambassador, Emmanuel Lena. He's at the Palam Air Base, as you can see in those pictures. The aircraft is about to land. Ambassador Kachi, you want to come in? Yeah, you want to comment on that?
I think he's a good ambassador. He wants to keep France in the frame, even though the French president is not here.
Yeah. He's doing his job, and
he's doing his job very well. Yes,
he's managed to get France mentioned even before the president has arrived on the most viewed broadcast.
Good ambassador.
Yeah. Ambassador Sajanar, Emmanuel Macron about to arrive. Some questions about why he wasn't here yesterday, along with all the other heavy hitters. He's arriving a day late, but I mean, right in the middle of it, there's a big working lunch. No bilateral, but a big working lunch with the Indian Prime Minister tomorrow.
Yes, I think that's very special. I don't think one can really, he must have had some engagement back home. And that is why he has not been able to come on time as the others. I don't think it should, we should read any meaning to it.
True.
Because India-France relations are very strong, very robust, very vibrant. We had a Prime Minister as the special guest on the Bastille Day recently, and we had our contingent, 3 services contingent marching there.
Huge.
And of course, you look at our defense cooperation, civilian nuclear cooperation, although it has not really moved forward very much. But across the board, I think the relationship, strategic as far as Indo-Pacific is concerned, I think on all fronts, our relationship with France is very strong and moving forward at a rapid pace.
Okay, very, very interesting. So Emmanuel Macron's about to land, and like Ambassador Sajanar said, the fact that there is no bilateral between Modi and Macron is no big deal. Nothing should be read into it. There may have been some timing issues.
But
also
there is a lunch.
There's a lunch. There's a working lunch. It's not okay. Yeah, absolutely.
That would be it would be even better than a bilateral, because a bilateral would be half an hour.
Right.
And this would
working
give them
lunch is longer. Okay, so it's bigger.
Much more time.
Okay,
yes,
so then that's completely reflective of the relationship between the two countries. Interesting. That's a good point to note. So a working lunch is actually a longer, perhaps even more meaningful,
time together between the two
more
leaders.
Personal kind of interaction between the two leaders and their contingents. And if you've seen pictures of Modi and Macron, the body language, the rapport is very, very warm. I'm sure they'll be giving each other jappis very, very shortly at the Bharat Mandapam once the president arrives. He'll be arriving and then going straight to the Bharat Mandapam just in time for the second session, which is called One Family, which starts a short while from now. Abhishek Bhalla is still with us live. Abhishek, what's going on right now at the Mandapam? Is the first session over? Has it broken for lunch? The bilaterals, it's almost 2 o'clock.
Well, Shiv, the first session was scheduled to get over by 1:30. It's well above that. So, yes, this is the time when there is a sort of a break. And in between, the bilaterals are going to take place. So it's a hectic, schedule for several leaders, including Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And the fact that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is ensuring that, he either has bilaterals, 15 bilaterals lined up over the last, in a span of 3 days, starting yesterday, several other pull-asides, informal meets like the one with the French President Macron. So all opportunities being taken to make sure that there is an extended push to India's diplomacy, and it's not just the G20. Of course, the big focus is on G20. The big agenda that Prime Minister Modi spelt out was that India can be the voice of the global South. So while on one side he's stressing on that fact, at the same time he's making sure that he's reached out to several leaders from the Western world. A lot to read about in his opening statement today, when he mentioned that the way we have defeated COVID-19, there's no reason why we can't win over the war.
Absolutely.
And the trust deficit. The reference to the war, again, very crucial, and just gives a hint that that the joint statement will definitely have some reference, because remember that was the contentious issue.
And we will have information. I'm going to get you an update on that Delhi declaration, that joint statement, in just a moment from now. It's time for me to slip into a very short break, but the updates, as you can see, the news breaks and the fabulous images from inside Bharat Mandapam are coming in thick and fast, and you will miss nothing. I guarantee it here on India Today. I'm going to thank Ambassador Sajanar and Ambassador Kaju for joining us. Very, very valuable to have them decode part one of the G20. We'll be joined by more guests as we take forward our broadcast. I'm taking a very quick break. On the other side, you'll be back just in time to see Emmanuel Macron, the French president, land in Delhi and join the G20. Come right back.
I'm being joined by the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here on India Today. A big day, big few days for India. How do you look at India's G20 presidency? According to you, is this one of the most or the biggest and the most challenging G20 presidencies that you have ever seen?
So India's G20 presidency is exceptional. And yes, we live in very challenging and difficult times. The more India takes merit for mastering this G20 presidency, I think it's also due to the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. And what I experience here coming to the country is that there is a whole national effort to master the G20 presidency by the largest democracy we have on this globe.
Well, that's right. But there are issues. When it comes to consensus, the joint communique is far from becoming a consensus document. There are issues when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war, when it comes to climate change. But let's talk about the Russia-Ukraine war. India says and is confident that there is going to be a joint communique on development. But on Russia-Ukraine war, they say that it is not their creation and not their concern. What's the European Commission's view?
So the G20 is an organization where we have the difficult topics on the table and we need to find a consensus. And indeed, it is the big challenges. Of course, the spillover effects of the Russian war in Ukraine are on the table, like food security or the rise of prices of fertilizers, the lack of fertilizers, to name some elements. And we have to discuss that. I know that Russia might want to ignore it, but the others would not accept it.
When it comes to China, another country that has had obstructionist moves when it comes to climate change, there are other countries that are talking about climate change, so on and so forth. How does the European Commission look at a consensus document when it comes to climate change and tackling climate change?
So I think this time very important is the topic of climate finance. It's at the center of the discussion because we have to make sure that the needs of the developing world are being heard. And there's an answer.
How do you really see India playing a role, particularly, as you mentioned, at a time of global conflict? Historically, we've always been for peace. Some of our biggest leaders, some of our most influential faces, historic figures, have always propagated peace. India is a land of peace, essentially. So now that we're hosting the G20 Summit at such a crucial juncture, when there's a Russia-Ukraine conflict as well, how do you really see, Sri, India's role in that?
See, India's voice has always been sane, and we are very sensible in whatever we are saying, because we are just and sensible. This is something that world has started to notice. Number one, we are sensible, and we cannot be bullied. Number two. Number three, we are very sensitive. We are sensitive to the feelings and to the emotions of people of the entire world. And the mindsets. So we in this country have embraced such diversity. See, we have a communist government in one part of the country, and we have multi-party democracy, which is not present in anywhere else in the world. There are bi-party democracies, but we have so many parties. And then on top of it, we are the largest population in a country that the world is seeing today, and young population. And
Very true.
so we have a lot of things to offer to the world. Of course, I would say spirituality is the need of the world today, when there is so much of distress and aggression and depression that is clogging the youth population.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 32 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
आज G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें। यह हम सभी के साथ मिलकर चलने का समय है। और इसलिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास का मंत्र हम सभी के लिए एक पथ प्रदर्शक बन सकता है। जब बरसों पुरानी चुनौतियां हमसे नए समाधान मांग रही है, 21वीं सदी का यह समय पूरी दुनिया को नई दिशा दिखाने वाला और नई दिशा देने वाला एक महत्वपूर्ण समय है। सबका साथ की भावना से ही भारत ने प्रस्ताव रखा था कि अफ्रीकन यूनियन को G20 की स्थायी सदस्यता दी जाए। भारत की G20 प्रेसिडेंसी देश के भीतर और देश के बाहर इंक्लूजन का, सबका साथ का प्रतीक बन गई है। भारत में ये पीपल्स G20 बन गया।
Namaste G20 and a very warm welcome to our viewers. You're watching our rolling coverage on India hosting its first ever G20 Summit. Big takeaways coming in on day one. The first session is just about got over. One Earth, a quick break. Coming up next, two big events. The bilaterals, especially one we're going to keenly be following with the Prime Minister of Britain, and also what we have been given to understand, in a short while from now, the French President Emmanuel Macron would be touching down. My colleague Gaurav Sawant also joining us, our managing editor, getting us the latest update from the stunning Bharat Mandapam. For the course of the next 2 hours, Gaurav and I were going to get you all the latest updates, the big takeaways, all of that right here. First up, let me take you through the headlines. The first session of the mega G20 Power Summit, One Earth, underway in Delhi with Modi's call for bridging global trust deficit.
पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदलें।
The G20 Power Summit underway in Delhi. Sunak greets Prime Minister Modi with a namaste, gets greeted with a hug. Prime Minister explains Konark wheel backdrop along with a power handshake with Biden. This is a big one, viewers. African Union now permanent G20 member. Will it be G21 now? Modi hugs and welcomes African Union chief. African Union converts G20 into G21. On the biggest international platform, Prime Minister Modi's Big Bharat push. Prime Minister Modi's nameplate for G20 says Bharat. Mega rail ports connectivity deal on the cards. India, US, Saudi and UAE to unveil ambitious deal to link the Gulf with India. This could rival China's One Belt initiative. And of course, on the sideline, India hosting its best delectable G20 menu reflects India's cultural palette. Vegetarian menu for top world delegates with focus on millets. Tragic, over 600 dead in an earthquake that jolted Morocco. Prime Minister Modi begins his G20 address grieving the death of Moroccan citizens.
Kia Sonet, undeniably wild.
All right, let's cut across right now to the Parliament airport. The French President Emmanuel Macron landing as we speak. These are visuals coming in. You have the French President walking down. and he will have a working lunch tomorrow afternoon with the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, but that is the French president coming in. Lots to discuss where the Indo-French relationship is concerned at its best possibly right now. Lots of business to ink, and these visuals coming in fresh off the Palam airport. The French president being welcomed, the red carpet there. And of course, he's going to make his way now for the second session at the G20 Summit at the Pragati Maidan. But tomorrow is when he's going to have a working lunch with the Prime Minister of India. These visuals coming in from the Palam airport. Bhanupriya Patel receiving the French... Anupriya Patel from Uttar Pradesh. Interesting choice of... for the Indian government, for Anupriya Patel to receive the French president. Anupriya Patel is part of the NDA from Uttar Pradesh. Those visuals coming in there. And of course, India also showcasing its cultural heritage on the sidelines of it. That's the French president, and that is the traditional Lavani dance that you can see on your television screen. A lot on the table where Indo-French relationship is concerned, a lot of business where it comes down, lots of defense deals, possibly at this point of time. India, one of its best relationships ever where France is concerned, especially when it comes down to business. That's Anupriya Patel from the Apna Dal, Uttar Pradesh NDA alliance partner. And she's the one who's receiving the French president. While he's come alone, he doesn't have his wife with him. It's going to be a quick stopover for the French president, but not before he has a working lunch tomorrow with the Indian Prime Minister. Important bilateral there. Lots of business to discuss. The Prime Minister, as the French president is coming in, is already tied in a bilateral with the British Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, who's practically become one of the stars of the G20 campaign. But these visuals filtering in, and that important bilateral or a working lunch tomorrow between the Indian Prime Minister and the French President tomorrow. From here, he'd be making his way to Pragati Maidan for the second session of the G20 Summit. 3 sessions of the G20 Summit, viewers. The first one just got over, all of them constructed around the theme of the G20 Summit, that is Vasudevaya Kutum. One Earth, one family, one future. 3 sessions designed on the same parameter, same line. The first session has got over, and India receiving an important dignitary, head of state there, the French President Emmanuel Macron. Lots to discuss when it comes down to business and defense deals as well. All right. Let's now, with these visuals, take you right back to the Bharat Mandapam. An hour and a half break, 1:30 to 3 p.m., where a lot of bilaterals would be on. And right now, as we speak, the Prime Minister's bilateral with the UK Prime Minister has begun. But these are visuals recorded just shortly. Anupriya Patel from the Apna Dal, Uttar Pradesh NDA alliance partner, welcoming the French President Emmanuel Macron, arriving for the G20 Summit. Let me also quickly bring in my colleague Gaurav Sawant, managing editor, joining us from the Bharat Mandapam. Gaurav, interesting 2 big developments taking place as I speak. Prime Minister Modi tied in with a bilateral with the UK Prime Minister that has begun. And on the sidelines of that, these visuals filtering in, Gaurav, with the French President touching down. Possibly, if you look at it, Gaurav, India and France, one of its best chapters in the relationship between 2 nations.
Preeti, this is India's big moment on the global stage. You have more than 40 heads of state, heads of governments, heads of international organizations who are here in India and all seeing India's growth story. Look at the interactions that have been taking place. Now, when you talk about the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, he's quite the toast of town. The way he's been, he and his wife Akshita, the way they went out in Delhi yesterday. There's brief interaction with journalists that they've had, and the conversations that he's had with Prime Minister Narendra Narendra Modi, where he's extremely confident under India's presidency of G20. A lot will be achieved in terms of meeting challenges, and look how some of it is already happening. In India's G20 presidency, it was proposed that the African Union should be made part of the G20, a permanent member. And it's happened this morning. That's huge. That's step one. This is India, our country, your country and mine, being the bridge between the developed world and the developing world. Something that India set out to do and has been able to achieve. This was the target, result-oriented approach. But there's a bigger statement that Prime Minister Narendra Modi made, very diplomatic, very sober, but a big message to the warring sides, Russia and Ukraine, where the Prime Minister said that this trust deficit needs to be reduced. We need to have trust once again. We were able to win this war on COVID, and with trust, we will be able to overcome the challenges here. So that's again a very big message that goes out to all sides, that all the powerful world leaders who are sitting right here at Bharat Mandapam, they need to come together and find a solution, because this isn't a solution just for each other, it's a solution for the betterment of humankind, to address the bigger challenges that the nations are facing. The French president is coming in. I was covering the Prime Minister's visit to Paris when he was there for the Bastille Day parade. Very, very warm relationship between the two countries. Again, a result-oriented relationship. India-Britain, result-oriented. The other bilaterals that are happening shortly, India-Japan, very close ties, taking it to the next level. India-Italy, increasing that relationship. India-Germany, once again, working together to ensure that at the end of all of this, there is a result-oriented approach, including, as many argue, will there be a communique? From all accounts, there would be something that would be acceptable to all in a result-oriented manner, to actually try and find a way to end conflict and move forward to address the real issues that the world's facing, which are economic issues, Preeti.
Well, you're bang on. And Gaurav, we're going to break it down on what have been the biggest takeaways. And as Gaurav pointed out, two big movements, especially when it comes down. It's no longer G20. From now on, it will be G21. And India has played a crucial role in the G21 chapter of the summit. But Gaurav, I'm going to come right back to you. We're going to talk about the biggest takeaways. Those visuals that are just coming in right now is the French president coming in right now, landing at the Parliament airport, being received by Union Minister and NDA ally Anupriya Patel. And from here on, of course, he's going to be making his way to Pragati Maidan, 10 September, tomorrow, working lunch, bilateral with the Indian Prime Minister. A lot of business, a lot of defense deals there, but also getting you the latest. And we're going to pull in Gaurav Sawant back into this conversation, because alongside these visuals, viewers, the bilateral between the Indian Prime Minister Modi with the UK Prime Minister has begun. It will be followed by bilaterals with leaders of Japan and Germany. In the evening, Prime Minister Modi will have a bilateral with the Italian Prime Minister. But all eyes on this particular bilateral. As Gaurav pointed out, Rishi Sunak has been the darling of the Indian media for sure. He's released a video as well on his visit. He and his wife Akshata Murthy have gone to both the Akshardham temple and as well, or are planning to go to both the Akshardham temple and the Humayun's tomb. They took a little stroll in Lachin's Delhi yesterday. And right now, an official bilateral on between Rishi Sunak, who the Prime Minister received with a firm handshake and a hug. There, and that bilateral on. I also want to pull in Polomi Saha, who's reporting from the Bharat Mandapam, as well as our managing editor, Gaurav Sawant, who continues to be with us. Polomi, what we are given to understand right now, the bilateral with the UK Prime Minister has begun. It will be followed by bilaterals with leaders of Japan, Germany, and then later on Italy.
That's right. There are 4 bilaterals that are slotted for today. There are 2 windows for bilaterals, Preeti. One, of course, which opened at 1:30 this afternoon when the first session, One Earth, got over. So that window is from 1:30 to 3 p.m. And the second window is a very small window, and hence you have only one bilateral which is slotted for that time, which is about 4:45 p.m. this evening to 5:30 p.m. this evening. Of course, all eyes on the bilateral with UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, especially especially because of the voices, that have emerged from Downing Street, especially Rishi Sunak, and what he's categorically stated ahead of his visit to New Delhi in terms of how he would want to press the Indian government and Prime Minister Modi to, in fact, ensure that there are strictures applied in the way that the language is framed in the Delhi Declaration around the Russia-Ukraine war. Remember, he has very recently met with the Ukrainian President Zelensky, and Rishi Sunak is not mincing his words when he says that he actually used very strong words when he said that Putin doesn't have a face to show, and that's exactly why he's not coming to this summit. He wants to press all of the leaders in terms of Russia's withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, where Russia basically pulled out because it felt that the Western countries were placing sanctions on it so that it couldn't export more of its agricultural produce, which eventually basically led to inflation in food prices. And Rishi Sunak wants everyone on the same page. The Indian Prime Minister, of course, is expected to, we don't have a confirmation, an official confirmation on what he's expected to raise, but we do believe that he will be raising the Khalisani threat in the United Kingdom to, of course, Indians residing there, to diplomats. We've seen, of course, the Khalisani protests at the British High Commission in London as well. And that is something that Prime Minister Modi will be stressing upon in his bilateral meeting. These are not exactly structured bilateral meetings because you can imagine the window is very small, but they're not politicized either. They are bilateral meetings, and very important at that as well, Preeti.
Polumi, stay on with us. Polumi is right before the UK Prime Minister came in. He did tweet out suggesting that, yes, he's here to talk business, but what's happening in Ukraine is also on top agenda. Later on, of course, he has tweeted out a video of the warm welcome that he received in India and his time here. But let's also listen to Rishi Sunak when he came in speaking to the Indian media.
Well, I think the bilateral relationship is in good health, and Prime Minister Modi and I are keen to deepen and broaden our relationship. The FTA is an obvious way for us to do that, which is why it remains our priority. And as I said, hard work to go, but I hope we can conclude a successful FTA. I think we can strengthen our security relationship as well. That's something that I've spoken to the Prime Minister about. And then something I'm particularly excited about is increasing the collaboration between our incredible researchers, our scientific community, our universities. The UK and India are two of the leading science technology superpowers of the world, and I think if we work more closely together, we can create jobs, create new businesses, and help solve some of the world's most pressing problems. I have enormous respect for Modi ji, and he's been personally very warm and kind to me, and we're working very hard, as I said, on our shared ambition of concluding an ambitious and comprehensive trade deal between India and the UK, because both of us think that would be a good thing, and both of us need to make sure it works for our two countries. And at forums like this, I'm very keen to support Prime Minister Modi in making sure that this G20 is an enormous success for India, which I know it will be, and this has been a great year for India more generally. I think there'll be many things that we'll be discussing here at the G20 under India's leadership, and I'm confident that we'll make very good progress on a range of different issues. I think G20 has been a huge success for India. India is the right country at the right time to be hosting this, and I feel we're going to have a very good couple of days of deliberations and decisions made.
All right, so then as we speak, the UK Prime Minister tied in a bilateral with the Indian Prime Minister. I want to quickly pull in Managing Editor Gaurav Sawant back into this conversation as I introduce our guest panel to our viewers. Joining me this afternoon is Prabhu Dayal, former ambassador, author and former diplomat, Skand R. Tayal, former diplomat, adjunct fellow, Institute of Chinese Study, Dr. Vail Awad, senior international journalist. We're going to cut across to Dr. Awad, but Gaurav, I want to bring you in. And let's, once again, talk about India's meeting with Britain, the bilateral. Both Prime Minister tied into a bilateral right now. What's on agenda? What is important? Any word coming in? What India will put up from its side? Interesting, because when the UK Prime Minister came in, there was a very firm tweet or a message that he gave up that, yes, he's here for business, but Ukraine remains on top agenda. And the Prime Minister today, if we saw, his speech earlier on, there was a clear, firm, sober message encrypted in that as well when it came down to the Ukraine war.
You know, this war in Ukraine has been on since February 2022. So the world has seen what the war so far has yielded and how it's actually damaged not just Russia and Ukraine, but the rest of the world. It's actually impacted for the developing world, at least food, fuel and fertilizer requirements. So will this continue endlessly, or will an attempt be made to find a just and equitable end to a conflict, or at least look for ways to end it, a ceasefire, dialogue, forward movement? Is that even possible? And that is something that India actually hopes for. In that conversation that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had with the Russian President, he said the era of war is over. Today again the Prime Minister said that the yudh, the war, and that's a very strong word. No longer is India using the word either special operations or just Ukraine. Yeah, yudh. And yudh is leading to a trust deficit. Now that the need is to once again bring in trust. That's the point that India is making. So you notice that there is a shift in India's stance. You also notice, and perhaps we would in the hours ahead, because right now, Preeti, the effort is to find that middle ground so that there is a communique at the end of it, and an actionable communique. Will that actually happen? We would know in the next several hours, but an attempt is to find a solution. If you see what Rishi Sunak has said and what the Prime Minister has said, challenges are immense. Let's all put our heads together. Let's find a solution. There is forward movement there, Preeti.
True that, Gaurav, because, you know, there's so much going on in terms of the optics. The biggest takeaway, no longer G20, G21 now, with the African Union coming in and possibly India playing a big role in that. But having said that, the suspense over what will come off the Delhi Declaration, will there be a joint communique or a statement that is coming out, or will it go down on what possibly went down in Indonesia, where the Bali Declaration was concerned, which there was a declaration, but there was dissent. Dr. Awad, what do you make of that? Do you see a joint declaration coming in where the Delhi Declaration comes into question?
Well, I think India has been pressing hard to make sure that there is a comprehensive agreement in most of the staking issues and pertaining issues that affecting the humanity and the world, whether it is in the development, sustainable development, whether it is in the IT, whether it is in the financial sector. But I think two issues which has attracted me in this meeting currently, maybe the joint communique on Russia, Ukraine may not be on the table because there are lots of differences. And since they introduced a political issue into the discussion, that's what made it very difficult for the G20 to discuss issues related to economy and trades. So having said that, I would say that the joint communique is still too early to suggest whether it will come up or no. But my take on this, that today is the 21 salute, we can say, of the gunshots that India have created, one by adding the African Union into this G20 one now, and also the earthquake in Morocco, where the Prime Minister of India has also sent his condolences and extended help to them. That clearly shows the importance of dealing with the natural disaster to deal for a humanity rather than searching for a conflict issues and finding way of differences. I think what India is trying to give to the world an image that let us sit down across the table, find solution. There is no good war or bad wars. There is also should not be any war. In fact, let us go for development and human development.
Well, you know, you bang on there. It's G21 or the 21 gun salute there, and India's played an important role with something. Even yesterday, there was an indication that, you know, this summit is going to be, if there is a theme, other than, of course, what India's theme of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is, that it's going to be the voice of the global south or the developing nations. And that's happened with the coming in of the African Union. But I'm going to come right back to all our guests. But on the sidelines of it all, India's grand G20 kicking off today. Prime Minister Modi welcomed world leaders at the Bharat Mandapam to the G20 Summit. He did welcome a host of world leaders, including US President Joe Biden, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Chinese Premier Li Kang, Australian Prime Minister Albanese, amongst many, many other leaders. The World Bank Chief Ajay Banga, UN Secretary General Antonio, IMF Chief Kristalina were all amongst the first to arrive at the newly built venue in Pragati Maidan. All of that you know, the optics that you see on your television screen a short short while ago. While pitching for Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Prime Minister Modi stated how India seeks to bring the world together and that human-centric Vikas is the need of the hour. Day one of the summit will witness various sessions, primarily divided in what is, the theme of the G20 Summit, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, One Earth, One Family, One Future. 3 sessions, one of them has just concluded. On the sidelines of it all, of course, will be bilaterals, which some of them are taking place as I speak. All of this, where the national capital sees itself as the biggest global playground with leaders who are coming in to discuss issues ranging in from climate change to economy to geopolitical conflict.
ये वो समय है जब बरसों पुरानी चुनौतियां हमसे नए समाधान मांग रही हैं और इसलिए हमें ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच के साथ अपने हर दायित्व को निभाते हुए ही आगे बढ़ना है। युद्ध ने इस ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को और गहरा किया है। जब हम कोविड को हरा सकते हैं तो हम आपसी विश्वास पर आए इस संकट पर भी विजय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। आज G20 के प्रेसिडेंट के तौर पर भारत पूरी दुनिया का आह्वान करता है कि हम मिलकर सबसे पहले इस ग्लोबल ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट को एक विश्वास, एक भरोसे में बदले। यह हम सभी के साथ मिलकर चलने का समय है और इसलिए सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास का मंत्र हम सभी के लिए एक पथ प्रदर्शक बन सकता है।
All right, so let's take it further. What has been the biggest achievement? And I would reckon one of the biggest achievements till now, where the G20 summits, over the course of its history is concerned, is the introduction into the G20 summit, which many are calling the G21 come salute, is the introduction of the African Union. No longer G20, G21. Once again, let's cut across to our guests. Gaurav Sawant, Managing Editor, continues to be with us. And Gaurav, joining us right now is also Issei Abdullahi Asowe, Ambassador of the Republic of Djibouti. Congratulations, Ambassador. It's a big, big move and something, which I would reckon all of us need to be proud of, considering that by the end of it, we can walk out of the G20 where, if there is a global theme to it, it is also the voice of the developing nations.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. It is certainly a proud action and a proud feeling that we have. And it is a commendable action that India has done. And we are ready to work together as long as India and African countries are issues from the South. Thank you for India, Prime Minister Modi, to be the voice of the global South. And this is the successful action that has been taken today. It's a great achievement. Thank you very much.
Ultimately, Ambassador, with what was India's endeavor to bring in the African Union, there were pitfalls, Gaurav. I will bring you into this conversation. There could have been dissent by China, but how well India has maneuvered the diplomatic minefield and practically changed the course of what has been the G20 summit, where history is concerned.
Well, first of all, we have to understand that...
Preeti, you're absolutely right.
Go ahead, Ambassador, go ahead. I'll cut across to my colleague later. Go ahead, sir.
My apologies.
Go ahead, Ambassador.
My apology. Honor to
No. Ambassador, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, first, we have to understand that the world is now becoming interdependent. And this interdependence has brought people to go together. Despite the national interest, we have also global interest. And despite each country's national interest, so there is the global interest and this is the regional interest. And that's why we gather all together in institutions like the G20 or the UN or the European Union or the ASEAN. I've seen that India and China are part of the BRICS. And despite the the national interest of each of other. Diplomacy is commanding us to act collectively for the safe interest of the world. And I believe certainly that India is acting for one future, one world, one environment. And this is how India has taken the step to integrate African Union and Africa in the G20. And African Union is certainly a very important actor as the 8th economy in the world and as the most populated continent in the world. And this is how good work can be done by the collaboration of India and Africa, and to see the world how this collaboration can bring an additional wellness to the world.
Well, Ambassador, I just want to bring in our managing editor as well into this conversation. Gaurav, history will remember well India's role of getting in the African Union. And, you know best how explosive that diplomatic minefield was.
Seeing that India...
It indeed was.
Gaurav, one second. Vasudevai Kutum, we have the ambassador here. He wants to answer. Let him take this question. And after the ambassador, I'm going to come back to Gaurav. Go ahead, ambassador. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry.
No, sir. Go ahead. Like I said, you quoted our theme of Vasudevai Kutum. You're our guest. Go ahead, and I'll cut across to Gaurav Sawant after you.
Oh, my goodness. Sorry, Mr. Gaurav. I have made a mistake. I just wanted to say that India has achieved a tremendous and tremendous action, and is actually negotiating very important achievement and contract regarding the collaboration with the US, the collaboration with all over the world regarding the air navigation system, regarding the linking Emirates and India together. So there are a lot of topics on the table, and I'm sure that India will be successful on this. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Gaurav.
No problem, sir. I appreciate you for joining us. Thank you, Ambassador, for there. And let's look forward to a new chapter and scripting it together, sir, as countries. Appreciate you joining us, Ambassador. All right, Gaurav, coming back to you now. All right, okay, Gaurav, I'm sorry I'm coming in again because visuals coming in, Gaurav. You might want to take us through that, where you're standing. The French president has just reached the Bharat Mandapam, and those visuals of Emmanuel Macron being taken in, coming in live as I speak, and the bilateral right now on the sidelines going on between the Indian Prime Minister and the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Gaurav, the French president where you are, the Bharat Mandapam.
In fact, straight from the airport, he's headed straight to the Bharat Mandapam. He will be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but that one-on-one is a working lunch tomorrow. Today, he'll be a part of this second session. Again, a very, very important session between 3 and 5:30 p.m. Where they'll talk about They've talked about the problems that they're facing. They're talking about the solutions, the road ahead. Again, Europe to a very large extent, the G7 countries, the NATO alliance countries, they're on one page and they are very keen that they are able to get their point across in that final communique when it comes to Russia-Ukraine conflict. And India's point is that this is a platform where, yes, as far as food, fertilizers, the problems that the world is facing, the solutions that need to be found, that needs to be incorporated, but this shouldn't become a platform for name calling because that actually serves no purpose. The aim is to find a solution to the problem, have a roadmap to that solution, and this is where very intense negotiations are taking place, initially at the level of officials, the Sherpas, the diplomats, and now at the level of the heads of state and government. So those negotiations are very important. Tomorrow when the bilateral happens, which is equally important, if not more, it's about taking India-France relationship again forward. The Prime Minister was in France for the Bastille Day parade. A lot of conversation happened then. Now the talk is, how do you take it? You review whatever progress has been made, wherever progress hasn't been made. You look at ways of making that progress, and then he heads to Bangladesh, the French president. That again is a relationship that is being forged very closely in this area. But the the ambassador to Djibouti gave you a very important point, Preeti. While we're talking about takeaways from this G20, one takeaway is African Union being a part of G20 now. The other takeaway is the Prime Minister's big message on removing trust deficit and building trust. The third big takeaway, and that's also huge, is the United States, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates and India coming together for that rail port link. Now that promises to be a game changer and a counter to to the expansionist forces of this region. It's an American proposal moving forward at a very rapid pace, and should that happen in 2 hours from now, that will be a game changer in democratizing the world in dealing with expansionist forces.
Well, you're right there, especially where China comes into the question, the role of China. Gaurav, you're going to come and, of course, take it up in 2 hours from now. All eyes on that. But these visuals, Gaurav, as I speak, coming in of the French president entering the Bharat Mandapam. Of course, he will be received there, I doubt, by the Prime Minister, Gaurav, because the Prime Minister locked into back-to-back meetings where it comes down to the bilateral window, and a very short bilateral window that the Prime Minister has. So he's right now tied in conversation with the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, but visuals of the French president also touching down, entering the Bharat Mandapam there. But let's cut across to our other guests as well. Joining me is former Ambassador Prabhu Dayal and former Ambassador Sikandar Dayal. Mr. Dayal, I'll come to you. 2 days ago. All right. We don't have Mr. Dayal, but let's cut across to Mr. Dayal first then. Mr. Dayal, two days ago, you and I were chatting about what could be the biggest takeaway. And one thing we spoke, at length about was, will India change the contours of what G20 has stood for when it comes down to the African Union? And, sir, we've succeeded in doing that. We'll also talk about the encrypted, Ukraine war message when the Prime Minister spoke this morning. So India has, of course, changed its stand. Maybe we can look at, a form of a Delhi declaration, a lot of suspense there. But, coming back to the African Union, sir, how big a development do you see this? And when history comes into question, how will it remember India's role in it?
I think India has already succeeded in delivering on this objective of being inclusive and being a spokesperson or spokes country for the global south. It was very anomalous that from the very beginning, 2008 or even before that, at finance ministers level, G20 had 19 countries and one European Union. Why was European Union there when the major economies were already represented among the 19 countries? So I think that was a kind of what Prime Minister calls a colonial mindset, that EU and all those, they claim that it's a right for them to be there. And that has been corrected now. And since that 2008, there has not been any expansion, no new member. And the way very deftly it has been handled by our diplomats, by our Sherpa, that the decision was taken, and that right there, African Union president was asked to take the chair. And we have seen how it happens in BRICS or SCO. There's the whole process. It goes on for years. And so this is a big deliverable, which has already been delivered and will leave a mark on G20 for future. Now, the other two levels, really the action is at 3 levels now in the next 24 hours. One is the statements which the countries will be making, formal statements at the plenary, 3 plenaries, and what they will say. I think many of them may criticize Russia for Ukraine and this and that. All that will come later in the press and media and will be very diligently analyzed. Second, our Sherpas would be at work to iron out any differences which might have still remained. Because on climate change also there was some issue perhaps, and there could be some on there could have come, etc. So that work will go on, and hopefully with the intervention of the leaders, those differences would be ironed out. Because this is what happened, that, like even the India-US nuclear supply deal, we remember when President Bush directly intervened. Then those differences were ironed out, and he instructed the Secretary of State to accommodate India. So those things, and then of course these bilaterals, which will go on now with Rishi Sunak, they are going on but that is kind of a continuation of a process. Prime Minister Modi has been meeting these leaders in different era on also very active foreign policy or bilateral visits, etc. But there is unfinished agenda, and there are push to be given, as Prime Minister Sunak said, on FTA with the UK. There is still a lot of work to be done.
Well, appreciate you joining us, former ambassador. Yes, at somewhere down the line, big takeaways coming in from the G20 summit, and India now being the architect of changing the contours of that summit, where it comes down to developing countries and being the voice of the global south. Is G21 with the advent of the African Union, but a lot of suspense when it comes down to what will be the Delhi Declaration. Will there be a consensus? Gaurav and I will continue to get you more on the other side of this quick break. To stay with us.
India aims big with the G20. The India Today group brings together unmissable super sharp global thinkers and strategists. Top foreign affairs guru.
It has to be a world with a greater sense of purpose, of vision, of values.
Leading expert on global political risk.
Xi Jinping is not surrounded by a bunch of reformers right now.
Leading global economists.
India's economy should be able to grow.
Ex-president of the United Nations Security Council.
This is an indication that relations between China and India still remain very troubled.
The Indian imperative, debated like never before. Only on India Today.
Ties stronger than ever. India reciprocates the red carpet hospitality to US President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Biden poised to build on their previous engagements in Washington, D.C. earlier this June. 3 months ago, India and the United States forged a deeper military partnership. In June, the aerospace unit of General Electric announced it had signed an agreement with India's Hindustan Aeronautics to jointly make engines in India to power fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. Substantial progress on the jet deal is expected as Prime Minister Modi and President Biden convene for bilateral talks on Friday.
As the president heads to the G20, he's committed to working with emerging market partners to deliver big things together. That's what we believe the world will see in New Delhi this weekend. The United States' commitment to the G20 hasn't wavered, and we hope this G20 summit will show that the world's major economies can work together even in challenging times.
The agenda for the bilateral talks set to take place at Prime Minister Modi's residence aims to expand strategic cooperation, anticipate significant advancements in defense and advanced technology, state-of-the-art drones, artificial intelligence, and telecommunications, among other topics. With Washington showing a willingness to assist India in expanding its nuclear power program to address climate change challenges. Both sides may make headway in revitalizing the India-US nuclear deal originally signed during UPA-1. The US administration unequivocally recognizes India's outstanding presidency of the G20 amidst the ongoing conflict in Europe.
I believe the G20, in spite of obvious problems due to Russia's war against Ukraine and Russia's, general absence from G20 initiatives, I believe the G20 has been extremely effective.
And the images that you see on your television screen, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, his meeting with the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Watch the warm embrace, watch that hug, the handshake, and this shows the relationship between India and the United Kingdom, and this is a relationship that's taking place. This is a relationship that's warm at multiple levels. When Rishi Sunak landed in India, he was greeted with the Jai Siya Ram, by Ashwini Chaubey, the receiving minister. When he came in, there was a lot of warmth when he also said that he'd be visiting the Akshardham temple. He's repeatedly spoken of his warm relationship with India and him wanting to spend some time in Bengaluru, a place where he got married. His wife, his in-laws, they are there. Will he have time to do that? He's not too sure, but that's something he's looking forward to. He's spoken of the challenges that India and the United Kingdom will face together to overcome the challenges that the world faces. In fact, just a short while back, before his meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he said leaders of G20 are coming together. They came together 15 years ago to restore global growth after the financial crisis. We meet again at a time of enormous challenges, and when everyone puts their head together, they will be able to find a solution. That's a multilateral, even on bilaterals, on the India-UK free trade agreement. He said a lot of ground has been covered, but some ground still needs to be covered. But look at the body language of the two leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the British Prime Minister of Indian origin, Rishi Sunak. Now, he has said a lot of progress has been made, some distance still to be travelled, some areas require work. Remember, last time there was a Diwali deadline of 2022, that deadline could not be met, but both sides are seeking to simplify certain religious. And these are images that you see of Rishi Sunak and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This meeting is taking place right here at the Bharat Mandapam. There is a separate room for the bilaterals. The main hall, where the oval hall, where all the heads of state and governments are meeting, and of course this room where the two just met.
Well, Gaurav, lots of optics coming in. It's loaded when it comes down to sheer optics there. First visuals coming in of Prime Minister meeting with the bilateral with the UK Prime Minister. But now this big photo opportunity coming in there. You see President Biden, you see the Prime Minister right in the middle of that big photo opportunity, and a lot of these will be filtering in because this is that short window, viewers, that there is for bilaterals on the sidelines. There are two short windows, and you're going to see multiple, photo opportunities like this, the optics like that filtering out. India standing right in the middle. You see President Biden there, and this is also bringing in, changing the contours of what G20 has stood for, Gaurav. Now no longer G20, G21, and India, the architect of that.
Preeti, G20 or clubs like G7, G20, this is where a lot of very powerful heads of state and governments meet, get to know each other personally, and their personal chemistry plays a very important role in taking relationships forward, either at bilateral level or at multilateral level. And here you can very clearly see where the chemistry is great, the relationship is moving forward bilaterally and on a bigger platform, these countries moving together as a group, and where that chemistry is not very good, the niggles remain. And this is the effort. I mean, look at this big picture that we are watching Prime Minister Narendra Modi seen in these images with you have them meeting. Okay, I can also see Ajay Banga in one of these images.
President Biden, Ajay Banga, yes.
President Cyril Ramaphosa. We can see them in these images, and of course the US President Joe Biden. So what does this relationship say? This relationship talks about the Prime Minister's theme, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, on one part, and being the bridge between the developed countries and the developing countries. African Union coming as part of G20. It's a huge game changer. India's effort, but since India and America enjoy great chemistry, since India, America, and of course United Kingdom, France, almost all countries were on board instantly. Some, of course, had to be brought on board a little later, but they did ultimately come around, and that shows the power of Indian diplomacy, Preeti.
Well, you're right there, the tugs and pulls of diplomacy. It's a tightrope walk. And it was a diplomatic minefield of sorts. India has been able to maneuver that. There have been other countries as well that have stood by India. But what has happened ultimately, viewers, will practically change on what has been the contours, not just in physicality of what G20 has stood for, but going forward from here. The oneness of it, where developing nations come into the picture. That has changed with the advent also now of the African Union. But two big images that are coming in this afternoon, and possibly a third as well, where you have President Macron also landing in Delhi right now at the Bharat Mandapam. But these two big images. One, the bilateral between Rishi Sunak and the Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak practically has been the darling of the Indian media. They're engaging with them, he and his wife as well, taking a walk in Lutyens, Delhi, but also, being very firm when it comes down to his stand on UK. Right before, he had met the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, and he had said in a very, very strong tweet that he's here for business, but the war in Ukraine continues to be a big concern. But having said that, that big picture coming in, and just by the sheer optics of it all, you can see the kind of bonhomie, the kind of warmness that both the counterparts, the Indian Prime Minister and the British Prime Minister Sunak, actually enjoy. Interesting, when he was speaking to the media on being, like Gaurav pointed out, he was welcomed by Union Minister Ashwini Chaubey with Jai Shri Ram. But having said that, later on when he was questioned on his Hindu beliefs, he said he's just celebrated Rakhi, but he's missed out on celebrating Janmashtami. So therefore, deepening the connect that he has with the cultural context of India. But he's very firm on his stand where Ukraine is concerned, and a big question mark also coming in where the Delhi Declaration. Suspense continues to mount there. Has there been a change of stand? Will we see some sort of a Delhi Declaration? Well, there has been a change of stand where India is concerned as well. We're going to keep the spotlight on that. We're going to continue to go across to our experts with these two big ticket moments coming in from the G20 Summit. A quick break. Stay with us.
Watching India Today.
The national capital of India, New Delhi, is all decked up for the G20 power meet. From Mayur Thal for the welcome ritual at the hotels to country's rich heritage on display at the venue, the Bharat Mandapam. India is ready to host global netas with full Desi swag. The world's top leaders are being treated to a rousing traditional welcome at the Palam Airport in Delhi. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, accompanied by First Lady Akshata Murthy, were greeted by Union Minister Ashwini Chaubey. They were seen enjoying the traditional Bihu dance from Assam. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was welcomed by Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje.
Coming now, follow my lead. Coming now, follow my lead.
Prime Minister Meloni clicked pictures with artists who performed for her on her arrival. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida was received by Union Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. IMF chief Kristalina Georgieva arrived on Thursday night and grooved to a Sambalpuri song. Bharat Mandapam, the venue for G20, resembles a mini India, with art, culture, tradition from across the country on display.
मेरी 76 साल में मैं दुनिया में सब जगह घूम के आया हूँ, लेकिन ईमान की बात बता रहा हूँ, इससे बड़ा अवार्ड से भी बड़ा फंक्शन है हमारा, बुलाना
किसी अवार्ड से बहुत बड़े